find ourselves on the 6th hole tee off.
Hey, what's up, Green Thumb?
Wilson is looking pretty good. And about 20 yards out. Probably pleased with that shot. 34 feet to go.
Thought Duck might jump on and play a few rounds with me. You were interested to jump in, man. Enough on that.
This putt is for par. Oh, that was close. And this putt is for bogey. And after that hole, +3 on the day. And now getting ready to tee off on this par 3.
Hey, you playing anything there? Green?
Going with the 5-iron here.
Oh, that had potential. Could have been lined up.
All right, she's got the putter coming out here now. This putt's for birdie.
Oh, I got you. Oh, good.
All right, let's take a peek at the leaderboard now. And as we look at the leaderboard, our current leader sits at 1 under. Next on the plate is the 8th hole. Oh, she's going through the tree canopy here. I'm going to assume she's not going to be happy with that. Very well played golf shot. Hitting this par 5 and 2, it's going to set up some serious possibilities. About a 4-footer. And that one drops for the birdie. She's moving up on the standings after that hole. And now setting up for the next par 4 hole. This one's looking pretty good so far. From 140 yards out. Here's a 9-iron. And she's on the green. This one's about 6 feet away. For the birdie. Okay, Luke, curious as to what you're seeing from your point of view today after this 9 holes of action here on this final round.
Well, she's jockeyed for positions all tournament, and she's right where she wants to be with the back 9 to play. I reckon she's ready to make that surge.
Thanks, Luke. Let's chat again after this round's done. And this shot's looking promising. And about 145 yards to the pin. And that shot will be on the green with a fair amount of distance to make up to get that next putt in the hole. And about 4 feet from the cup. And that one will drop. Okay, she's moving up in the leaderboard after that hole. Okay, now moving on to the 11th. And I'm pretty sure she's going to be pleased with that. And about 215 yards away. And here's the 5 wood. And that's not what they wanted on their approach. And this one's for birdie. She moves into a tie for first.
Coming back.
Moving on to the 12th. This might be a bit long. Well, that's nice. That's going to be safely on the green. And about 7 feet to go here. And that one will drop for birdie. And no change in the ranking after that hole on the leaderboard. 13th hole. She's going through the branches here on this one. I can't Can't see her being happy about that. Back in the fairway, nice and safe. And that green is definitely in reach for the next shot. And to save par. Putt's looking to be about 2 feet. And after that hole, she's going to go up to even par. And now the 14th hole.
That's bouncing.
Probably not going to be too happy with that shot.
Not too great a place.
Well, that shot's looking not too good.
Holy shit. This is going to be something.
And this to save par.
What a putt coming up right here. It'll take a little more than that to get it there. Ain't gonna do it. Had the power, not that.
And this one's for the bogey. Oh my goodness, just missed. And this for the double bogey. And she will fall out of first after that.
It's tied up in the top.
And setting up now on the 15th tee. iron. And pretty sure she'll be pleased with that one.
Hole in one's
This
there.
putt
It's
is for
just,
birdie.
oh.
Just inches away. And for the par. And currently sitting at 2 over for the day. And she's currently tied for 6th place up on the leaderboard. And setting up on the 16th tee.
Might have to pick up that 2K21 if it ever comes down in price. Guess it's the same people that made this one. I'm not sure about that. If it is, with updated graphics, that'll be pretty cool.
Pretty sure it's going to land in the fairway here.
Just still ain't mastered this one yet. Get a little bit more time out of it. Yeah, I've seen a glimpse of the new one.
And about 205 yards to the pin.
And look like it had pretty decent graphics, which I ain't complaining about these. Still don't know why after all this time I still can't hit the ball right.
Hitting this par 5 in 2 is going to set up some definite eagle possibilities. Oh, that was very close. This putt's about a 2-footer here. After that one, she now is tied for first. Sitting up, par 4 tee off. And I'm not quite sure here. It could end up in the fairway, though.
I should have done a practice swing.
The iron. And she's going to be putting now.
Thing actually
About
comes in
5
pretty
feet
handy.
to go here. That one will go for 30. And after that hole, she'll go down to even par.
Duck's got on yet. Don't believe so.
And moving on to the 18th hole.
Well, I'll see what I can do. Set up there, huh?
A promising looking shot here.
Kind of wish you could
Yeah, but
go to a
125
point
yards
and
to
then
the
look
pin.
from that point. I guess that'd be. I mean, that looks pretty good to me. Oh, this is. Oh, flop.
And she's got a good shot there. This next putt for a final round score of 71. For the birdie.
Nice little putt.
And folks, she's done it. She's played extremely well for the whole tournament, and I'm so happy to have been here to make the call, especially here with Luke.
Shit, I didn't win it by
That was a
much.
brilliant performance, wasn't it, John? She looked the winner for mine right throughout that tournament, and the way she took it to the end, she deserves this victory. Well, on behalf of John McCarthy and all the hard-working staff at HB Studios, thanks for your company.
Turn some cards. Well, shit.
Alongside me, as always, is John McCarthy, and we're excited to bring this day's action to you.
Hello, Luke. Glad to be with you. Excited to take in some golf here at
This
TGC
guy
Scottsdale.
is so
Could you
enthused.
tell us a little bit about this first hole?
The opening hole at TPC Scottsdale is a pretty straightaway, medium-length par 4. Anything less than driver off the tee will avoid that bunker off the fairway to left. However, this green, there are no bunkers around it, so if you want to be ultra-aggressive, you'll have nothing shorter than a flip wedge in for your approach.
Thanks a lot, Luke. We'll talk to you later on.
All right, that's the way I'm going to try it then.
All kinds of possibilities ahead here, folks. Looking forward to it. Ooh, this is a close one.
Well.
It could end up in the fairway.
Man. Hey, Zombie, what's up, man? Thanks for stopping in. I've got addicted
Putts
to
for
golf.
birdie.
Can't seem to play anything else.
And no one dropped. And after that,
Glad to hear it.
1 under for the day. And now let's see what this second hole has in store.
You busted 1,000 yet? I know you was close last time I looked.
And this drive is just incredibly powerful.
That was a very powerful drive. shit, man. Yeah, you ain't far.
This might be a bit too much club. Pretty sure she's gonna
Gave it too much power.
And this putt is for birdie. Oh my gracious, that was close. And tapping in for putt. And no change for her leaderboard-wise after that hole. Next up is par 5.
Obviously, not on this hole, but I've been going for a hole-in-one for like, God, 2 weeks, I think. I got one, but it was on wasn't an official course, so that shit don't count.
Okay, this one's looking pretty good. About 100 yards to the pin from here.
Just have to go with that one. It's going to be over, but oh no, that was under. Oh shit.
Well, that was an unfortunate approach. Didn't have enough club on that one.
Get about 95 on that fucker. Way underpowered on that. Oh man.
From 24 feet away.
Like I say, I ain't played a whole lot in real life. You know, especially no real nice places.
It just doesn't drop.
Ah, oh, shit fire.
And this for the bogey. And it's time to take a peek at the leaderboard. And she'll go up to even par.
Might have been a sign. I just don't know which way it goes. Either stay away from the golf or... I can't be good for you. I waste too much time playing on a video game.
Up on par 3. Unlucky on the approach shot. It's kind of weird. She's been hitting those greens fairly regularly this round. This one's about 7 feet away. just misses. This one's about 2 feet from the cup.
Hey, I can't remember. We used to have a little. It was like, I think it was like 6 holes, and then there was a driving range.
For that one.
Well, hell yeah.
Okay, let's see what the fifth has in store for us.
It don't get no better than that. It's like mine. It's good they're moved out, but it's bad in some ways too, you know. Spend all that time putting up with them, just when they get a little bit of sense, then they go off on their own. It's like driving your vehicles. After they get their own, they never tear them up. Oh, man.
Yeah, he should be probably pleased with that shot. 22 feet to the cup.
I probably should have done a preview on that one.
Ooh, looked close. Just didn't go. And now let's take a look and see how things are going on the leaderboard. And one over for the day after that hole. And she's
Damn, what
tied
time is it over there? About
on
11?
the leaderboard.
11 a.m.? Am I guessing right?
And moving on to the sixth here.
Yeah, it ain't gonna go to waste, that extra room, is it?
This is looking fairway bound.
I know this young kid, his dad, he helped him get a car, and he got him a job, you know, and everything. He worked it for a little while, about a year, and he quit one day. About 3 days later, that boy woke up. Won't know where his car was. His dad took it, traded it in on a damn Mustang for himself. Laughed my ass off that shit. Oh yeah, there's good money in that now. I know one old girl, she drove to a bigger area, about an hour or two away, stayed down there 3 days a week, or 4. God. You know, working, I guess 12, 13-hour shifts or some shit. It's been a while back, but man, she was making the jack.
And the par putt will go up. And after that, we're just moving up to the standings.
Well, that was back in like 2003 or 4 or something. I'd hate to think what she's making now.
And now setting up on this par 3.
Got good money in that stuff. Guess a hell of a time to be doing it now. Then again, over there, y'all don't get hit too hard with that shit.
Here's an 8-iron. Well, she'll probably be pleased with that one. And this for the birdie.
Oh God, what the hell?
And setting up 13 feet
My
from the
club's
top
all
here.
shining in the sun. It got me distracted.
Oh, and it just didn't drop. And this one for bogey. Let's see how things are shaping up on the leaderboard. And after that one, 2 over for the day. And she's also tied for 5th place. And the 8th hole is next.
Gosh, it's set up, laid up right there.
Well, this one's looking like it's in the fairway.
Oh, look at it here. Practice swing in. Be a nice chip opportunity. Come on, hit that thing straight. Now I'm overthinking it. Oh no.
Well, I'm not quite sure where this one's going to end up. And missing the approach on that one.
Hit it too slow again. I believe if I had 100% of the win.
4-footer, I'd say. And that'll be for the bow. And that hole is going to result in her moving down in the standings. And now teeing off on this par 4. So far, so good for this one.
Lined up. Hit the damn thing, right?
Can't be too displeased with that one. And this one's for birdie.
Hey, Zombie, thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate it.
And that putt will drop. And as we move into the back 9 here, Luke, I'm wondering if you could shed some light on what's been
Have to get
happening
back up on
elsewhere
something sometime.
on the leaderboard today.
Our current leader is sitting at 1 over par for the event, John.
Yeah, let's see what the 10th has in store.
Have my damn mic on or not half the time.
It's looking like it's heading into the fairway.
Oh man.
And I think she liked that. This one's about 2 feet from the cup. And ladies and gentlemen, that puts her into first place. And teeing off on this par 4. Well, this one's looking like it's finding the fairway. And about $125 away. Ooh, that was very close. Just didn't drop. Now let's take a look at the leaderboard. And as we check the standings, she's going to stay in first place after that one. And moving along now on the 12th hole.
Under 24 yards.
Going with a pitching wedge here. Might be a bit too much club on this one. And I think she'll like that. And this putt is for birdie. That one's very, very close. This putt is about a 2-footer. One over for the day. And now setting up for this par 5.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
She made a nice shot there. From here, about 195 yards to the pin.
What level are you up to now?
No, 14.
I think that's the hybrid.
Messing with some clubs.
Okay, hitting this par 5 and 2. That's some fine club work out there. Ooh, what was that? That was very close. And just missing that eagle. That could have been a huge 2 strokes off of their scorecard, but that's how it goes. And after that,
Didn't see anything good.
Down to even par.
Did you miss anything good? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Nah, I got set up, you know, with the right
Now
lengths,
setting up for
and then
par 4.
overthought it.
I do that. Seems like every round.
Yeah, we should carry more clubs. That'd be nice.
You only need 3.
Yeah, that's true. If I could hit,
About 120 yards.
you know, a full power shot, I can hardly ever get right.
You just gotta find that swing and then try not to waste too much time between hitting.
Yeah. Just keep on keeping on.
She's made a good shot there.
That's
This
right.
one's about 10 feet from the cup.
I done one of those stupid things where I just touched the ball on like a par 5 eagle.
That one, she's going to stay.
I've been putting around the hole all day. Or when I was playing earlier.
Teeing off on par 5.
And some bird's killing me. Shoot.
What'd you have your
Ooh.
shirt off, or to burn you through your shirt?
I had my shirt off, man. I was soaking wet. It's hot.
It's looking like this is bound for the short stuff. From 120 yards out.
Let's see.
And not the greatest approach shot there. Not enough club on that one.
Missed it.
And this putt is for birdie.
I'm gonna send you one. You just join whenever you're ready.
All right.
And after that, we're currently sitting at 2 under for the day.
Advance into this next hole, so let me back out
Let's
here.
see if the crowd embraces this next play
Let's make
or
me send another one anyway.
chooses not to. Let's see how this tee shot goes here on the 16th.
Alright, now I'm gonna join private match or whatever.
At least it's working now.
Yeah.
That's fucked up there.
That was getting irritating.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell I'm gonna feel it tomorrow. Even worse. Oh, I can barely move.
Yeah, goddamn. Yeah, bent over like got no shirt on.
Well, I thought I was, hell, I was underneath the car about half the time, trying to make sure I was wasn't missing any grounds or anything. But yeah, I guess I was bent over trying to take that battery box, air box out. Oh shit. You want me to send you an invite?
I actually that time I tried to join it.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Hatchet?
Try to.
Yeah, it's loaded now. I just tried to join a private match.
Yeah. I didn't want to push too many buttons.
Alright, I guess send one more then.
It's weird.
Yeah, I think it'd be rough. Hatchet. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm already in that part of it. Join in game, alright.
You just want me to put a password and name on it.
Yeah, you can do that. I'll back out.
Seems to work easier that way, I don't know.
Hell yeah, Hatchet. I love mine. I ain't used it since I got this golf game, right?
It's 555 and then GGG lowercase.
Oh, love this shit, Hatchet. I mean, it pretty much ain't stopping before I get a hole in one, that's for sure. Official. Well, fuck, I went to join private, and then the regular invite came in, you know, the touchpad.
Oh, what the? This damn game sometimes. I think maybe last night I was just using the Wi-Fi at the house. I think that's what it was. And if you'll give me a second, I'll switch over to that.
All right, then. Holy shit, Hatchet. Kept it out of the ditch, didn't you? Holy fuck. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I had one time I drove them. And I'm like you. Luckily, it was a damn dually. But every damn one of them blew out on the fucking interstate. And they all... It seemed like within 2 months' time, I'd replaced all 4 of the back ones, you know, being cheap. But that's why I did it. I was like, well, fuck it, we'll run it till the next one blows, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, they seem to come apart. Which, you know, granted, the one I had, it was loaded. I mean, you know. But still, yeah. That shit, we did it. I'll just make the damn thing public, duck. Never mind, you got back in. Ah, fuck. Yeah, yeah. I didn't know if you could get back in it or not. Yeah, with the load, you fucked. One blows out. I know one thing, it'll scare you when you ain't got no idea it's coming. Ah, hell, it'll scare you even if you do, depending on how. Yeah, mine was in either a 450 or a 550. I had the window rolled down, and the driver's side went out. I done thought somebody shot me.
My name is John, and I'm going to be helping you out and taking you around the course today. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to the Golf Club 2019 featuring PGA Tour. And today we are kicking off a round of match play golf. Let's get down to that first tee now and see who comes out on top, shall we? Okay, next stop fairway, right? It's a nice looking tee shot. Okay, we have about 130 yards, I'd say, to get to the pin.
Yeah, the problem is them bigger trucks. Like when you're in a quiet car, I had a couple blow out in the car, and you can hear it right before it starts. You can hear that thing, so you're like, all right, I'll start slowing down. You know, it kind of gives you a little bit of warning. But in a damn truck, it's fucking loud. Tires already loud.
He has 115 yards to the pin. Let's see what happens.
Probably on their goddamn phone. Distracted one way or other, they wouldn't have done it.
Tell you the truth, I don't think he's going to make this. It's a bit long. Okay, this putt to go one up on your buddy. Well, get in that hole.
Yeah, no shit, man.
He's got about 8 feet to the cup. Sink this putt, he'll go one up. Solid par. Well done.
I about tapped it.
And after the first
Damn thing
hole of this
again.
match play round, you're one up. Good job. Kind of sandy out there in the fairways on this hole. I'm just giving you the heads up, so you can't say I didn't warn you.
Hey, if you get your pro club, man, you're gonna fucking
There we
probably
go,
put
that's
in hell of
looking
a
good.
drives. That wind. Got lucky as shit on that.
Yeah, let's cut it close.
He's ready to tee off. Let's see what he has.
Oh yeah, I got like 330 on this one.
Yeah, it'd probably cut
If
him in
I hit
half.
the ball right.
Oh,
God.
shit.
Man, I wish I wasn't feeling like crap.
All right, and we are about.
You got some
160
dermoplast or something you
yards
can spray
so
on that shit?
from the pin.
Man, I've sprayed layers and layers on it. I'm just whooped.
Hope this one bites.
Starting to hurt so bad. I feel like throwing up.
Oh, man.
On the green
I've
with
got the skin
much
cancer.
work to do. Well, this should be fun for him, getting out of the beach and all.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I jumped on with them Masters early, and I was just all over the fucking place.
You can get the rhythm down, or the tempo, whatever they call it.
Think this putt,
Seems
you'll get
natural
two.
after a while.
Oh, man, it was on target till it got there. which that's the way it goes.
This green's fast.
And this next putt for par.
Oh yeah, it's one of them greens. Like I say, it's on target till it gets right to the hole. It's like it's an anthill.
6-foot putt for him. And moving along here.
Yeah, I ate a hot pocket. I think I screwed up.
Oh shit.
Like, there's one of them pizza ones. Burped a little bit up. Felt like acid.
Yeah, you make me give me heartburn just thinking about it.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had to eat one of those things. I don't know if kids do it.
Well, their stomach, you know, it can digest rocks when they're young.
Yeah, that's true.
Keep an eye on that wind. Could come into play on this hole. So far, so good for this one.
I'll live in these mountains.
I know, you know, it's weird with the place that's, you know, all secluded, nestled in there.
It reminds me of that, what's that one show where it was like after the end of the world, but they built a place in Colorado. There's like an old show back in early 90s maybe.
Nice.
They came out with another season like in 2015.
You talking about Twin Peaks?
Yeah, man, Twin Peaks, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was a good show. That was a crazy show, man.
Yeah, it was.
That show was so crazy, I still to this day remember watching it when it came out as a kid. You know,
That impactful, huh?
it
With
was.
the birdie.
I still remember when they were out, you know, doing the autopsy on Laura Palmer and they found like that shit under her fingernails or whatever the hell it
Oh,
was.
yeah.
And then they came out with the movie, that Fire Walk with Me.
Get in there.
I don't think I've seen that.
It was like right after the show.
Okay.
Yeah, Hatchet.
Need this to win the hole.
Nah, they done a redo in 2015, Hatchet, Twin Peaks. They come out with some, David Lynch wrote a few more episodes of it.
I think
X-Files.
it was
And it looks like your opponent is one up.
Yeah, when he come out with that like hands down, X-Files is probably still is to this day my favorite show of all time. I've watched every episode probably 10 times. The later episodes I didn't like that much. Yeah, and they remade them in 2015, I think, didn't they? Yeah, get another drink. Shit.
Okay, we got a par 3 up now. Just, yeah, make sure you're careful of those greenside bunkers out there. It's going to have to bite. A little too much power on that approach shot.
Yeah, I did too, Hatchet. Like I say, I mean, literally, I won't say it's in my top anything. It is my favorite show. Like if I was stuck on an island and only had one TV show to watch, that's what it would be. Shit, I still got VHS copies of that shit, man. What disappointed me about the X-Files is the mythology. I think they could have filled in a lot more episodes uh, of just standalone episodes. You know, like that one
13 feet.
Chungus from Outer
here.
Space and Bad Blood, you know, the vampire one with the fat kid from the Sandlot.
All right, you can square things up on that scorecard if you sink this next one. Great putt in there, par. And we are moving forward, leaving that hole behind us. Okay, fifth hole coming up.
I mean, it was like when they remade it, I was like, I don't care if they just act like the last 3 seasons didn't happen and they just go back to investigating weird cases. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, trust me. Like I say, them last, when fucking they brought in Doggett and fucking Annabeth Gish. Yo, Green Thumb. Just fucked everything up.
Nice.
Or,
He's
or,
ready to tee off. Let's see what happens here.
or that one where they moved into the suburbs and they were playing a couple and there was, you know, the HOA rules were so crazy he'd like conjured up some kind of fucking swamp thing. And if you didn't keep all your shit right, the motherfucker would kill
looks
you.
like we are about 225 yards to the
Yeah,
green.
Green Thumb.
A hell of a nice shot.
And looks like you're putting for eagle from here. That's not bad at all. Sink this and you'll go one up on your friend here. And a 9-foot putt for him. Okay, sink this and you'll have the hole. Well done. Okay, and the
Soup
hole
hot pocket.
will be halved.
Sons of bitches.
What was it? Pepperoni one?
Yeah, that pizza pepperoni.
All right, let's drop this on the green.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's when you know you're getting old. I've never had a heartburn like that.
Well, and that one thing you drank probably added to it, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't normally drink that kind of stuff. I'm glad I didn't drink
That's
no
gonna have to do
moonshine.
something.
Shit.
Would it really hurt?
Man, I shit blue after drinking them damn things, you know what?
Yeah, because that's
Yeah, you ended
those
up
ones
nice
you're
and
drinking
safe.
just all
Still a little
die.
work to do, though.
Yeah,
it
they ain't
is.
nothing but die, man. It ain't alcohol you're getting a buzz off of, it's all the chemicals.
Yeah, it's all that weird
That's why I
shit
don't,
they're putting in there.
yeah, that's why I don't feel like alcohol buzz. It's more like a poisoning.
A little bit of angel dust.
Yeah.
PCK.
Yeah, like what do we got left over
This
from all
putt
the
is
shit we
incredibly
made?
long. I personally don't have faith that he's going to do it. But let's tune in. Let's see what's going to happen.
Close.
Sink this and you'll go one up.
Oh, I was looking at your ball. Either way, I wasn't close, but
That's what she said.
And he's got 13 feet to the cup.
Ah, man.
it'd be funny if you could smash the club and then you had to play the
And
rest of the round without it.
putt for him.
I've always wondered why they
This
haven't
one
made a
go one
golf
up.
game like that. Like, give me the option of how to break my
Putt for
club.
the hole.
Like, do I get to
Or
just
just
smash
throw
or
it.
throw it against a tree, or
Nice
yeah,
one. That'll take you one
Whatever.
up on your friend.
break it over the knee.
Fairway bunkers up ahead. Just letting you know.
I guess PGA sponsors wouldn't like that too much.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Like our stuff's unbreakable.
I'm liking it.
See, I don't know. Talking about
All right,
pizza
let's see how he
and
does
pizza
here on this
products.
hole.
If it's got pepperoni on it, I don't know if it's the pizza or the pepperoni, but it always fucks me up.
It never has till today, apparently. Which I don't eat pepperoni, so it's a little more of a bacon, give me a heart attack kind of person.
Yeah. Yeah, if we're gonna go, let's go all the way. Fuck a little heartburn. Let's just
I'm a Carolina
shut down
kid.
a valve.
It's that Southern barbecue flavor.
All right, we're about 210 yards out, I'd say.
Go in my sleep. Man. This is looking good. Whatever John says. We're a little bit long.
And there's some fantastic golf. Putting for eagle.
Hatch says, there you go, Duck. Bacon and cheese. What's up?
Do what?
I said, Hatchet said, there you go, Duck. Bacon and cheese.
Hell yeah, man.
What's up?
Oh.
Goddamn, now y'all make me want fucking pizza.
I want some Tums or antacids or something. That's what I want on my pizza. You ever had a mahi mahi taco there, Doc?
I don't believe so. If I
Oh, you
did, I
missed
didn't
out
know.
there.
I didn't know what I was eating.
You gotta try it sometime, man. They're good. That putt, that was beautiful.
What'd you make them, or did
Look
you
at the
get them
rough.
from
Sink this
somewhere?
one to half the hole.
We went up to that pickle place a few years back. Oh, Slimsville up the road.
Ouch.
Like they, have a special every
Square after that hole.
weekend,
Yeah.
different menu. That's what they had when we went. Man, they were good. Like Baja Mahi Mahi tacos. Man, oh, so good. That and on draft. I get to hit a good swing.
Okay, let's give it a nice big smash.
I always forget about it, but that Mexican place down the road from where I work, well, the prices went up, so now I can't.
Remember back, I guess it's been about 4 years. That place was awesome with those prices and the food.
Oh yeah, goddamn! Before the prices went up, that was
And me and the family, we ate there about a month ago. I mean, it's still really good. Like you said, the prices, man.
Very nice. Looks like we're about 220 yards out.
What the hell did y'all race together on, Hatchet? Must have been Dirt Rally. Duck, that's the only racing game you had, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I only played that like 3 times maybe. But yeah, I remember playing with Hatchet. I think. Pretty sure it was him.
Good stuff. And from here, he's looking at around 185 yards to the pin.
Yeah, fuck, man. Don't turn around in the shower. I can tell you that much. Oh, man.
All right, this putt for the birdie.
It's all coming together. Can't believe this putt you got though. What the hell? I can't believe you got the distance on it.
Here we go. Let's drop this and get your par. Solid stroke on that one. And he needs this to win the hole. All right, let's check the scorecard here. And moving along here, next hole coming up.
I wonder if they got a demo out. I need to look. If they got a demo for that new one, that new golf game.
What, 2021?
Yeah.
No. I checked. Can't pre-order it till...
Oh, it ain't even out yet?
No, don't put it out till... I think it was sometime... I think you can pre-order sometime this month. 28th, I think. I actually got a message on here about it.
Oh, yeah.
Pre-order, you're getting special stuff.
I think I did see something pop up on this thing.
I thought it was actually closed. I'm like, I'm fine. Oh, that was lucky.
You know, I got to say
There we
that
go. Pop
the
this in
standard
fairway.
for pre-order and shit has went down. I mean, you remember a while back, man, you used to get like a a shirt or a hat or a fucking sword or, you know, something cool. Like
Yeah, like when God of War came out, man, the latest one, it was, you got, I think it was like the Kratos blades, blades of chaos or whatever.
yeah, I mean, something you can hold, not a goddamn costume, you know?
Well, I guess that was if you pre-ordered like the deluxe bundle of
Okay,
the
yeah, we
big
found you
bundle,
in the
but still,
rough,
yeah,
but
not
I don't
collectors.
think that it's
Oh, I'll tell you what come with cool shit if you pre-ordered it. I don't know if you could get it here, but yeah, actually they are. Fucking goddamn when Resident Evil 2 came out, if you pre-ordered the Japanese version, you could get a goddamn keyboard for your computer that looked like
Yeah.
the Resident Evil typewriter.
Oh, see now that's my jam.
Yeah,
From Resident Evil 2.
it was pretty fucking badass.
I don't even have a computer. I'd want that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it looked cool as shit.
ooh, no good.
And find a chest that looks like, you know, save room from like the first one.
Yeah, and I think it come with some other shit. It was like $900 fucking though.
Well, that's a little bit rich from upload, I think. But
Oh yeah. I mean that's. Well, I mean, you know, them Japanese people, they work all the time. Ain't got no. Yeah, I remember that chainsaw controller you were talking about for RE4. You remember that shit, man?
I hate getting in these fairway bunkers.
Mowing?
Do what you can. Hopefully you can get some distance onto this.
Resident Evil 4 came with a.
that was the one with Leon, right? The village.
Yeah, yeah. I couldn't remember which one. I do remember the chainsaw controller.
I don't remember controller. I bet that was cool.
Not bad, not bad. You're on the fairway now.
Oh, wait a
Are these like these all par five?
Yeah, that's another course I don't ever remember seeing before.
Let's see if we can save par on this one.
Well, to be honest with you, I looked up the easiest course. Rider's easy.
Yeah, I don't remember that remote control car thing.
All right, he's going to need this to win.
I remember a big locker or chest came with Call of Duty. Seemed like one of them. Hell, there's goddamn many Call of Duty games. I can't even
Little 6-footer here, nothing too scary.
keep up
I
with
called
them.
it on GameCube. About it.
Decent putt there for bogey. And if he sinks this, he'll take the hole.
You know, it's so funny. I played the shit out of Medal of Honor multiplayer on GameCube, you know, locally.
And as we
I'm
look at the
thinking of, yeah,
scorecard,
you're
your
right.
opponent is currently 2 up.
And it's like, you'd have thought they would have went farther.
Yeah, what happened to that? You know?
Yeah, they just fell off the fucking map. It's public now. You can just join it if you want. Duck's gonna probably have to go to the emergency room in a minute anyway. Get some goddamn morphine.
Oh, that'd be nice. I'll fall asleep before then.
You will want to be careful of the traps around the green on this one. So just stay off the beach, and I think we'll be all right.
You know, when you're just trying to get something done,
Yep.
don't really pay attention. That's what happens. Oh yeah, I just want to get this done. Let's get it over with. What's going on, Green? Same old, same old.
Damn, almost something there about it.
On the green with some work to do. Well, he could make this, I guess. It is quite a long putt, though.
Hey, I'll copy green thumb. They are now, I hear you.
All right, take this next one, and you'll bring your opponent down to one. Yes. All right, good job. Nothing like taking your opponent down a notch in the score department. And we are teeing off. This is
I mean, you know, $60 for a new game. And then when they do have something, you know, pre-order, like I said, I don't know. I feel like it's not on a cartridge. It's a fucking disc. It costs 50 cents.
you launched it.
Fucking launched it.
Look at you driving this green. Fantastic work. Putting for eagle.
I haven't got a shame.
It's getting ridiculous. These damn prices on these shits.
Setting up our eagle putt here. I'm excited.
But hell, despite what Google says, like when PlayStation 1 came out, motherfucker was like $500 around here. Google will say some shit like, oh, it was $299.
I remember when that came out, man. Playing Tekken.
I remember Crash Bandicoot. That was one of my favourites.
My wife loves that game. I can't get past the first level.
I don't think I'll be able to play it now. Platform games are completely different from what we
This
used to.
next putt is for the bird.
Yeah.
Let's see how he does. And to have the hole. And a decent little putt to end this one. Okay, that's going to have the hole. Okay, and we find ourselves now on the 12th hole. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, they just throw a game out now, hatch it, let the public work it out for them. People are too goddamn lazy to even test their own shit now.
They used to have pride in their products. They'd take their little bit of profit, but they'd make sure it goes back into the game to
Shots
keep
like
it going,
these.
and they've lost that now. Now you have to pay for in-game products.
I know they're making more money and doing less with it.
All right, let's see how
Now,
we
Tony
do
Hawk.
on this hole.
Back in the day, boy, that was a game I played the shit out of, about like I've been playing this one.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember, I'd try and get up on the glass above the half pipe. It's impossible.
Did y'all see where they're making the second one? Remaking it.
Really?
Yeah. It's on pre-order now too.
Okay, about 190 yards to go.
I think it was Pro Skater 2.
Focus bites.
There's a lot of good horror, survival horror games that are coming out, or I never even heard of that are out on sale right now. So I need to get some of these.
Okay, you're on, and you got
Yeah, I
some
need to
real
catch up
estate
on
to
games.
cover with this next one.
We used to hear about them on commercials and stuff. I don't ever hear about games anymore. I don't mean gaming forum or nothing.
No, you're right. Although I don't watch telly, so.
Yeah, there's one I meant to get a month or two ago. Actually, two. One of them was Blair Witch Project.
Okay, here's your putt for birdie.
I don't know about that.
Wow, wasn't no good. You play it?
No, I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to play something like that, especially with earphones on. Eerie music and jump scares.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I like
use
horror.
this to win the hole.
Oh yeah, Hatchet. I used to get them for years. I guess this last year on account of Corona, I didn't renew it. And that's because I couldn't go in the store. Usually, like, you want to use your points to renew your power up rewards. And I'm like, all right. But fuck with the internet, the magazine ain't.
All right, a little 6-foot putt here.
Don't tell you too much. Not a whole lot anyway. Fucking shit.
All right, for the boat. Nice putt. And if he sinks this, he wins the hole. Okay, we are moving forward.
I don't know. I wish this shit. Was you allowed to go in the store, Hatchet? Or did you have to pick it up at the fucking door?
You can go in ours now. But,
Oh, you can?
yeah, but I mean, just a small selection.
Well, yeah, they don't got nothing there any damn way.
And unless you're, yeah,
You want a copy of GTA 5, you can get that probably. But
yeah, by the dozen. They, like we were talking about, they just want you to pre-order everything and not give you anything to do it.
Yep.
Keep their costs down. You know what? Screw GameStop.
I'm
I
not
said it.
willing to buy that, to buy them new.
corporate stores, that's what it is. The bigwigs sucking up all the damn money. You know,
I
store,
thought they were closing down, man.
they have closed a shit ton of them. Well, Hatchet, I got to give him credit for that. That's one thing I've been bitching about this mask thing. If you want people to wear a mask in your store, you should have them at the fucking door, you know? Or hand them out or what the fuck ever. Which I guess...
It costs £1 each in the UK.
shit.
Had to buy a box of 30.
Yeah, I went to the
And
liquor
they're just the
store.
basic ones as well. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, and that the dude was standing at the door like, you can't come in without a mask on. I was like, all right, motherfucker. Well, he didn't say it to me. I already knew they were going to do it there.
Oh, man, I got concealed carry. That's
Okay,
a
if
class
he
4
sinks
felony.
this, he'll take the hole.
But yeah, that's what's fucked up about Virginia. I said that shit to Stevie. I should have said it to all y'all. I mean, it's
They don't
technically a
say shit
criminal
to me when I do
offense to wear one.
that. Yeah. I'm surprised there hasn't been more, like, robberies or something, you know?
Yeah, you're right. Anonymity.
Yep.
And here he goes, putting for par
Can't
here.
believe I managed to say it.
I just, the thing about the mask, what aggravates me about it, I mean, you know, they've flipped back and forth, it seems like.
Next one, you can take your opponent down a notch.
You got to protect yourself, and they're like, oh, no, you got to protect other people. And it's like, so you're just trying to talk me into it from both ways.
Solid work winning that hole. That'll take your friend down a notch.
It's like it's a lose-lose for everybody.
I mean, in all
14th
honesty,
hole coming up.
it doesn't really make a shit.
Well, the CDC will tell you it's not going to make a difference.
I mean,
It
I
doesn't,
don't.
it's just to stop you spreading, isn't it?
It's not meant for that.
Well, I've seen some dude, he had a video, it was like, it'd be a shame if anything was to get through this mask, and then he started vaping through it.
Mm-hmm. It's supposed to keep your germs in, I guess, but
Yeah, just the particles that you're spitting out.
you got to think you're trapping all that stuff in that mask that you're breathing through the front of it. I mean, you're just rubbing it all over wherever you sit it down. And what,
it's a
last
collection
on a
point.
cruise ship for over 14 days? Come on.
They missed a good opportunity. What they should have done was send a bunch of fucking scientists in on that damn cruise ship to test how that shit spreads. They could have had this shit figured out a long time ago. You remember back when they locked all them fuckers down? Like, you know, some people say it was stupid or it was stupid. Yeah, I'm not saying it was stupid. I mean, was or wasn't. I'm saying they lost an opportunity to really have a controlled area to test the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, China would have definitely done that. And that's if they didn't do it in the first place, because the first thing they've done is cut off access to Beijing, and they still let everyone else leave to go and travel the rest of the world. So if that wasn't a study, I don't know what was.
Well, hell, you know, they know more about
It's
it.
all just a free course, for sure, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry, Doc, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's hard not to on it, isn't it? Interrupt people.
I don't think he did. I just meant, yeah, they probably know more about it than we do.
Well, it just makes you think, doesn't it? Because they're not stupid people, they're fucking smart as.
Well, that's another thing there Hatchet was talking about. You know, like all them idiots out protesting. You know, what the fuck?
Well, I told you about that one I got caught in the middle of at Virginia Tech, right? That was like right when all that social distancing and all that stuff going on. Or started kicking off. I didn't give a shit.
No. It
Sweet.
plays into the agenda really, because it'll just keep the lockdown coming.
Yep, the agenda, yep.
And then obviously they've inflated the numbers, They've actually admitted it in the UK. I think it was today or yesterday that they will, if say if you're in a car accident and you had COVID
Yeah.
3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, they would count you as a COVID death.
Yep.
So now they're not even going to do an update anymore of deaths because it's that inaccurate.
Ah, they're doing the same shit over here.
Yeah. We just can't believe anything they say anyway.
Yeah,
I
same.
think this is gonna need to bite.
Well, the problem is drama queens have grown up and got jobs and places of,
I think probably.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, power, prestige. Flop it in, flop it in.
No.
Oh.
Hatchet's right. They do. It's like they're attacking people
All right, 12-footer here.
that want to enjoy themselves,
Oh yeah.
stress them out, and to
This
rile
one's
them up.
tracking towards the hole. Nice.
Man,
All before the election, isn't it?
Sinks this, you'll have the hole.
this has been a great year for me. So,
That's good to hear. Fuck 2020.
man, that's what everybody keeps saying. I don't know.
Nothing changed on that hole as far as
I mean,
score.
But
You
I'm
gotta
doing
be careful of
pretty
those
good.
fairway bunkers out there. They can really put
All
a
this
wrench
time
into
off,
things. So,
play a whole bunch
just
of video games.
warning you now.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad thing at all, really, because it's given me time to focus on what I want to do.
Yep.
This one's looking pretty good.
I am honestly surprised it's still going on. It's been what?
It
Since
won't ever go away.
February,
Like,
March. Like,
Yeah, the virus is never going to go away.
Ready to tee off here. Let's see how this
Yeah,
goes.
as long as they keep doing what they're doing, yeah, it's going to prolong it. It needs to burn itself out. I say go 100% back to normal. Keep the old people sheltered, the high risk
Well,
sheltered.
we were talking about that, weren't we, Doc? It was like
Yeah.
when the baby's born, you keep it inside the house because it hasn't had its jabs and it hasn't got an immunity. Now, older people are going to have to take that in mind.
yeah, I mean that's just common sense. When all this
Yeah.
started, around here it's a pretty retirement community. You saw more elderly people out at Walmart or just out than you ever did. It's like they were
Yeah.
trying to catch it. I was like, man, how are we doing this?
Old school mentality. I've seen old boys walking around, no mask on, and I just want to
Yeah,
put a
looks
mask on them
like-
just for their own
I'd
good.
say 160 yards or so out from the.
But that's the thing. I remember
They're stubborn as.
I've talked to a lot of old people in my life, and I've talked to some really old people, and they always said, when it's my time, and I'm ready to go
Exactly.
if it's today. You know what I mean?
No, they're right. Old school mentality, that innit? Instead of listening to the government telling you when and how you should die, they've made the decision years ago.
Yep. And I can tell you right now, if I was 70, 80 years old, I'd be like, I don't give a fuck. Let the kids get out there and make some money, you know? Do the thing.
I can't believe what happened in New York though with the old people. That was bad. I reckon that's going to be marked down after all this political stuff dies down. I reckon it's going to be marked down in history as a real bad thing. At the end of the day, in what 40 years, 30 years, we will be in that position, and we could be at the raw end of a decision like that.
Things all square again.
That's green thumb. Nah, man, I got this old documentary. I should post it on YouTube if I can figure out how to do it. It was about that damn Spanish flu back in 1919, and they were interviewing people from it. And
4 feet to the hole. You can do this.
they were talking, and this has been, you know, this documentary was made in like '94 or some shit. And them old
And a
people were
nice
talking
one.
about, they're like, hell, they shut down
All right,
schools
you can
for
have the hole here if he just sinks this putt.
like a month. And then, you know, they said it came back in the fall the next year. But then after that, it was over.
Okay, and the
Well,
hole
hell,
will be paved.
well, and like they said, it was
Par
affecting
3 here.
everybody.
Let's go for that pin.
It was
Yeah,
killed
didn't it
more.
kill 20% of the population or something?
Yeah, and it killed more young people than it did old. And I mean,
Yeah, completely different.
I just believe. Well, you know what their theory was, and this still is a theory, that the elder people had genetics in them, like that virus had been around before years ago, and that's why it didn't affect them as bad as it did younger people.
Hope this one has some teeth.
Yeah.
Like there was still some kind of immunity left in their genes.
Well, it's natural selection that builds up immunity, isn't it?
Little too
Really,
much club on that approach.
the ones that survive
He's just about ready to tee off.
carry on to next
See how he
generation.
goes.
Well, yeah, that's what they were saying. Like basically, all all the old people were like second or third generation, and that they possibly carried some of the antibodies, you know, with them. Like the disease had happened like 60 years before, but you know, just really no records of it.
Yeah. No, but you're right. This would have happened all throughout history. We haven't got any natural predators that kill us really, apart from disease in ourselves.
And if he
We're
sinks
the only
his next
things that
putt,
keep
it's gonna go
ourselves
dormy.
under control, that and disease.
Yeah.
So, in other words, it's natural. It must be.
If he sinks this, he's got par.
It does worry me, this China though,
And
the
to
virus,
have
because
the hole.
it's like it's been designed to attack the older people. Because they had it in the lab, didn't they? And they were doing stuff to it.
Oh, you damn right.
And after that one, your opponent
But
is
think about how many world leaders are in the danger age range if they were to get it.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
the Prime Minister got it of England. If he died, that would have been a big fucking deal, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's.
If they can manipulate genes and they can grow things in plastic bags, then think about what else they can do. They're cloning people over there as well, aren't they? Because they don't have the same ethics as we do.
Oh, yeah. You don't never hear nothing about it.
Yeah.
Very little. I mean,
Let's
you
give her a
gotta.
smash here.
Well, it's stem cells. They want the stem cells to live longer, essentially.
Well, I mean, fuck, those fuckers was cloning sheep in like '94. You know. I mean, I think they've had plenty of time to. They've made some.
Yeah, Daisy, wasn't it? Daisy the sheep. Didn't live very long. It
So
lived
far,
half
so
of
good for this one.
what it should have, I think.
Well, I mean, Hatchet, that's what I was saying before. I was telling Green the other day, we was talking about it. You know, on kind of mutually assured destruction, I mean, you can't fight a war with what you know is conventional anymore. Things, you know, the game's changed.
Yeah.
You gotta fucking, it's satellites and disease. Technology is how you win a war now.
Yeah, they're tracking you.
Yeah, I mean,
All they need is your number and permission, or even if that, and they can know where you are.
You got an app for that.
Completely. Yeah.
Sweet.
well, that's what I'm talking about. The tech companies get it, and then all they gotta do is sell it to the highest bidder, and that's
Yeah.
what they do. They've been doing it. And everybody wants the damn app so bad, they don't give a fuck.
They don't read that crap.
Nah.
this whole China thing's kind of exposed the information warfare that's been going on behind closed doors, isn't it?
Yeah, because that's the value
I'd say
now. It's
about
not
120 yards
a
or
shit
so
ton
to
of
the pin from
bodies
here.
and a shit ton of manufacturing. It's information. I
Yeah,
mean, look.
your information's worth more than you.
Yeah. I mean, look at Twitter. What does it produce? And it's worth how much money? It produces information. You know, same with Facebook. What the fuck does it do? Nothing. It makes nothing.
Oh no, their business plan, Facebook, was advertising. That is their whole purpose. That's what he said anyway. Apparently, there was a suggestion by the government.
Nice.
I don't know if it was in America or in the UK. I'm guessing it was an American, but have a card, and they wanted information on everyone basically, and nobody wanted this to happen. And there's a theory going around that the government or New World Order, Soros, all these lot, have manipulated us into willingly putting every single bit of
All right, we got
information
22
on a
footer.
website
Let's see if we can do this.
without even being asked. And all they need to do now is type our name in, and they've got everything there. So they've got us all.
Yeah. And if he sinks this next
All right,
putt, he
hatchet.
takes the match.
That's the thing. You talk about a soul or consciousness.
What is the soul? That
And
I
here
don't
he
think we
goes,
should
5
even
feet to the
talk
cup.
about it.
Hey, this
I'd
one
say
could
yes.
have the hole. Nicely
Because
done.
we'd have to be
All right.
soulless to look at it. To be soulless, you know what I mean? To kill it like
And
it's nothing.
congratulations to our winner. Sitting at 2 up at the end of this competition. Good job.
It's the intelligence
All right,
in
thank you very
something's
much for the
eyes as
round, my
well,
friend.
isn't it?
It's a good time.
It's fucked up. I mean, it's coming. Rich people are already probably designing babies, the richest of the rich.
I know, though, they are. That's been going on for a long time. That you can choose if your baby has blue eyes, brown eyes, what colour hair it's got.
Alright, Doc, I'm getting off here
All right, man.
before I throw up.
Catch you in a bit, mate.
Talk to y'all later.
Yeah, take it easy.
Did I just hear a tent zip?
That's what it sounded like, didn't it?
Yeah, 'cause
One
I
hell of a
things zip mine
fart.
up and down.
It's my leather couch. Fuck you guys.
Right, let's do this, Doc.
All right. You want to set it up?
I think you have to, didn't you? No, okay.
Yeah, you have to see if it says you're the leader or not. Okay, I am.
In-game leader. That game I downloaded, that we can play the story mode together. It's also got, and it's got like kart racing, multiplayer kart racing, drone racing. What else is there? Off-road like motocross racing as well. It's basically GTA, but just different.
Shit. It's hard to tell, Hatchet. They're way ahead too. But, you know, Russia and China, they're ahead for a reason. That's because, you know, well, you know why.
No, you're right. It's biowarfare. It is biowarfare. I mean, they're going to keep it. All countries have got viruses stored. Precaution. It's like nukes. They say it's to study it so that if it comes back again, this is the whole thing with the China thing. They're saying they were studying it if it comes back that they could deal with it. No, they genetically changed it. Because they did the same to mosquitoes, didn't they? They genetically changed the mosquitoes so that they couldn't breed.
Yeah.
There's another theory going there about that. Who owns Microsoft? What's his name?
Bill Gates.
Yeah, Bill Gates.
Hello
Apparently,
and welcome
well, it's
to the
well
Golf Club.
documented that he
My
was
name's
trying
Joe.
to
And today we
keep
find
the he
ourselves
thinks
in
that keeping the
Memphis,
population
Tennessee
down in
at
Africa
TGC Southwind
is the
with a
key to
beautiful
stopping
par 4
the
ahead of
poverty,
us. Let's start with that and see what
and that
happens.
he's coming up with an injection to make him not so fertile. And that's the reason why people are so paranoid about taking his anything coming from him injection wise.
Oh, yeah, they're coming up with all kinds of. Yeah, Zika was one of them. That's one mosquitoes was. Well, I mean, shit, you know. You know, viruses can mutate on their own naturally,
Yeah,
and
no,
all
it's a natural thing.
yeah, but all it's took is them studying it. I mean, it's just how they come up with LSD. You know, that was mold on barley back in the day, and they just basically figured out a way to synthesize the shit, and then there you
Yeah.
go. I mean, same thing with the virus.
Well, it's like we said before, it's a SARS virus, like COVID-2, or COVID virus. So it's been here before. It is a mutation, but it's also the same as a cold virus. So basically, this virus could either you could either get it every month or so, like a cold, or it could be like the flu, and you get it every now and then. Like with the cold, do you know the reason why they can't? The reason why they can't cure it is because it changes all the time. So they've got a load of scientists sitting there, and what they do is they predict how it's going to change. Like the same with the flu. So that's where the jab comes in, the flu jab. They predict what they think it's going to do, what it's going to mutate into, and then they give you a jab in advance. So they don't know what the fuck they're doing anyway.
Well, yeah, there's type A and B or whatever I think it is. But you know, how many times have you had the flu? You know what I mean?
Me, probably, I don't know, 5 times maybe, I think. But it's man flu, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the only kind I've had, other than once or twice. A and B.
But when I get ill, I get super ill, so I reckon I do get flu. A cold, I just keep on going.
I mean, yeah, that's another thing. I mean, I don't know enough about it, but you know, I mean, how many times can you actually get the fucking flu or a
Well,
common
how do you
cold?
even know you've got the flu? Because they don't test you for it. You go into the doctor and they tick a couple of boxes and they go, right, yeah, it's either a viral infection or it's the flu.
Or you're hungover as shit.
Yeah. So you're torn between thinking it's a flu or a cold, and then you just crack on with it, don't you? It only makes a difference when you're older. Because it turned into pneumonia, then double pneumonia, and then you're fucking gone.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying the common cold happened. Hell, I mean, like I say, I mean, maybe I've just been fortunate. It seemed like I got everything you could get there in about a few years when I was younger.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it was done. I mean, well,
I think that.
Go ahead.
No, I think that I might have had it through a couple of times. Like when you're laying in your bed and you're fucking moaning like a bitch.
Yeah.
I guess that's. You're like you're gonna die. Or your legs and that fucking hurt. Can't touch your skin. But that could be that could be any virus really. A random virus will make you feel like that.
Oh yeah. Well, hell, I've probably said it before. The problem is, and doctors have known this for years, it's like I say, there's parents out there that every time their kid fucking sniffles, they want to take them to the doctor and get antibiotics for them. And that's wrecking generations of immune systems.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they're inflated. And I agree with what you just said, Hatchet. If you got the fucking flu, you fucking know it. I remember I got pneumonia one time. I fucking knew it. You know, I knew it wasn't... Well, I didn't know... I fought it. I tried to fight it. But it was pretty much... Go to the hospital or you're dying. So I woke up in the hospital.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I basically had a lung infection. And it got to the point where I was breathing in and obviously I wasn't getting enough oxygen. I remember standing up and just falling, smashing my head on the corner of the table. But they had me on all sorts. I was on the IV drip. This yellow stuff they were putting in me. And for dickheads. But that's the only time I've ever had anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe COVID-19 is a thing, but...
Like everything else.
Yeah, I mean...
It's related to the cold virus. It's the same, I don't know, genus, I guess we could call it.
Well, yeah, I mean, coronavirus is all that damn... I mean, it all is... it's an umbrella of all kinds of just...
I definitely need to get my eye in.
Need to get what?
Get my eye in, I'm not playing very well.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I don't feel so bad now.
Yeah, I just fucking it up, too.
I forget things easily, which is a problem. But once I get something down, I do it fucking to the best of my ability.
Well, I guess the common flu wasn't treated this way because it's been around for like 500 years.
Yeah, no, he's right, because there's always been a reason to know these tracing apps and stuff like that. That's just another reason to get information on people. But there's always been a reason to have something like that, to track and trace people for disease.
Oh, yeah.
And there's lower numbers than the flu, so why do it now? It's just questions, isn't it? It makes you think. But that's why I brought up that thing about the ID and that they wanted everyone to be on a system. It's
Oh,
just,
yeah.
It keeps coming back around. They want to catalogue you, like give you an ear tag, like cattle.
Well, that's the thing is they're just slowly, walking everybody into it. I mean, give it a generation or two, everybody will be. I mean, hell, I'm somebody I didn't really get into any kind of social media the probably past year or two. You know what I mean? So I mean, they're tracking and tracing. You know, like I say, information is power.
No, you are right. I mean, because if you just look at China, they've got. I wouldn't say they studied it, but it's just it's interesting that they've got cameras in classrooms studying kids whether or not they are paying attention. So the teacher will know if they're not paying attention.
Oh yeah.
And they get in trouble. And they're studying everything the kid does, absolutely everything. It's just scary. I don't like it actually.
That's why I say China knows a lot more. Well, you know than we do, but Russia's the same way. But you know that's because we got a sense of freedom that those places don't. Kinda, not as much anymore. You know, like I say with. Like I say, it's just the problem is everybody's been slowly weaned into it, where
You don't even realise what's happening.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
frog in water thing, isn't it?
yeah.
Boiling water.
And I mean, think about it, people are flocking. You know, like a new iPhone comes out. You know, people are running down there to put their face on it, and you know the whole 9 yards and shit.
I've recently gone a year without a phone, and then before that, I didn't have a phone because it was like mine and her phone. So she had it all the time. I didn't need it, but I still find myself when I'm outside not knowing what to do with myself, and I can feel the programming.
Oh yeah. Nah, shit. People can't. I'm lucky. I remember, like I say, pretty much work forced the phone on me. I didn't have one. I still used a goddamn landline for the longest time, and then payphones
Yeah, I've got
disappeared.
landline. I mainly got a phone because it was costing me sometimes £40, because I didn't have it. Like just ringing on landline.
Yep.
I'm sick of it.
That's what
Pay
I'm
half
saying.
as
Though
much.
they make it where they make it make sense in your head. Well, I gotta have one because it's the cheapest way. You know, not you. I'm talking about people in general. You know,
No, you're right.
make it too
£10
convenient. Hell,
you can get a phone.
yeah, hell, the government gives them away over here.
What, to get a job?
No, they'll give them if you're just like on. You know, you're just somebody. I've seen them
That
all over the
struggle
place.
to buy a phone.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be like a stand somewhere. Get your free government phone. You get this many texts and this many messages. Bullshit.
Yeah, it'll be a government-run scheme, so they'll be out door knocking pretty much. The more money they spend one year, the more money they can demand the next and say this is what they need. Same all over. Like by April, if like say it was a government-funded scheme like in this country, if they don't spend all their money by April, they will get less the next year.
Yeah.
So they just start giving it out randomly, like as much as they can, and then they can demand more.
Use it or lose it.
Kind of.
Nah, I ain't seen a payphone in a while.
There's payphones here, but the only people that use them are People ordering drugs.
I mean, that's what I used them for. I remember one time I went to one of the payphones I used to call from, and the motherfucker was gone. The whole thing just ripped out. There wasn't nothing but the base left sitting there. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, I will get to the green eventually. Oh yeah, that's where I'm going wrong. England's got the best payphones, man. They're world famous, aren't they? There's people in America that buy them for thousands.
All the booths.
Over here, yeah, over here they're just fucking pissed in and have like little advertisements for prostitutes. About it. But I think the American ones are pretty cool as well.
Yeah, Doug. Yeah, fucking, yeah, the airport's the only place I can think of. You might see one.
Have you seen that renovation program? I can't remember what it's called, but he lives in the desert, like Las Vegas. He does up like old machinery, like fag machine and stuff like that. So they're rusty as, and they fucking sandblast them, take them apart, and repaint them. They look brand new.
Oh, yeah, yeah. What is his name? Rick something or the other.
Yeah. That's the one.
Yeah, I remember them old cigarette machines. I used to have them in the Waffle House and shit. And hell, out there right beside the damn... you know, the little toy machines and shit. And soda machines. Stores.
Well, just maxed out, I think.
I don't know. I guess I'm glad I was born when I am.
I don't know. I think that I wouldn't have mind being born in America in the 1940s and 50s, just after the war, when people still had that fighting spirit and they looked after each other, didn't they?
Oh, right after the war in America, that war was, it was a beautiful time. I mean, I didn't live through it, obviously, but I've watched about everything I could watch post, you know. There was a sense of hope and...
Yeah. I understand that in the movies and stuff it was Hollywoodized, as I call it, as I say. But it was the fact that everyone knew what they were doing. There was no, like, okay, what do I do with my life? You knew what you were doing. Before you were even born, your parents had a plan for you.
Oh, yeah.
What was it? 90-something% of people were married with children. And now fucking it's the opposite. That they've got children and they're not married to single parents and get divorced.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing. I've said that a lot about World War II. I mean, once you do something like that, this is what I've often thought myself personally. Once you've been in that shit and you come out the other side of it, number one, there's nothing you're ever going to do again that's going to be as big of a rush. You know what I mean?
No, you're right.
Leaving...
What goes up must come down.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do that's going to top that, so you just pretty much are good after that, because it's like, You know, going and shooting up heroin, that don't mean nothing. I was just fought in the shit in World War II, you know. Cheating on your old
Yeah.
lady, you know what I mean? Killing a person. I mean, there's nothing you could ever do to top the shit you went through going through that kind of war. You know, especially if you were something like a fighter pilot or some shit. Hell, either way, or you're in the trenches. I mean, you come out of that shit alive, you're like, well, that's as crazy as it's going to get, you know.
Yeah,
So
no,
I'll
you're
just
right.
settle
But
down.
even there, but that's what I'm trying to talk about. That you probably heard about. It's like a fable or whatever. Like on Christmas, the Nazis and I don't know if it was Americans and Englishmen. I think it was just the English. They had a game of football in no man's land. Like they were fighting, killing each other, sniping each other, and then they had a game of football in the snow.
Oh, I don't
It's
doubt it.
fucking
I mean, I can believe that.
honor
Yeah.
and say, I want to know who the fuck brought the football. Who thought, okay, yeah, I know what I'm going to need to keep me alive. And of course, an Englishman brought a fucking football, didn't he?
Yeah.
Essential.
Well, I mean, people thought, you know, people don't. It goes back to what we was talking about the other day about when the war was over, taking those scientists. I mean, back then, people in that war, I mean, there was a lot of guys on both sides of the war that didn't think about the political part of it. They're like, you know, we're in a competition, basically.
Yeah.
You know, they weren't like,
Go on.
you know, they weren't there to decide why they were there. They were there to do a job, and like I say, I was telling you that the other night. That's what's lost with, you know, people
Yeah,
nowadays.
yeah. Go on. Right, even
Shit, hatchet.
no, but Hatchet, England is also. I was talking to Doc about this. It's I see American history as an extension, as a leap forward from because England stagnated once we started giving up what we had fought for and obviously conquered and done horrible things to get. Everything changed. There's no pride here anymore like that. But our history is America's history, so should be. I'm proud of it, of America and what they've accomplished. That's why I want to move there. At the end of the day, if you look at any civilization, how they've succeeded, it's no America's no different, England's no different.
No, at all.
That's why I don't. Everything that we've done that's horrible, I'm proud of that as well because it's something. That's how you move forward as a culture. You learn from them fucking idiots.
Yeah, that's the progression.
But now you're not even allowed to talk about it, so that makes it so that history repeats itself. Which is what happened throughout history. It was literally book burnings. And everything they'd learned from their mistakes, and then that civilization would fall because they wouldn't have that knowledge. And now it's virtual book burning. You're not allowed to say what isn't right, and you get channel shut down and so on.
Oh yeah. I mean, think about when the last time is you've looked up something about the 40s from a book from the late 40s. You got it all off the internet, right?
Exactly. Well, not so much me.
I mean, you know, the majority of people in general, you know.
I don't read books, but I've got that appreciation still. Books to me were back in the day were held almost on a pedestal. Do you know what I mean? If you were to read books, it would make you a better person almost. Knowledge is power and so on. Now it's the opposite. If it's called wrong think, isn't it? If you're thinking the wrong thing, then you're a bad person. Hurting words. Yeah, we did rule the world. This tiny little, what, 800-mile-an-hour long island just fucking savaged the world. But you've got that, dude. It wasn't just us. We used everyone around us as well. We had Indians that were fighting for us, Africans, the Irish. For fuck's sake, the Irish were in everything, doing everything, in everything throughout history, really, building everything. Built America. I'm half Irish as well. Half Irish, half Scottish. The reason why I want to move to America is because here you can't escape at all from it. Ireland's beautiful. Boring as fuck, but beautiful. Always raining. I don't like drinking though, so that's the reason why it's boring. Fishing's awesome there. Going to explore some of the natural landscapes there is amazing. What's that place on the coast called? It's just got the fucking geometric shaped rocks.
I ain't sure. Right off the top of my head.
It's famous. It's almost magical island. All my family are over there. There's literally, I think I've got 2 cousins that live in the UK. All the rest, everyone's over in Ireland. Did it about 15, 20 years ago. You'd think I'd like to drink, seeing as I'm half Irish and half Scottish. Ireland are powerful in their own right. You think about it, they're even smaller than England. I thought it was funny. You think about it, because Ireland basically made us give up the fight, didn't they? Northern Ireland. No, you are right. That's exactly why I'm coming to the States. Well, I'm hoping to build a family. That's exactly the reason why I don't like it over here. You kids have got a very limited choice to succeed. Tiny little island, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still pretty good over here. Yeah, I guess it's as good as it gets.
Well, essentially, yeah. I mean, I've told you the way I feel about. I grew up and I thought being English is about being honourable, having pride, and taking it as it comes, not minding about anything but the weather. But that's just not it.
Yeah.
Well, Hatchet, we're not even allowed to put the flag outside our house because we get done by the council. Because it offends people that aren't from here. We're not allowed to, there's not any Christmas decorations allowed to be put in public. No trees or anything like that because they tried burning them down. Don't get me to start, I don't know if you were listening when I was talking about the systematic rape of 20,000 girls in one area of Britain over the space of 10 years. Of young girls. It's not safe, I don't think, to have a kid here.
Yeah.
It's not a good business. It's not a good business decision. Like if you were to look at it like that, statistics-wise, I need to have a family somewhere else. That's the best thing I can do for my family. Because, like I said, my plan was originally to go in the army and send them off to private school. And then they'd come out well-rounded because I'm common as fuck and they'd be around people that are posh as fuck, twats, basically. But it'd give them the connections that they need to succeed in life. And in America, you can earn them connections and work your way up. In England, it's who you know. Like, too much of who you know.
No, that's true. I was listening to a dude that come over here, and he was talking about when he was looking for certain types of jobs in England. You know, he'd walk into a place and be like, "Yeah, I want to talk to so and so, this and that." And he said, you know, the damn secretary and shit would act like they're the damn guardian of the place, and like you know, he said, after I come to America, I go, hey, I'd like to talk to so-and-so. And they're like, sure, here's his number, or here you go, come on in. You know, there wasn't none of that.
It's because of, they're on a power trip because they've been given the power by the government because of terrorism. Because you're not even allowed to go in there with a bottle of water. Because people got in there and firebombed places and so on. Everything's locked down here. If you go to London train stations and that now, there's armed police there with dogs. Shit. I got out of London. I was working in London as an exterminator when the bombs went off. I wasn't on a bus or anything like that, and it wasn't on my route or anything like that. But the train was. Right, I used to take the train from one station to the next and go, because we walked around London as exterminators. There was no point driving in there. But I left. I know it's bad, but there was this dude, he got on the bus, and he was about, I'd say about 45, he was, I don't know, maybe Afghani or something, I'm not sure. But he got on with a wicker basket with a cloth over the top of it, and I was like, it's like something out of a fucking cartoon. It's not something you see ever, is it? Anyway, I was staring at him, and this dude, and his eyeballs were poking out of his head, like, and he was sweating. And I found myself moving away from him and trying to figure out if this is the case, and this is the moment that there's going to be another bombing, where do I need to position myself? And I went, I'm not living like this, Tim. It scared the shit out of me. And nowadays that would be called, I'd probably get in trouble for assuming someone's going to do something like that. But see, the thing is, he got off the next stop. He got on one stop and got off the next stop. With a fucking wicker basket. Scared the shit out of me. Because that's what made me realise that warfare's changed now. Because it could be a neighbour. And it is your neighbour in the UK. Because like I said, they are tracing 20,000 known ISIS terrorists or terrorist sympathisers. So that includes like wives of fighters that are over there fighting now. So kind of thing. And children of fighters.
Yeah, and that's another thing, talking about the technology and what you sign up for. It's kind of one of them things, like as an American, it's like, all right, are you worried about me buying weed, or are you worried about a terrorist plot? As long as you keep it to that most extreme thing.
No, you are right.
But
the perception that you need.
When that kind of power, it's easy for people to take advantage of it. Well, hell, if you've ever listened to the shit Edward Snowden said, Well, Hatchet was talking about the X-Files earlier. I remember.
Oh, I remember that.
Them two were FBI agents. He'd go to talk to a stoner, and they'd freak out, and he's like, "I shit about weed. That's below my pay grade." Kind of attitude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as long as they stick with it, what do you? I mean,
it's compartment. I can't say the word compartmentalization.
Yeah.
That's how you get away with it, because what information doesn't spread between departments. Honestly, it's the reason for everything. The problems in every government office. How are you meant to investigate if nobody knows nothing? If people are left just wondering and conspiracy theories.
Well, I guess it's a double-edged sword, if too many people know.
Exactly. Yeah, I seen a comedian, Hatchet, he made a good point about the family jewels. So England not only will rob you, we will put it in a display case and say, come and have a look at it. But stand behind that fucking bit of rope, don't touch it. So, no, they won't, they'll probably rub it in your face. I'm only joking, they won't, not nowadays. That's honestly the problem. No, it is happening in the States. There's people moving from the UK to Poland because of this problem, because it's the one place that it isn't happening. Don't get me started on the slavery thing. It's pointless even talking about every civilization that has succeeded is because of slavery, and the biggest slave traders and masters are African people. The Egyptians were African. They were just like, you've got different kinds of African tribes. Essentially, some of them are skinny and some of them are really big built, beefy. And they're the ones that were the Egyptians. And then an invading force of African people come in and fucking batter the shit out of them. But they were the ones that had the Jews as slaves, weren't they?
Yeah. Yep.
History's built on it. So that's why I don't ever regret anything, because now we've learned, haven't we? Now it's just a 9 to 5 slavery, working behind a desk.
That's exactly right.
Fuck all. They've just replaced it with that. That's all. They've just made it so that so that they can still get what they want, and we're happy with the slavery.
Yep, the wool's over our eyes.
Then they tax you.
Yeah, we was talking about the other day. I mean, like I say, back in. I mean, what are you working for now? Roof over your head, food in your belly? You got a shitty boss? Of course you do.
Well, like I said, I have every single penny spent out for the next year. I know how much I'm going to have, what I'm going to have, when I'm going to have it. I've got £100 to last me and the dogs for the month, so they get their section of it. They get, and that's living hand to mouth. It's called existing, not living.
Yeah.
I hate it, and I'm working towards it, getting out of it. But that's I find the American way of life is that mentality, is work your way out of that fucking situation. In the UK, not so much.
Well, that goes back to that guy I was talking about who moved over here. Like you said, even if you were good, like you were saying, you got to know somebody, you know.
Yeah. And like you could, it's in America, it's the same. And because I see, like the way I see things, there's a delay of about 5 years between our two cultures, or I suppose the same cultures, our two countries. That could be the clothing line, it could be music, but it also works the other way around as well. America takes some stuff from us and is a bit delayed. But it's condensed here because we're so small. The who you know part of it is a piss take. Plus at the moment you apply for a job and there's like 200 people applying for the job because the government's made it so that you have to apply for a certain amount of jobs during that month, otherwise you don't get paid. So people are just spamming any job and any job they can, and you don't even get a look in.
Oh yeah.
And because and they don't reply to you back either with saying no, you didn't get in. They say if we don't reply to you, it's because we've had loads of applications. And you can take that as a negative. So it's just soul destroying for someone who's actually trying to get a job. And then you're left with what I was doing, and standing on my feet for 12 hours a day, doing exactly the same movement with my hand all day. Well, no, it wasn't. It was at fucking night. Well, I used to finish at about 11.
Nah, you're right, Hatchet. Yeah, there's jobs here. Like I say, you may not start with the best one, but even right now, they're hiring everywhere. Or here they are.
Well, when I was working in that plant, they had you sectioned. I was working there. It was over the Christmas period. And the people they had working there at Christmas were not allowed to interact with their main employees on the other side. You weren't, I don't know, you just weren't the same level. Listen, you weren't allowed to migrate over there. You wouldn't be able to go and get a better job. You were there to do that and that was it. Well,
keep you segregated.
Yeah, exactly. Even the people that were on the forklifts were segregated as well. I mean, they usually are. They're sticking around in there. Yeah, the only problem is, Hatchet, they limited your hours, so they didn't have to pay so much tax on their end, and you actually didn't have to pay as much tax on your end. But it also meant that you couldn't come off benefits, so they kept you there. It was all about the bottom end for them. Because I worked in a factory, that is all it's about in a factory. They've taken it from the Japanese, the production line. So you get a certain amount of time to do your job before it moves on. Anyway, I got out there because of the living situation.
Nah, you just have to wait. I'm pouring a drink here. But that thirst.
I honestly actually prefer labour, even if it means taking a little bit less money. I prefer to be sweating, bleeding on the knuckles and so on, than sitting there and on an assembly line. It broke me. It turned me in. It broke me. It turned me into a fucking robot. I was building robots and turning into one. Over here, it's hard to get a trade because again, there's so many people doing it. There is certain trades that you can always get a job at if you're well advertised, I guess. Like plumber. But stuff like bricklayers or plasterer or paint and decorator or anything like that, it's good money if you can get to work. But there's always someone that'll take less money.
That didn't look like it was on target.
That's what I did. Most of my childhood is work on the roof. Loft conversions, extensions, digging footings. Loved it. And hated it, of course, because it was fucking hard. But on the roof when it's blazing hot. Pulling off fucking tiles and carrying them down. Lifting up fucking stills and putting them, or what do you call them? Crossbeam. Above our heads.
Yeah, Hatchet's right. Hell, you can't get people to work.
I've heard that, but because obviously that's the issue with the immigration, the whole argument, isn't it? That people don't want to do the bad jobs. But it's only a bad job if you stay in that position, isn't it? You use your money to make money and you get the fuck out of there. Exactly, actually, that's why I'm heading there. I'm going to make a bit of money here and make it so that I can, I don't know, secure myself over there. Well, it is, I know that I've made it. If I choose to leave here and go over there, I know that I've already made it in my life. I won't go to America unless I've made it already. Because I think that's be a very stupid fucking thing to do. Could be the best thing I ever did, but I'm not taking that risk. My fuck.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shit to do.
Florida doesn't need another fucking homeless person.
Yeah, most of the homeless people are right over there in California, it seems like.
Yeah, it's anywhere that's run by Democrats, isn't it? Really. Because, I mean, there's even places that you can go and take your drugs and that, isn't there?
Oh, I'd say.
No, yeah, isn't there hotels or something?
Well, no, I think they do, like, they give you free needles and shit.
Yeah.
So you're not, each other ain't getting hepatitis and shit, but.
No, I think it was in California that they've moved, they've outside a hotel. It was opposite a hotel, and they've got this place where it's safe for people to take their drugs. And all the residents are bitching because obviously what they're seeing is people going in there and then falling out.
That wouldn't surprise me. Not surprise me a bit.
See, the thing is, actually, I've got kids already, and this is part of my plan. Not that I get to see them anyway. It doesn't mean I'm not planning for them. Because I was like, I said to Doc, I was a little shit. Didn't listen to no one or nothing when I was younger. So if they're anything like me, if genetics plays any part in it, then they're going to get kicked out of their house. And they're becoming to me. They're becoming to me, and I have to be ready for that.
Yeah, Hatchet though is 100% right about over here. You may not get the exact job you want, but you can get it. There's a job for you.
Yeah, that's all I want. Like I said, over it's set up so you're set up to fail. It doesn't help that. Well, like I said, I still haven't gone in for my benefits. I can still get full benefits, get a card, and I still haven't done it. I still haven't done it. Mostly because I'm fucking lazy, I think. But it's a pride thing. I guess I don't want to admit that it's a pride thing because it's stupid. It's not getting support that you need. But it's a man thing as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be a pride thing because I know over here, you know, when they started this $600 a week unemployment shit,
Oh yeah.
there's a lot of people
Like,
who could just quit, and the system was so overwhelmed that all you had to do was go there and say, "Yeah, I lost it due to COVID," and they weren't even going to check. And I mean, a lot of people didn't do that. I mean, because if everybody had done what they could have done, you know, this place would have been all to hell.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you know, $600 a week when you ain't got to drive nowhere, that means you ain't got no expenses. I mean, hell.
I know it was insane. Insane. Give someone a drug, basically. That's what it is. Because it's weekly as well. £600 a week.
Yeah.
Someone's used to getting paid monthly, and they're getting. But it's good in a way that it was able to be done. But at the same time, you're setting people up to fail. Because when you take it away, you're not going to be happy about it.
Well, see, the way it was before the COVID thing, well, I guess it varies state to state, maybe. I don't know before that how it worked. But usually, you could draw some money, but you're always going to make more money going to work. Even if you did have to drive, you know?
No, here, it was years ago. I mean, I could obviously find a job that would pay a bit better, but it would pay. I don't even know where I'd start. I'd have to go into training and stuff, and then pay for that training. Somehow save about 1,500 quid or £2,500 on benefits to get the training.
Yeah.
See, I believe if I had a van, then anyone who has a van that can't make money is lazy, especially over here. Even if it's just clearing rubbish out of people's gardens. There's scrap people that scrap as well, that go around in the mornings. and check to see if people put any metal out. And some of them make 200 quid a day. I wouldn't do that 250. That's to avoid a tax man trade there.
I don't know. I think working's good for your mental health.
No, yeah, that's what we were saying the other day, that I feel idle and I'm sulking. I guess, like, if I was to analyse what I'm doing, because when the van broke, I just fucking didn't move for days. Damn it. And he won't sell it either. Like, it cost all in £3 grand, £2 grand for the van, £1 grand for the equipment. So he's trying to sell it for 2 with all the equipment in it. But the van is the wiring truck. Needs a new wiring. Well, that's what they'd say anyway. But someone else could splice it, just cut it off and then rewire it, and it'd cost them, I don't know, about 150 quid in time and effort. But he won't sell it for 1,500 quid. Because you don't need the money.
Well, now, actually, I don't know exactly how it works, but I heard that old Trump cut it down to $400, but I don't even know if that was, you know, how that's going to turn out. But
1,200 a week. Fucking hell, I was earning, that would be about 800 quid. Yeah, so yeah, I was earning exactly that amount when I was working on the railway. But at the time, I was 15 stone of British shit house, and that job killed me. Another 12-hour shift, but then it's another situation where your job that you're doing isn't going to end, because the track doesn't end. It's a constant thing. So you'll be doing the same thing in a shift. So you'll be cutting the rail. You use one of these big fucking petrol saws that weighs probably 25 kilos, and you're moving it backwards and forwards for fucking cutting the rails. But there was this old men, 40, 50 years old, running fucking circles around me, and I thought I was fit. Like 40, 50-year-old men, bellies, everything.
oh yeah, that's.
But yeah, I had to give that. I couldn't go to that job. I told you that yesterday, didn't I, Doc? The other day.
Yeah.
It just wasn't a job I could do. Not in this situation. Plus, like I said, I've gone so long without doing it. I didn't feel safe to go on there, because I had to know the exact measurements between rails, and the consequences could be really bad if I was to do something wrong. It was kind of interesting though, when you're holding on in a tunnel, in a little recess to a metal bar, and there's a train going past you at 120 mile an hour. It's trying to suck you in. And you're like not even 2 foot away from the fucking thing. But like what we do is we put explosives up at the track down, so that if and we've also got lights and stuff to signal, but if them lights fail and the train comes on, they hit these little rail explosives. They're like caps, like boom, 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 at different distances, so that you can get your shit off the fucking track. Because if the train hits your I don't know, spade or shovel or fucking pickaxe, it just decapitate you. And fly away to decapitate someone. I've heard so many horror stories on the railway. People using the pickaxe and hitting the fucking live wire underneath.
Oh yeah. Now, Hatchet, I will tell you one thing about. I do feel bad because, like I say, over the years I've dated some waitresses, and I do feel bad for those kind of people that, because I wouldn't do their job. I mean, some of them make really good money. Hell, I wouldn't do their job for $1,000 a day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't be president. Would I fuck? I just wouldn't.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, Hatchet's talking about COVID-19 money.
Alright, I didn't see it read it. Don't get none. What, were you still working when all this pandemic was happening? Apparently you're going to be paying this off for the next, 150 years or something, isn't it? Generations.
No, I don't make $1,200 a week. I was talking about that with a woman another day. Yeah, we'll be paying for this.
1,200 a week would be nice, wouldn't it? Although technically, I do make that with what I'm doing, and some.
Well, I don't make shit. I'm poor as a motherfucker, but I'm working for it.
I haven't got anything. Well, you know my situation, right? I ain't got nothing. But what I have got, I suffered to get it. Might not have worked, but I starved myself, which is arguably just as difficult.
Oh yeah.
But now I don't need to do that. Like I said, I went without for a long time, lost a lot of weight. But I got my growing light, I got my tent, I got my seeds, I got the feed, and straight away it paid for itself. And some that again, it was worth it.
Shit. New water.
Oh, bollocks. Why does it put me there?
Yeah, Hatchet, I'm like you. I ain't, other than the hassle of all the rules, I'm kind of like you. I've probably been working more. I've actually been working probably more hours than I did before it.
Right, that's it. Taking the piss out of me.
Oh, that was looking good.
There we go. I chose it and I got it straight on the green. Chose
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, what they give you ain't worth a shit half the time.
But this whole time, that's what I've been doing, you know, up until the last time we were playing, like halfway through. I still haven't done a practice shot yet.
Fuck. Hit that too
I
hard.
do practice shots, I guess, if I was doing a competition, inline competition.
Yeah, I'm just going for that one good shot.
See, that's the thing, actually. The reason why I'm upset about the fact that all these things are happening to my country. I can't watch it happen, and I also can't let the consequences of it happening affect what of life I have got left. It's not going to change in my lifetime, so I'm off. It's just going to get worse.
Well, man, like you was talking about, there's some shit going on over there with the immigrants and over in New Zealand and shit. People don't.
Oh, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of people don't hear about that. I mean, you know, you hear about immigrants here, but they're talking about Mexicans on the news all the time. But they don't ever talk about what's going on over there.
See, in England, we're easy, and that's the reason why we're a target, because we will help anyone that actually genuinely needs help. But they're coming over with them. They've openly made statements. We will send them over, like with the asylum seekers, and they have, like, pretty much 3/4 of the bombers and stuff have come over from other countries. Then we just let in, give them benefits, give them a house.
I mean, of course, how do you vet them, really? You know.
No, this is what I mean. Right now, they're just they're not vetting them at all. It's the new world order, though, isn't it? They want multiculturalism is the word of the day, I guess you would say. And because culture, we were discussing what natural instinct is for a human.
Yeah.
People hardly ever ask that. Like, what is our natural instinct? Again, like when we see a group of people that we've never seen before, we're wary, and the only reason why we're wary is because we generalise what they're going to do. And now, if you generalise what someone's going to do, you're racist. But it's not that we're just wary; we're also curious as well.
Oh yeah.
Because they could have something that we want, and vice versa. And that's how we survived and got through millennia of our fucking evolution. Is meeting up with other groups of people. They either fought us, or they were for our friends. So we had to be wary. That is not going to go away. 20,000 years of having to fucking exist like that is not going to go away.
No, it's never going to go away. I mean, it goes back, you know, simple as, you know, touching a hot stove. I mean, once you've been burnt once, you don't never use the stove, and you don't hate the stove, but you pay attention to it.
Yeah. Well, it's just, how else are you meant to study a group of people unless you or assess the situation? Say, like, you've got a load of people coming towards you, and a group of people met in a desert. How are you meant to know what to expect unless you generalize when you look at them?
Yeah.
Like, you go, right, they all look the same, they're all dressed the same, they're all acting the same. I understand generalization can be bad, but it comes from, there's a reason why we have it.
Well, in a, you know, trivial sense it can be, but I mean, like I say, if you, like you just talked about walking up, if you've been traveling through the desert for 2 days, no water, no this, no that, and you run into another group of people, same position, you know, you can sit there and say, are they going to say, how do you do, and hook me up with some water, or are they going to try to take what I got because they're in a bind, you know? I mean, that's not generalizing. I mean, it is. It's just being intelligent and observing the situation, you know?
Yeah, but it's common sense, and common sense has gone out the window now. Hatchet, that's the reason why I love this country. I love London. Absolutely love it, but I can't stand it. I cannot stand being there. There's too many people, and like what you're saying about it being 1,000 years old, I love that aspect of it. That's the only thing you don't really have in America is the history. Like, what is it, 400 years or so now? 600 years. It's not very long at all, really. But I am one for architecture. Love it. Absolutely love it. Because of the effort, the time, and the heart, the soul that was put into buildings. Like some buildings, they knew that they were going to be dead before it was finished.
Yeah, and that's, yep.
And they did it anyway. Don't get that now.
No, you don't. No, that is so true about the older countries, you know.
No, but that's why I want to go down south as well, because it's I love the rusticness of it. I'm trying to escape. I grew up in London, and there's an estate where it's like a mile and a half from one end to the other, and you don't have to touch the ground. You can. All the flats are linked up. It's even over the roads and everything. There's paths over the road, and it's like being in a different fucking world.
Yeah, hell yeah. That would be awesome.
We call it concrete jungle, yeah? That's just outside of what you would have seen in the centre of London. Like, the centre of London is almost a fake place. Like, well, I mean, it's like, it's not its history anymore.
No, it's been covered up. It's underneath, ain't it? I mean, didn't they fill a lot of shit in?
Yeah. There's stuff there that's still beautifully old and everything like that. But what I mean is just like people, it's a 24-hour thing now. People were there doing business.
Yeah.
Like, it's always been like that. But what I mean is there's no soul to it anymore. Like, both sides of the roads are packed and you can't fucking move. Who even enjoy it? I showed around. It was my mate's family, and then a couple of other families after that. Showed them around London, all the different places, and it made me hate London. I hate being there because it was just hectic. Lost its identity, but the buildings are still there, living on. I'd love to backpack around anywhere. If backpack means being comfortable and enjoying myself. It doesn't have to be comfortable. I mean, I live in the desert. But my comfortable and someone else's is completely different, I think.
I mean, it's nice and there's history, but I wouldn't want to live there.
Europe's fucking crazy now as well. Right, do you know in Germany, is it Sweden? No, it's both, yeah. Germany and Sweden, that's why I got confused. Girls can't go out past a certain time.
Shit.
It's a rule now. Like, they can, but you get raped. And if not, you'll get abused in some way. And that's not even me just saying that. It's literally, it's worse than the UK, for the openness of it. There's places in France where the police don't go. It's complete, basically it's ISIS territory, do you know what I mean? They can't go in there because they just get bricks thrown off flats and stuff like that at them. Called no-go zones. And they tried setting, you were talking about that the other day, weren't you, Doc? They tried setting up no-go zones in the UK, so like, if there was a girl that was wearing a short skirt, she would get fucking mobbed. If you were drinking alcohol as a dude or whatever and you refused to give it up, they'd kick the shit out of you. They were policing it. They were policing the area and making Sharia law.
Yeah.
And the police didn't stop them or anything because then they get called racist, which is the reason why all these young girls were getting raped, because the police couldn't bring themselves to highlight the fact that it was like a jihad on the young children in our country because of the way it sounded.
And I think me and you brushed the subject a little bit the other day. I mean, people's going to have to get, you know, the old child saying, "Sticks and stones, blah blah blah." You get what I mean? You know,
Yeah.
who
Well,
gives a fuck if somebody calls you racist? Like I said the other day, it ain't illegal to be racist. I mean, if you were.
I didn't even know there was colour when I was younger until somebody pointed it out. I didn't realise, you know what I mean, until somebody pointed out the fact that they were getting treated different in school. I didn't even realise there was a difference between us. It was just normal, do you know what I mean?
No, you don't.
Especially
Especially,
great. And then all of a sudden you're racist, you didn't even know it. But there's a petition in the UK, like, okay, do you know the rape victims? That's just one little town in the UK, 20,000 in 10 years. And they were refusing to do a census on the rest of the UK because we were forcing them to give us the information, and they refused to. Because, like I said, they call it. They said it was bad for community cohesion. We can't tell you the identity of these people and their culture and the patterns, basically. The fact that they're all Pakistani Muslim men, all of them, and they're all brothers and sons, fathers and sons and cousins, and they all done it as a community sport almost. They'd bring a girl in, and they'd all have a go, and that's never been done ever. It's a new kind of jihad that they're doing. But yeah, 100,000 signatures. I was part of the petition to get the information released to the public, and they said no. I said, we're not telling you, because they know that this is just that's just the icing on the cake, the top of it. You know what I mean? They only scrape the surface.
Oh
but
yeah.
Now we've got another petition forcing them to do it. I'm not sure how they're going about it, but it's a different process. But think about that. They wouldn't tell the people in their own country that their children were getting raped and getting forced to be addicted to heroin because they didn't want to upset anyone.
Well, facts, are what they are. Doesn't give a shit. I don't give a shit if it hurts somebody's feelings. You know what I mean? Everybody's got to accept truths. I mean,
America, that's why it appeals to me, because right now in the UK, it's clown world. Everything's backwards. Oh, that's close.
It was.
Everything's backwards. Everything's backwards to the point where it's dangerous for your health. That's right. That's the way I look at it, anyway.
Yeah, like I say, people are going to have to get over it. Everybody who's in a position. See, that's another problem. And I ain't got the solution, but people who are in politics, they're trying to play a game. You know what I mean? Instead of doing a job. I mean, it's always been that way, but I think some of them are saying. I think some of them are doing and saying stuff they probably don't actually believe. I mean, I know they've always done that.
No, you are right. You can blatantly see it in their face. It's all an act.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to Scotland. My last lass was from Scotland. My last girlfriend. Crazy as fuck.
Both getting beat up by this damn course.
I'm on plus 33. But I half that score was from the fucking first couple of holes. Socialism will never work. Not while there's still patriots. But the problem is, they know that, so what they've done is, they put themselves in positions where they can manipulate your children. And also, like, court judges and stuff like that, they put themselves in positions where they can manipulate the system. They don't have to be the majority anymore. And that's the reason why this is all happening, because they've fucking secured their places. And Trump is systematically fucking removing them, all the Supreme Court judges and that, and they can't stand it because he's just undoing everything they've done. What is it? 8 years with the Democrats been in power, or is it 12? But he's undoing everything that was being done or trying. Was it Democrats been in power for longer? I don't know.
Well, that's another thing that's always worried me about. You know, when they talk about
Public
judges.
schools, yeah.
Yeah, politics shouldn't. You know, it just seems. I can understand how one might seem one way or the other, but I mean, both sides openly, you know, kind of.
No, it's completely changed. It's craziness. All of it's crazy. Absolutely stupid.
Well, Hatchet, I mean, I gotta tell you something, man. Even if you didn't like Trump,
Yeah.
you have to vote for him, because if you're going to vote, you're going to have to vote for him, because the other guy, I hate, you know, it's like they say, he's locked himself in a basement. He's keeping quiet. I mean, you know, if the sumbitch debates Trump, he's going to fucking rip him apart.
I can't wait for it.
Well, it's not going to happen. That's what I'm thinking. He's not going to show his face, because, see, here's the thing. Everybody's going to vote for Biden is going to vote for Biden. He ain't getting no swing voters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. They've been locked in ever since Trump followed through with the majority of his promises. And the only ones that he hasn't really followed through with is been, what's the word, pigeonholed or stopped by.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Democrats own the House, no, what's it called? The House. Yeah, they own the House, don't they? They're running the House. So it's basically one side against the other, and every time Trump tries to bring something up, they just fuck him over. I don't know how he's done as much as he has. That was a 32-foot putt.
That was beautiful. Well, no, that's the thing, man. Well, I've said it for a long time now. I said, you know, for years it didn't matter whether it was R or D running for the president. You were getting the same thing whether you want to believe that or not.
Yep.
Maybe not on the maybe not on the campaign trail, but after they were in for a minute.
Wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's exactly right. That's the reason why I never ever got into politics. And I honestly believe that it was Trump that kind of changed things for me a little bit. Because there was no one who I would have identified with, like even not at any level.
Oh yeah, that's
because like say the left and the right, none of them I could identify with, the ones that represented us. So I had nothing, no time for it. But as soon as Trump came along and basically gave him fucking what for, I was like, here's a dude that I can relate to, if nothing else, on his attitude about certain things.
Well, and he knows
never
how
had that about it. Yeah.
I mean, he knows how to play the game, and he never hit it. I mean, you know, a lot of people never paid no mind to him. I thought it was a joke. I didn't. Hell, I was talking about him running fucking 4 or 5 years before he did.
Yeah, no, because we didn't think it was a joke over here. See, I could be wrong, but the people over here, the ones that fight for their country, adore Trump. Will hold him on a pedestal like a god, just because of what he represents. Our fight over here, and it's the same in China, and there's other countries as well. I know in Israel. Where's the other country that the corona hit really bad?
Italy.
And they done a massive. Yeah, no, it's over in the east, Middle East. They done a massive American
Iran.
flag, and there was people walking on it and stuff like that, disrespecting it. And then once they got pissed off with their leaders, they were fucking hitting people and trying to stop and chanting Trump's name. In a good way. But so it's not what he says, but it's what he's doing, and it's obviously you hold someone on a pedestal, you use them to your advantage in that way, don't you? We love him over here. Well, I do anyway, just because we've got dickheads for leaders.
That just shows you how screwed up shit is, you know. People are even scared to say
exactly.
they like him. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, like we talked about, you know. I was going to say being a dick and, you know, ain't got a damn thing to do whether or not you can do the fucking job.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. I don't know how. Like I said, I didn't like him on principle. Nothing that he'd ever done, but it's just a simple fact that he was a millionaire. From some fucked up, messed up. I don't know. Everyone's the same, isn't it? If someone's a millionaire, you automatically like you're an arsehole.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was that stopped me liking him. But then I seen the stuff he went through, man. How that man isn't a fucking jittery wreck of a man, I don't know.
Well, that's what scares pussies. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. 3 years and half the country were coming at him, like people-wise, wasn't it? It's just over half. And then you got the media. Yeah, but there's people not even sending their kids to school now and doing the private thing. Because of that, they don't want their kids to... Because the curriculum's been completely changed. They have taken out parts that they would deem to be racist about your history and our history over here. So they won't teach a kid something about pride of their country because of their history, instead of telling them their history and then them deciding whether or not they should be proud of it. They're telling them, right, no, this is bad. Wrong think. Wrong.
Well, you know, not being the... That's one thing I hate, that everything has to be one side or the other. You know, it was like Huck Finn and all that shit growing up. There's shit that you learned when you growed up that made you not the way people nowadays say they don't want you to be, but they're trying to do away with that shit. And it makes absolutely no sense to me. It's like, you know, some of the shit I learned made me not hate other people, but now that's what they're teaching you to do, is hate other people just because, you know, not because they killed your dog or some shit like that, just because they think a certain way. And that is the most fucked up thing in the world. And I you know, it's just, it's absurd that I just can't believe how many people are allowing this shit to happen in whether it be schools or politics or jobs.
Well, there was a study. There was this one woman who studies the deaf of cultures, like over like generations or whatever. and all that. She studies why they failed, and it's because over. And the prime example is the Germans. It was only 20% of the Germans that were actively fighting, or like that wanted to happen, and the rest were submissive.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And allowed it to happen. When they seen their neighbours getting dragged out, they didn't say anything. So, and it takes a very few to fucking cause a lot of trouble.
Well, yeah, momentum will
not,
build.
Not let me join.
All right, I'll probably have to let me back out of this.
Alright, so I know, do you know why it is? Because I didn't go to the main menu first.
Yeah, it still says you're playing.
See, the thing is about generations. If there's kids having kids over in UK, and if the kids aren't brought up well, then the kids of the kids are brought up even less well. And in the UK, you're not allowed to even fucking chastise your kids. There's a meme going around saying that, you know, the kids that you've seen in the kicking and screaming on the floor and the parents just doing nothing. They're the ones that are protesting now. Screaming. When the police touch them and they just scream.
Yeah, and it's a sad thing how, well, you know, I think me and you touched base on it the other night about it's so easy for anything, you know, as far as parents and children go. You know, if a child gets on the wrong website or talks to the wrong social media, they realize how easy it is to manipulate. You know, if that child's that kind of person, you know, you can really manipulate people if you're a child, you know, and you're one of those kids. I mean, I've seen how they do. You know, they can take something as mundane as, you know, you going, well, you're grounded, you're not allowed to use your smartphone no more because you're not going to be on social media. And then they can turn around and go tell everybody that you were abusing them and they were trying to get a hold of somebody, but you took their phone away from them. And then you see what I'm saying? And it's like, wait a minute.
I know, but that's why I'm scared to have a kid in this country. That's just another layer to the problem. The social services over here. Like, because I grew up in care, there's a movement. Like, as soon as if they find out that you're in care, you're automatically put on a list of potential like problems, and then they put you through the ringer, and then eventually people are getting their kids taken off of them, because a lot of people that are in care have got criminal records, they're on drugs or whatever, because they don't have family. They're not in the best place, obviously, if they're in the fucking children's zone.
And so
then they're using that to take their kids.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, and that's another thing, you know. There is people out there on drugs that are parents that are probably not great parents. Or they got a record or some shit. But yeah.
Have an active drug addiction, and you can have your kid. But if you're a man, all you need to do is raise your voice.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you need to do. But yeah, I know people that are in exactly the same situation as that, and then what happens is the kid either ends up getting abused by the mother's many partners, and history repeats itself.
Oh yeah.
Because in the UK, like say for instance you've got a breakup happening, what the women will do here, it's like not a rule, it's not all of them do it, but it's a known bit of knowledge. All they need to do is say that or that you've hit them or done something untoward to them, then they can use that the reason to get you removed from the property for 24 to 48 hours. It's called a dispersal order, and they never ever disperse the woman, even if they're the ones that attack you. And then they use that as an opportunity to move, and then you won't see your kid for at least 6 months. You will not see it. And then that breaks them. Like, not everyone's going to survive that.
Nah, a lot of guys can't. It fucks them up.
Yeah. Because what happens then is, because they love their kids more than anything, they, I don't know, raise their voice a little bit. And that's it. That's the fucking killer. You do that, you're done.
Yeah, I'd never make it. Hell, when I'm talking just passionately about something, people act like I'm fucking freaking out. So.
Yeah, they say that to me. They say that, oh yeah, you sound that I'm being violent. I was like, this is just the way I talk.
Normal people don't, but you know, people who's looking for a problem, you know.
Well, I had an assessment by social services when my kids came out of hospital, and I passed the whole test and everything, and they were sitting there, and he was finishing up his report, like literally on a laptop. It was a woman and a man, and they went, right, that's it, it's the last time we come around, everything's all good. And I went, and me being me, I opened my mouth. I said, well, okay, in that case, I want to tell you exactly how you made me feel during this best of what were meant to be the best thing that ever happened to me. And she sat there in front of me and fucking deleted it. Deleted the report. Openly in front of me, deleted it.
Yeah.
Because I had the audacity to fucking challenge them. And then when we went to the meeting, they were saying stuff like I had 3 bottle sterilisers, he had 2 cots, he had 1 ready for him to come up, he had 3 pushchairs, he had the spare room, the little box room, was full of black bags, full of brand new clothes, like halfway up to the fucking ceiling. The first 6 months of his life, he never wore the same thing twice. He just fucking threw his clothes away. And they used that against me, said that I was being too protective.
Shit.
That's what they said, swear to God. I don't know how they were trying to, like the news does, when they try and, like with Trump. They've done that to me. Because obviously they said, right, everything's all good, and then they had to try and wangle it so it sounded bad.
Oh yeah, they'll do that.
Like I said, it broke me, mate.
Yeah, Hatch, if you've been through family court, you know exactly how it is. See, the one thing I did that fucked up everything with the ladies trying to fuck me over was I didn't sugarcoat shit. I never tried to act like I was nothing I wasn't. I was like, no, I don't give them fucking jack shit. I give them what they need. I don't give them what they fucking want. Because that ain't my job to give them what they want. I'm not their granddaddy or their grandma. I'm not Santa Claus. You know what I mean? Everybody goes in there.
I chose not to do the family court.
Do what now?
I chose not to do the family court because she was already with someone else. They were young enough where they wouldn't remember me, and I would have caused a hell of a lot more of a problem by trying to get involved, because they were going to have none of it. Like the social services were saying to her, look, you have to, there's no reason why you can't see his kid or anything like that. She was like, no, so they couldn't force it until the court date. But she was refusing to even give me fucking pictures, and they forced her then by saying to her, it's going to look bad for you in court. The why you didn't give him his pictures shows vindictiveness, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna give this good advice right here. Whenever you go into a court about your children, you got to make it clear you have no interest in their mother other than the kid's interest. and that's it. Because so many times people go to these courts and it ain't got a damn thing to do with kids. It's got to do with vindictiveness. And they know the worst thing they can do to you is take your damn kids away from you and not let you see them.
Yep. Well, like I said, mate, well, it nearly broke me, and I realised that I was just going to make the situation worse. Not only was I not in a position where I could have done anything to help them, I said I would have just made it worse, because I would have been fighting outside in the front garden, a new boyfriend and stuff like that in front of the kids, and I weren't going to be, and then I would be the bad guy. That's the way I figured it. I mean, up until recently, I was still paying. I was still paying for him. I was still paying, well, for both of them. And so I worked it out. It was like fucking $7 I've paid all in all out of my benefits, and I don't even get to see them. I don't get no pictures or anything like that. And I'm still paid for them. So I got given the opportunity. I would give them everything.
Yeah, Hatchet, that's crazy. See, I was smart enough. I never did get married. I had kids. I didn't get married, though.
That was a bad job. Well, at least now I can try a 56 inch. I need to concentrate.
Yeah, Hatch, over here, if you give up your rights, that's all you give up. You don't. That don't mean you don't have to pay. I mean, shit, missed it too. Nah, but on the other hand, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. I gotta say, if it was me, this is just me personally, which I know the way I am as a father. If I'd carried a damn child around in my gut for fucking 9 months and had to give birth to it, well, I'd never ended up in a family court in the first fucking place, number one. I would have never, which then again, I'm not the type of person. I mean, I like to shoot the shit and hang out and all that stuff, la-di-da, but I don't mind sleeping by myself. I don't mind waking up by myself.
See, the thing is, it wasn't ever about that, when I was it wasn't about waking up or even being with anyone. It was just having someone. No, I don't even need that, you know what I mean, because she's safe. I freaked out though when she went, not because she went, it changed, you know what I mean? But it weren't because she went. I was, like I said, the only reason why I didn't do one of them jump skip fucking hill click things is because I thought it was in bad taste.
Yeah, I dig it.
But I made a point of closing the door and just walking away. You know what I mean?
Well, no, you got to. You gotta. It's a funny thing, because like you say, it's so easy. Yeah, and Hatchet, I dig what you're saying. But that goes to the point I'm getting ready to make to Green. Sometimes you gotta walk away, and just let shit be for a minute.
I haven't been this happy in nearly 10 years, mate. And I'm fucking miserable.
Shit.
I should tell you a lot. Like I said, I wasn't even allowed to mourn my dad. I wasn't even allowed to mourn my dad. Fucking bitch. What it is, yeah, is you're not allowed to have the same reactions to the real life problems that they go through.
Oh, I know they got to be the center of attention. Only
Like,
you can deal with their shit. But
yeah,
you
like,
know,
like the prime example is like a woman that goes mad over a kid is a protector. A man that goes mad over a kid is a danger. And it's mad how just the sex changes the perception of exactly the same situation. For example, is do you think a woman would have to fight so hard to get their kid as a man would? And if the answer is yes, they would have to fight harder like the man, then it's not right.
well, now y'all can answer this, Hatchet and you, Green. You can ask yourself this question, and I'm not asking for an answer. Just answer it yourself. When I went to fight for my kids, their mother meant nothing to me. Absolutely nothing, other than the fact she was my kid's mother and how they felt about her. And if they wanted to go see her, I didn't give a shit. And if they didn't want to go see her, I didn't give a shit. And I mean, I even told the judge and the lawyers, both everybody, I said, if they want to see her, more power to them. I said, but if they don't, I said, I ain't going to make them go see her. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't care about her. I mean, literally, the only percentage of care I had about her was for the kids, how they felt about her. You understand what I mean? Personally, to
Yeah, I know
me,
exactly.
as far as I was concerned, she was a worthless sack of shit. But that's just my personal opinion. But like I say, she still was the mother of my children. And I think the biggest mistake a lot of guys make whenever they go into one of these situations is they still got some sort of feelings for the woman other than the feelings I just described. And that shows. Oh shit, stuck behind two fucking trees back here.
The feeling I had with her was the same feeling you would get with a car that keeps braking.
Yeah, fuck
But
it,
you're
take it to the
determined.
junkyard. That's the way I think about
Yeah,
one. I
that's
don't
the
like
way
working
I
on
felt with
cars,
her.
and I don't like working on people.
But that's where she went. She went to the human junkyard. She's gone to fully accommodated. She's nearly 40 years old. She's had two kids. She's been married, and apparently now she needs fully supported accommodation, like a child.
Well, that's what she is. I mean, the one I'm talking about, I dealt with, that's the way she is. She never paid for a roof over her head her entire life. Hell, after I knocked
Oh
her
my
up, not
god.
intentionally, she never paid a dime.
Glad to get you.
I put a roof over her fucking head, paid the insurance on the vehicles, you know what I'm saying, so on and so forth, la-di-da, blah, blah, blah. I wasn't even married to the bitch, but she had, you know, I knocked her up, so I bit the bullet.
Oh my god, this green's all over the place.
Where the hell is the
Like I
flag
said
at?
to you, I'm not interested in the relationship at all. I'm not looking remotely. Like I said, I turned it down. I'm like, no.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was just talking about Hatchet. You know, he's got his youngins around and everything. I mean, it's a pain in the ass dealing with all that shit.
See, that's the way I feel about. I'm thankful. I'll always be thankful that she helped me create.
Here's one thing.
Why?
No matter what, man, you got to remember this shit. It may not be today and it may not be tomorrow, but as long as you're still alive and you got a youngin' out there, they're going to think about you. And when they come looking for you, when they're old enough and they ain't got nobody to fuck with them, all you got to do is be there for them.
That's the plan, mate. That's the reason why I've never pulled away. I've never actually given up. It's just
But
not
don't
part.
push
It's the
now
game.
either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. But this is what I mean. I know what I'm like, and I was like, I'm just gonna end up beating up their dad because their dad's gonna try throwing a punch at me or something. And then I'm the person. I'm not their biological father. I'm just the monster that beat their dad up. And I just went, I'm not doing that, because that's exactly what she would have wanted. Because girls don't care about getting their boyfriends beaten up if it means that their kid's gonna hate the person that did it.
No. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, that's all. I mean, that's it. I mean, you're not going to gain a goddamn thing for doing it, though. You know what I mean?
I had every right to go there, and I had every right legally to demand to see that my son is safe. Like, say, because I could have rung up the police and gone to them. I don't know where my son is. I've got no way of contacting him. And you've got a right as a parent to know where your son is or your daughter is at all times. But I didn't want to go down that route and be petty, and I got into a new relationship as well, didn't I? That was all consuming. She had kids.
Oh,
I've done
yeah.
everything I can to try and stay. I tried staying away from kids for fucking ages, you know what I mean? Just because of the pain of it.
Well, like I say, I mean, I wouldn't beat yourself up too bad about it. Number one, the reason number one you shouldn't do it. And Hatchet, number one, I'll tell you this: I didn't choose to have kids. I actually was using. We were using birth control. Shit happened, and then, well, I'm not going. I'm not blaming nobody on nothing. I made my bed. I'll lay in it.
It was meant to be then, wasn't it?
Well, like I say now, if I didn't have those two kids, the first one thing I'd change, it'd ever be meeting their damn mother. But see, that's the goddamn problem. I had them two, and long story short, it worked out damn good for me. But anyways, I'm getting off here. Yeah, the main thing is, Green, I mean, shit, man. Like I said earlier, right now you're in that position where you only got to do one thing. They're probably going to reach out to you. And don't.
Yeah, this is my hope.
Yeah, I mean, and just don't forget being 25. Be a mature. No, I'm going to whip somebody's ass. None of that shit. Don't go down that road. I ain't saying, this ain't schoolboy shit about who can whip whose ass. It's actually the
No, that's what
opposite
I mean.
way around. It's who's going to
I
restrain their
wouldn't
damn
do that.
self. You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I made the right choice. I wouldn't have. No, I see. The thing is, I didn't want to beat him up or anything. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that a lot of the people around me are so stupid. They're on the verge of dribbling. So he'd be like, ugh, thump chest, drooling, because I've said words to him that he doesn't quite understand.
Oh yeah. But I
And
will tell you this.
I wanted to avoid it.
Oh yeah. But like I say, hell, if the kids are near, they're more perceptive than you think.
I didn't want to give them their first impression or memory of me fighting or arguing or it being. They got at the end of the day, my absence is better for them, 100% right now, at least, because they go from a stable environment, stable situation, to me forcing my way in and everything being fucking mayhem. I mean, for fuck's sake, you don't even change your dog's environment that drastically because you know your dog's going to freak out, so why would I do it to my children? You take the time to put fish from one temperature's water to the other. So it's like, that's a good analogy, isn't it?
That's exactly how you do it. That's exactly how you do it. Trust me, I guarantee you 100%, at least for me, that's how you do it. Like I say, I waited on my phone call. I had to bite the bullet. Hell, a lawyer and a judge both. After I walked out of the courtroom, and I was honest the first time around. I said, I didn't believe it, but I know how to play the game. I said, well, the situation that's going on right now, I think it would be best if they stayed with their mother for the time being. And I said, we can check back in at a later date.
At the end of the day, if you take the politics of the relationship out of it, and it's only about the children, then if that's the best choice, then that's what it is. The emotion doesn't come into it. It shouldn't come into it.
Oh, see, I
So
didn't bring us to court though.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about like it. Honestly, if you look at the situation, you're like, why? That's just what I said to my ex as well. It's like, why would you want it to be like this? Why would you want the stress of court and this and that? But she was so eager.
Loves the victim mentality.
Life.
It's a psychological thing. She's not the only one. I mean, this is a common thing. I mean, you got to remember, judges and people in the court, lawyers, see this shit all the time. I mean, you know, I'm not saying some of them are victims, but a lot of them because see, they're a sorry excuse for a person. All right, it's just the same way I can't do this or I can't do that or I can't, making excuses. That's what it is. It's blaming their problems. It's blaming their faults on somebody else. You know, I can't do this because this.
Oh yeah, that's a very human trait, that, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean everybody does it.
But no, it's different if it's in a relationship. If we're talking about just a relationship,
it is. Yeah, Hatch said it's a business here in the United States.
I know, yeah, it's not so much here, but here it is, I guess. Because you need a solicitor, and then you also need a mediator as well to go between the solicitors.
That's what they call an ad litem here.
Yeah.
That would be basically the children's lawyer.
Yeah. It's so that the adults don't have to interact, isn't it? Or fight.
Well, I was going to say here, it's more like one of them things like you can buy a good lawyer. But he still can't stop the children from speaking. Now, the children don't have to speak on the stand in front of either one of the parents, obviously, because that would be crazy. So, the woman would have a lawyer if she chooses. The guy would have one if he chooses. And then the kids would automatically be appointed one themselves to represent their interests. So, that way, but see, an ad litem doesn't do you no good if your kid's 2 or 3. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't have anything to do with it, but.
No, it's literally in the UK. It's the only reason why we have them is because there'd be women fucking dragging women down the corridor by the hair, and then boyfriends fucking trying to break it. I think it's also as well because a lot of breakups, like I said, is the victim of being hit or he's doing something to me. They can't see each other, so they're in like protection. Even if they hadn't been hit, they would still say, "I feel in danger."
Oh yeah, and they give them the crocodile tears and all that shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, who wants to face the person that you're trying to ruin and have the opportunity for that person to talk to them?
Well, what I've learned is if somebody's truly scared of somebody, they're not going to go sit in the courtroom across from them. I know this is another one of the things a lot of people's going to disagree with me on. But if somebody was, if you were truly scared, it had to be real, real fucking bad, I think. Yeah. And I'm sure as, a judge or anybody else sat behind the bench and seen enough of it, you can tell there's a record. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean.
I mean, that's what they always say. See, what happens is, this is classic shit, man. A dude and a woman go to court, and it's got something to do with the kids. And immediately it gets personal, and there gets to be hearsay. And the first two things you got to realize is, and the court already realizes this. What you got to realize is number one, hearsay doesn't mean shit. It's hearsay. It's inadmissible. That's the first thing, right? Second thing is,
it isn't in the
UK. This custody shit, well, it might not be. I don't know how it works in the UK, but over here, hearsay doesn't have any. Now, they can start spouting out hearsay, so unless you or your lawyer objects to it, they can say somebody said this, that, the kid said this. You got to go, objection. It's hearsay.
Prove it.
You ain't even got to say prove it. You just say objection. It's hearsay. It has nothing to do with this.
What they call it in the UK is a character witness. So
no, I'm talking about the person you're going against. No, you can't call character witnesses. I mean, you can call character witnesses, but they can still. If a character witness says, "Well, she told me he hit her," that's hearsay. Objection. Bullshit. You understand?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. The reason it's slightly different in the UK is because what they do is they will look to see if you've got a criminal record, if you've lied in the past, and if you haven't, then why would you be lying in court right now? All you have to do is put your hand on the fucking Bible and say, "I swear it happened," and you will. I stood up and I said, "So if someone said that you killed someone, is it enough to put you in jail for the rest of your life?" And they went, "Yes." As long as that person has no reason to lie, you're going to jail for the rest of your life, like for 15, 20 years in the UK. I was like, what?
Well, yeah, I'd get the fuck out of the UK then. You're lucky you ain't in jail for the rest of your life, to be honest with you. Because if that's all it takes to get you locked away, then you're fucked.
Yeah, honestly, that's all it'll take, because then it's your job it's innocent until proven guilty, but it's not really. It's if you can manipulate the system into getting you arrested or into the system, then you're fucked. But all it will take is for two people to sit there and go, right, I seen you kill that person, and that's all it will take.
Oh, well, okay, if two witnesses say they witnessed you murder somebody.
No, not witnesses or anything. Like, say, it only take one person, like I said originally, but it was just an example. Like, say you've fallen out with someone and they sit there and make up a lie about you. That's all it's going to take to get you convicted. So that could be, he stole this from me. Or that could be, I see him stole that. Or I see him hit his kid. Or they ring social services on you and they say that they've seen you hit your kid. That's all it takes to get an investigation and get done. And they could be a witness in court. And all they have to do is lie.
Well, now, charged or investigated, I agree with. Convicted, that's a different story. Unless your courts just don't give a shit.
Right, the things have changed, mate. Things have changed.
I mean, they're going to have to prove it. At least over here. I mean, like I
No,
say, I don't know
they
over
will
there.
have to. Like, say there's no evidence apart from the two witnesses. That's all it's going to take. If there's no evidence, like say for instance, she said that I hit her, and I said that I didn't, and there's no other witnesses, then it will obviously go to the jury, but they will look at your character, and that's it.
Well, I mean that goes both ways. I mean, our
Well, I
law
think
is
you should be
based on
chucked
English
out.
common law too. Over here, I mean,
Yeah, I know.
our law is based on y'all's law.
You've refined it. Okay, so the problems that's in our law is the reason why you've got you can use previous cases as an example.
And I'll agree with
So,
Hatchet. I think we're conflating. We're getting family court mixed up with criminal court or civil court.
oh yeah, it's completely different over here as well.
Because I
But
mean, you
no, we
know,
were
say
talking about family.
yeah, but I mean, we'll go back to the criminal thing real quick. I mean,
Mm.
if two people accuse you of murdering somebody, well, I mean, it goes both ways. It's like, all right, well, where were you when this person was murdered? Well, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people that are accusing
Yeah,
you of it, and so on and so forth. Number one,
yeah.
where's the body? Where's the
That's
murder
why I love
weapon?
America. Like in the UK, you won't need a murder weapon. Like say in America, you get chucked out, wouldn't it, if they can't find a murder weapon at a certain time or something? They try and drag on the court case until they find it. What was that film? Fugitive. Harrison Ford. He had to go on the run until they found the weapon, didn't he?
Oh yeah, it was a good movie.
And they found the weapon, they chucked it out. But it basically works the same way. If you don't have the weapon, then that's why he couldn't clear his name, because they couldn't find the weapon. Wasn't it in a drain pipe or something? Damn it!
Ah, shit, Hatchet. Yeah, we got a little bit off topic on the criminal thing. Yeah, but see, it seems like
No,
the family court falls right in the middle gray area between criminal and civil, as far as a
well,
lawsuit
we got
versus.
onto it. We got onto it because they can accuse you in it like criminal court and use it against you in civil court, and
Oh,
that's part of the game strategy.
yeah, but that still doesn't. That's still not the same thing as family court, juvenile and domestic relations.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that that's how we got onto that subject.
Oh, well, the standard for a civil conviction is not as stringent as one for a criminal conviction.
Yeah, no, same here. Someone can bring a civil against you after you've
Yeah,
been cleared in criminal court.
yeah, exactly. And then you can actually lose that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you get the police over here and take them to civil court.
Now, I tell you, it's a screwed up mess, but it's like everything. It's like this golf game. I still can't shoot straight or nothing else. But after you've seen it enough, you might learn. You'll learn something. You may not be the best,
Yeah,
but you'll learn.
I think with these kind of games you can only be so good because of the fact that you're not feeling any input back from the control.
Yeah.
So not like in a steering wheel when you're racing or whatever, you can learn. It does when you turn it. But this, you don't know how back you're drawing the club because it's not telling you the degrees, I guess, of the draw. You know what I mean, don't you?
Yeah.
Or percentages, that would have worked well as well. Because it tells you after you've taken the hit, how hard you hit it.
Yep. Now you're right about that, Hatch.
I agree. That's what I was saying about book burning. If you don't know your history, how the fuck are you meant to stop it happening again?
Well,
that's the reason why I'm going to America. So history don't repeat itself with my bloody kids. Sorry, Doc. What are you going to say there, mate?
Oh, back to the book thing. I was going to talk about that earlier with the internet. And it's so weird because, you know, the old Rage song, that's what they said. You know, I told you that the other night. You don't got to burn the books, you just remove them. And that's what's happened now. Everything's going on the internet. That's why I was asking you, when's the last time you read something about the 40s that were wrote, you know, in the late 40s or the 50s? You know, everything.
Yeah, the books are worth money now, aren't they? Just they're so rare.
Well, I mean, that's probably also true, but I mean, you're not reading a story as it was told right after the fact. You're reading a story as it's been interpreted by the internet and people now. I mean,
Wikipedia is a prime example.
There you go. That was the beginning of it. People telling the story, you know, the narrative the way they want it to be told, and shit, you know. But seriously, I mean, what I'm getting at is right now we still got an opportunity if we were interested. There's still some this, that, and the other around, but I mean, you know, 20 years from now, you know, our kids, they're going to be straight on the internet. Reading about what the fuck was going on right now, and you know it's hard to tell what the story, you know, how the story will be written. You know,
there's no evidence of it, no tangible evidence you can hold in your hand that someone's written.
No, I mean, one thing from the next could be false, but I mean. You know, it could be something as simple as a person's diary from long ago. You know, we was talking about court. They're all the time saying this date and this time, this date and this time. Well, most people, you know,
sorry, bro.
They act like if you can't explain where you were at this exact date at this exact time, then you know you might be guilty of something. Well, the fact of the matter is, how many days right now? You know, this is rhetorical. You know, can you think of what you were doing at an exact date and an exact time? I mean, I can think of what I was doing when 9/11 happened. You know what I mean? Yeah, shit like that.
You remember stuff that traumatizes you. That's proven as well. People remember stuff that hurt them rather than help them.
Yeah, but if you're being accused of something you didn't do, why would you remember what you were doing on that date and time?
Exactly.
I mean, if you were just sitting at the house playing golf like we're doing right now, having a beer or something, and then 10 years from now, somebody's like, what were you doing on August the 10th or 11th, 2020, you know? You'd be like, fuck if I know.
Well, the New Testament, the Bible was written, was it 300 years or so after the original? And
exactly.
That was translated from, was it?
Hebrew,
yeah, I didn't want to get it wrong. And that was interpreted from Hebrew.
Yeah,
by people.
Yeah.
So it's just like, that brings me to the Chinese whispers thing. You still sit in a circle and you'll say one thing and it changes by the end.
It always does. That's the way it works. Because the next person ain't got the same skills as the person before, you know, passing it along. Well, I mean, you know, it was like, you know, they talk about Noah's Ark and Moses splitting the sea. You know, according to the Hebrew Bible, in the Hebrew, it wasn't the Red Sea, it was the Reed Sea. But in
Yeah.
the other translations, it was the Red Sea. Well, that's two different fucking places, you know. So did he split the sea?
See,
I'm not arguing that part. I don't know. What I'm saying is the
if there's
location's
such a
wrong.
discrepancy, yeah,
Yeah.
if there's such a discrepancy in something so minor, how are you meant to take it? I don't know. You're gonna have to take everything with a pinch of salt, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's it. Well, Hatch, I don't think Republicans are nasty. But I think you, in that second part of that phrase, you brought up a good point. That's why you only
That
hear one side of things.
that is what I was gonna say. And it's been pointed out on Fox News that they're rioting when everyone who works is sleeping for work the next day.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what's happening. Hold on, this is a good point. You know, talking about it. I gotta get some drink real quick.
Damn it! The Book of Enoch. Yeah. But the Bible's also been gone through again, isn't it? Just take all the fucking horror out of it. Like in the Crusades and that. Believing this or we're gonna kill you. That was this religion until it got renewed or renovated. What's the word? But that's what they're saying that needs to happen with Islam or with Muslims. That all the stuff that the Christianity had, the horrendous stuff that we did that made us do what we did back then, needs to be removed from the Quran.
I just got back. I was getting something right. I gotta catch back up here.
See, the Quran's got the same problem because it was what was it? There's two books. One was translated from the Hadith, and it had the same problem being translated from a dead language. The Hadiths, sorry, which was written during the time of Muhammad. So that was only, what was that, 1800 years ago. And they're listening to what someone said then. And they've been warring for 1800 years.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to tell. Well, I mean, hell, if you listen to I'll give you a damn good example right now. All right. Say a guy in 1990, I'm just being generous here, wrote a book about the Civil War from the South's perspective, or an objective perspective, right?
Yep.
And then you go back, and there's one or two guys in the 40s that were interviewed about the Civil War. If you listen to their account and what they saw as far as fighting and what was going on, it's a whole lot of it's a lot different picture than what a writer would tell you in the 100 years later. So when you go even more than 100 years, I mean, there's so much speculation, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then translation, especially if it's written in a different language. I mean, I'm talking about something, you know, that happened when it did, and everybody spoke the same language and documented it in the same language.
Yeah, you're right. Because well, that's how we used to pass knowledge, is through word of mouth.
Yeah.
Which what? Bless you. Yes.
Shit, hit the wrong fucking button. I caught that tree.
Me and Doc were talking about there's a theory that religion came about through taking mushrooms or DMT or like some sort of hallucinogen that brought us to a different dimension or a different way of thinking.
Yeah, ancient people freed their mind.
Well, yeah, we've been taking that stuff for thousands of years, and they've also basically proven that there was a flood. Sea levels rose because of a meteorite, and it was exactly, I think it was about 19,000 years or something like that. Well, no, what did they say? It was just 1,000. They said it wiped out near enough all humans, and it was like 2,000 or something humans on the fucking planet, and that we all come from them. And that's the reason why history got completely wiped. Because civilizations always build up around water, don't they? So when the sea levels rose, the first thing to disappear was the buildings and whatever.
Well, you know that Graham Hancock and Randall, shit, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, it is rivals. What you say?
Yeah, but they talk about the Sphinx, and
Oh yeah.
the erosion on it, and they like to say, all this Egypt shit happened 3,000 or 4,000 years ago,
Yeah.
but they brought
It's
up
dated, isn't it? About, is it 20,000 years?
Yeah, they're and what they're saying makes a lot of sense. I mean, the erosion and the time and the way, because there's that whole thing the Mayan calendar was based on, the 2012 shit.
Yeah.
People thought the end of the world was coming and things, but it was, there was, natural weather patterns. That's the thing. Global warming to me is not political. It's just when people say the seas are rising or the other way, I can't help but assume it's a natural cycle and a bigger cycle. I'm not talking 100 years. I'm talking 12,000 years.
Yeah, all fucking over a fucking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years. billions of years as well, if you're looking at it in a cosmic way.
Oh yeah. Which one? The Salon? I know you're saying Salem, but
Yeah, the Salem witch trials. That was all stemmed from fucking Bible, wasn't it? Craziness.
that's another thing. I mean, people are trying to revert back to crazy thinking like that now. Let's think about it, you know.
What, the Salem witch trials? It's common knowledge, that really, on how crazy Christians can be. But again,
Yeah.
I think it was it was politics as well, human politics, because again, all you need to do is convince someone that they're a witch, which isn't something that exists, and then they would fucking they'd kill you. Like if you drowned, then you're not a witch and you'll go to heaven. That's the same as saying if you put this vest on you and go and run into that building and blow yourself up, you're gonna die and go to heaven with fucking 14 virgins or 40 virgins, whatever it is.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's absolutely amazing that people's minds could be manipulated so easily. You know.
Yeah. Knowledge is power, which is the reason why knowledge is getting destroyed. I'm gonna hit this tree here.
Yeah, right dead center. I've definitely never played this one.
Oh, I got it through the tree.
Oh, got it around onto the green. Nice shoot. Well, but still a nice shot. Never mind.
Oh no, it's like a magnet to the rock, my ball.
Oh, don't
no.
roll back down there. Come on now. Oh.
I can't even see what I'm doing.
Coming down there with me, it looks like. Oh, you stayed
Alright,
up there.
stop. Sailing witch trials there. There's been so many references to it in films, isn't there?
Well, you know what the craziest part is, and this is just because I got a buzz, and I'll talk about it here for a second. What the craziest part is about all that shit is, you know, however you look at it, whether you're Christian, what made you think these people were witches? What the hell did, you know what I mean? Really, I'm not talking about what might be, what they say today, but back then, did they do a magic trick? Were they just really bitchy women?
I reckon, like I said, I think it was politics. I think it was if people didn't like you, or if... So I find nowadays, especially, people are not happy if you have something that they don't have. They won't be happy to see someone succeed. They will go out of their way to fucking destroy it. And I think there might have been a lot of that. I mean, like, oh, he married him and I wanted him, or...
I mean,
people use politics, don't they?
Well, were there a lot of women involved? And I'm assuming most of the witches were women that got burned, or the alleged witches.
Well, it makes you think about stoning as well, doesn't it? Men don't get stoned.
Well, yeah, I guess it would fall along those categories then. Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
They got no defence over a man's word because they're being the power situation, isn't it, the men? I mean, they were right about toxic masculinity back then, for fuck's sake. Understood, fair enough,
Yep, yep.
but not nowadays.
Shit, I don't know. Hatchet.
No.
You talk about
Excuse
tomorrow.
me.
What is tomorrow? You know, fucking
Damn it.
10, 20, 30, 100 years.
Oh my god.
We can't keep it up here. We're shooting in a volcano. Ah, yeah, bro.
I did it again. Although I'm not really concentrating, I was scratching the dog. That should bring me over, shouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Hatchet, I reckon I carry. I guess it goes back to a lot of things we was talking about. I mean,
I'm gonna have to go and take the dogs out soon. My score just doubled nearly.
on one hole.
Yeah. Look at this one.
428 yards. Shit, fire.
I'm worried about the green.
This thing is got some damn trees doing it. Shit.
It's weird that before you couldn't see my shot on the stream, but on this one you can.
Yeah, there was some way the way you play the game. I guess if you got a bunch of people, it's better the other way, but I don't like just having to keep swiping the ball, all the time real quick.
What? You know why it keeps kicking to the left or right? I'm gonna hit this tree.
Oh, it bounced off it bounced back and forth. Two limbs. You see that shit?
Yeah. I tried curling it around the tree, but it curled too soon. I had a dream once I could help a nation become what's that? Become a politician to help our great nation be the best. Well, that's what America's about, isn't it? Striving to be the best and all that. England don't have that. Our goal was to take over the world, and we did it. And then we gave it all back. Damn it. I suppose I'd rather be there than the other side.
Yeah, Hatchet. I don't know. After I heard that one woman tell the truth, that's a politician, and how it's intentional,
Nice.
that no matter what one side wants to do, you disagree with it, no matter how much sense it makes. I always thought that's the way it worked, but I didn't want to believe it. But once I heard a person from Congress say that shit, I was like, holy fuck. Yeah, I was afraid it was like that. And that's always going to be the problem. It's a problem right now. Especially right now. I don't know the whole deal, but hell, they were supposed to vote on some big shit to help the American people, and I guess all the senators and people are going to return to their home states with nothing done.
Could be a nice spot. I beat duct tape spot. It was a duct tape that said it. No, it wasn't. You just have a dude to do play with.
Oh, rudders. Rocker shocker.
Yeah. Yeah, he said 31-foot pot. I beat it by 1 foot earlier, and it's recorded.
Yeah, I think you do have the longest putt.
Whoa.
Well, you're going to get a shot at it again, it looks like.
Too hard.
The fuck just happened? Did it roll back up the hill? Tripping out here.
No, it did. Oops, wrong one. I'm probably still in a better position than I was a second ago.
Nah, hatchet. Green.
I've got to be careful here.
Oh. Yeah, it's trying to talk down the backstroke.
Well, how many times have I done that though? Getting it right on the edge like that.
It's nice. I mean, in a way, it means you're on the right track, I think.
Yeah, I told you I'm going to get this putting down. Should work on all the rest, really.
I quit going
But
back
see, the thing
far.
is that...
Like, I just hold it lightly past center, and it'll slowly draw it back. Like opposite of how you use the driver, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember seeing something in the training saying about the pause. Pause is important. With a couple of the clubs.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know what you're saying. There's some of them that...
They don't want you to go straight back fast as backwards and forwards fast and slow or whatever. They vary it. One needs a pause and then go fast forward. This is what I'm all learning now. Right. In the bush. Help if I could see what I was doing.
And not bad for a blind shot, though. Nah, Hatchet, you bring up some interesting topics.
No, we talked a lot. I've only been on 3 streams, and I think I've fucking spoken more to stock than I have to anyone in the last year.
Well, a lot of people just ain't got mind enough to talk about anything, you know?
Yeah, I'm like that, but I just get scared because do blunt a lot of the time.
I still went way too far.
Gives me a chance to catch up.
Yeah, but that damn politics thing, that's the thing that aggravates me. Not 'cause I got a dog in the race. Oh, shit. But I mean, if it's good, you know, I realized it early on, like Trump, hell, he could be like, it wouldn't matter what the hell he said, there'd be somebody pissed off about it, you know?
Yeah. Well, there's always someone pissed off about what a politician says. It doesn't even need to be Trump.
Well, I shouldn't say he says, but, you know, does. Like, they're
Yeah.
like, we need to get this done. And he's like, all right, we need the roads to be fixed. He's like, all right, I'll get the roads fixed. He's like, all right. And then they're like, okay, well, we need free abortions for everybody. All right, well, that's fuck all you want, and we'll kill all the you know. It seems like it wouldn't matter, really. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Oh, shit.
but anyways, that's me being objective.
How do you fast forward it? Oh, yeah, I can see.
Triangle.
I didn't make it.
Yeah, that hill's a bitch right there.
Did it go?
Well, hell, but Hatchwee's talking about jobs. That's another thing. I think of the places I've worked over the years, and I know people make fantastic money, had a great job, and still bitch about it. Because I guess it's human nature.
I was distracted because I was typing my VPN.
Yeah, you're right. But you know what's funny about that? When you do, you feel good. And I think it's one of the things people need to give it a chance. Hatchet. this damn green. Yeah, nobody wants to work hard, but they ought to give it a chance to do it from time to time. I worked hard today. When I come home, I was ready to lay down and die. And then I got the high from it, you know?
Yeah. 18-year-old, you fucker.
There you go. Nice one. Shit, here I go. I'm gonna get it in out. I got this shit now. Yes.
Doing some for dash. I've got my VPN on.
They should have got in and played them game of golf with us. They need to had it right there. Make sure to like and subscribe to his channel, Hatchet. Look at this little green. Look at that tree, man.
Yeah, it would definitely be easier for you to not have to type.
Yeah, well, he might have talked to chat. He's probably talking all kinds of shit and just typing it in automatically.
I think I've got air in my pipes because my tap fucking whines. I tried beating the shit out of it, but it didn't fix it for some reason.
Well, just turn it on for a minute.
No, I've tried. No, what I mean is, I flushed the toilet, and then the highest pitch noise you've ever heard come from a tap. Or if I had the shower on it, it'd be going the whole time as well. It just happened all of a sudden. It's dripping, running slowly. I've tried tightening it up. I just think it's just had its day. Like,
Well, you live in a shared water building? If you know what I'm saying, that's probably not the right word, but...
No, I'm not, no. Okay, that was bad. I'll get there eventually.
Speaking the truth. Yeah, you turned it into a giant fucking tree, man.
Oh, I nearly potted it. Potted it. Sunk it.
Just one hell of a little green, ain't it, under these trees.
Alright. What is it doing?
Switch to your putter. Oh, you got it.
For fuck's sake. My great-grandparents. Oppression.
Mine says obsession.
Yeah, I know. God damn it. And the thing is, I see it twice because I'm getting it repeated to me on the stream. Why is he holding the putter like that? Wow. Your turn. Surely. Better. I was going to say I've been fuming. No!
What just happened? Mine missed, didn't it?
No, it rolled back in.
Oh, it rolled back. I was like, hell.
Yeah. Like a trick shot.
It's unbelievable.
What? Oh, is that the first time it's happened to you?
Yeah, because I looked and it missed, and I was like, shit.
And then did you watch it back on the stream?
Nah, but I'm going to have to look at that one again, I guess, because I didn't see that. I was like, well, I can't touch your balls.
Excuse me?
Well, that's just how, I mean, that's what I'm, you know, it just, double, anyway, but.
Go on, get there. Alright.
Oh, shit, of course. Yeah, Hatchet, if Green was over here right now, I can think of about probably 20 jobs he could get within, probably start working pretty quick. Other than the Visa green card shit would probably be the only thing, and even that could probably be fixed pretty quick.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't know. That scares me more than anything else is the system. Not knowing the system over there, how it works. Because obviously it's like going to a fucking alien planet, isn't it? If you don't know how to survive.
Yeah,
But
just
that's the
now all
reason
the
why.
paperwork, man.
Yeah, that's the reason why I wanted to come first for a little while and work it out. Maybe 4 months of the year.
I mean, you get
Get
under the
things
table
sorted.
jobs, as they call them, you know?
Oh yeah, what cash in hand?
Yeah.
See, that used to be like that here. And then as soon as they brought something called a CSCS card, which is basically the training that you've been through, and the site can't get security unless the people have got the card. They can't get, insurance. And of course the
Yeah.
card costs money.
Well, now, when I say under the table, that means just that. I mean, basically it's the same thing as you selling drugs, only you're doing legal work. Like, you don't
Yeah.
work for nobody. You do this and you get paid this, and that's it. There ain't
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, we call it cash in hand work. So it'd be like, I don't know, even tending to fields and stuff. They're doing that over here at the moment because on the lockdown, loads of people started getting jobs like cutting cabbages and so on in the fields until there was a massive breakout. Because all the food was going to waste because there was no one to pick it.
Might put some nutrients back in the soil. Nah, Hatch, I agree with what you just said. Not the racist part. And the racist thing, you know, it was a funny joke at first, but I mean, like I say, there is racist people out there. The way they talk, but
Now it's the line's getting blurred though, isn't it? For what is racist?
well, I mean, I mean, what you
Common
know,
sense.
yeah, I mean, like, I told somebody the other day, I said, what is it about me that people feel comfortable talking to me about? Well, now weed's pretty much legal, so that's not a big deal. But there's two things. I've had plenty of people come up to me and say shit, racist shit. You know what? By everybody's standard. Well, I mean, just flat out this, that, and the other. But I got to thinking, I was like, that same motherfucker though really ain't the way they talk. You know what I'm talking about? Like, now all of them I don't know, but some of them I've spent time around, and they'll make comments and say shit that to the average person would make them shit their pants because they're pussies. But when it comes down to brass tacks, they really don't treat those people no different than they would nobody else.
You're in a different spot than me.
It's kind of like somebody talking about whipping somebody's ass all the time, you know?
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Mostly because it hurts my hands.
Yeah. But I mean, really, they're not going around just beating up everybody they see either. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, at least it's the same kind of thing happened to you. Oh no, maybe not.
I mean,
I've
some
got
people
my
like
way of
talk
getting there
shit's what
anyway.
I'm getting at. Some people just like to talk shit and say things.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, come on.
Oh yeah, she's a damn hell. That woman, Hatchet. I can't even watch her talk. Jesus Christ. She's
Yeah, no, she does my head in.
playing politics so hard you can't even stand to listen to her bullshit.
There isn't anyone like, in the face of politics that angers me, like makes me feel like, where the fuck are the snipers?
Yeah. Oh, she's on something.
And No, but I feel so bad that someone's making me feel so angry. But it's because essentially she's trying to kill people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People are dying right now because of their policies and because of their game they're playing. And it's the fact that she thinks she's untouchable. And I'm like, oh, I'd love natural law to hit you in the fucking face, love.
Well, see, that's what
And
the dumb
fucking,
bitch and the rest of them don't understand. They're out there trying to play another man's game that's not a politician.
yeah.
Now, granted, they may be retired and gone before it catches up with them, but the best thing people like her could have done, she's been in her job a long time and she took it for granted. You know, she needs to keep her damn mouth shut. Because she's
Did you
not.
see that time? Sorry, go on, mate.
Nah, that.
Oh, nice.
What happened?
No, I just thought you were going to get it in.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Did you see that time when she was pissed out of her face and proper slurring?
I mean, I might have maybe at the time if there was a joke made out of it, but that's kind of my point. Like, she was one of those people that was under the radar, and now she keeps sticking her neck out there asking to get her head chopped off.
That didn't go very well.
I mean, hell, fire. Basically, there was a law going on that was basically going to send anybody who didn't make jack shit for money some money. Now, I don't know. I didn't read into any of it now, mind you guys. So I don't. But the way I understand it is, the way it was before, they was asking for wanting to add shit that had nothing to do with anything. You know, like, all right, you know, just something, I don't know, whatever the other side thinks is something they need to do, you know. Goes back to the problem I was talking about earlier. Hell, if it's a good idea, it shouldn't matter what letters behind your name. Fucking get on board with it, you know.
Yeah.
Instead of fighting for the, you know, what's that old saying, cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Yeah.
See, you just brought up a good point what I was talking about earlier, Hatchet. When I said if somebody's truly scared of somebody, they're not going to sit there and say nothing about it. And the dude you just brought up is the kind of shit I'm talking about. You know that motherfucker's done some shit. And they ain't
Yeah.
nobody saying shit about it. You know why? Because they're
Yeah,
scared. They're
they
actually
get
scared.
disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fucking whole what's fucking hell, man? I hate my brain sometimes. He hung himself in a prison cell, but they didn't.
Epstein.
Epstein, Jesus fucking Christ! I punched myself in the head.
Nah,
I
that
am very,
sucker.
very stoned and tired.
Yeah, he probably was murdered. But see, here's the thing, though. Whether he was murdered or killed himself, it all was a means to an end.
Yep.
I mean, he knew he was done. So if I'd lived the life he'd lived, assuming what we all assume of him, if I'd have lived that life, I would have killed myself. I'm already that age. I've been raping chicks for now on 35, 40 years or some shit, right?
And he's gonna die in jail.
Yeah, and he's going to die in jail. And the other, you know, the other alternative is everybody. I mean, all I'm saying is if you live that kind of life, and I mean, let's say it wasn't underage girls. Let's just say he was just fucking like all the Playboy models or Victoria's Secret models and shit.
Yeah.
And just had some dirt. I mean, you can't go that many years being on, you know, doing that kind of shit and then go to jail. I mean, hell, a day in jail for somebody like that is like,
Torture.
yeah, I mean, that's, without even knowing anything other than how rich he was and what he had. I literally told somebody that was talking about it. I said, hell, if I was that dude, I'd kill my damn self. And that was before he killed himself. And they're like, why would you do that? I was like, man, you can't come down from that to there. And then after I found out about having dirt on people everywhere, I'm like, well, goddamn, if he don't kill himself, somebody's gonna fuck him up anyway. So whether he killed himself or not, he was going to wind up dead before he ever went to trial, I think.
Okay, so I've just realised something. Driver doesn't work in the rough, does it?
Nah. It drops down the percentage or whatever.
Yeah, it just went like 10% of the fucking distance. The Hollywood monster.
Hey, I bet y'all that Maxwell bitch thinks she's slick enough to get out of it, though. She's got to. Or she'd have been gone. She'd have been gone. Or she's acting complacent one. I don't know. Of course he had dirt on Clinton.
Yeah, was it? He's got. There's 4 different pictures of him at different occasions. There's pictures of him standing there on the plane.
Yeah, all the times he was on his damn plane.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish it landed on the gable thing there.
Quite cool.
I can't believe she didn't run. That girlfriend, man. Know why the hell she stayed in the U.S.
I remember seeing something on Fox News, and I think they deleted it all off of YouTube. And there was a dude, I don't know who it was, but he says that there's a plan in place that if Trump loses the election, that they're just going to overthrow Democrats because of what they've done to the country over the last 3 years, because they know what they've done. Like, they're trying to destroy Trump, they're trying to overthrow an official election, which is treason. So they're going to punish them for treason. And the only way that you can deal with that, which is a massive crowd of people that judge you for what you've done. Which is legal in the USA. Enough people get together and they just walk straight in, can't they?
Well, I guess. Yeah, it seems like, you know, especially social media, the court of public opinion is having a lot of effect on shit.
Well, he categorically said that that if they lose, that there's going to be consequences, and I was like, shit, man. It didn't seem like he was joking either. Because is it an officially won election when it's been 3 years of propaganda, manipulation, and lies, and crime as well?
Actually, I listened to a lawyer talk about this for a long time. well, as far as, you know, time in office and all that shit goes. And apparently, you know, constitutionally, they can do everything they've done, even though it ain't right. It's kind of like the whole thing, you know. There ain't no law against being a dirty whore, and there ain't no law against being a racist unless you do something. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless you get caught selling pussy on the street corner, or, you know, you get caught doing hate crimes. I mean, there's nothing legal against that kind of thing, you know. Just like that, there's nothing illegal against being a bitch or a bunch of bitches, you know.
Yeah, there is in the UK. They've made the law now, haven't they?
But see,
That
that's
you're
the
not
thing,
allowed
though.
to.
Isn't that up for interpretation? I
Yeah, but
think.
that's the whole point. That's the argument, because who are they to decide what's right to be said and what's not? Like these police officers that have got no training. Look, I told you, didn't I? If you say something wrong on Facebook, you call someone any name on Facebook, you swear at them and call them, like, I don't know, you fucking, you gay boy or something. You'll get a police come around your house. And then and even if they don't see it and someone else sees you say that to them, they can ring the police on you. If they perceive, if they think that you've insulted them and they think that that person might be upset or whatever, then they can report you.
Now, see, that's
It's just
fucked
like,
up.
whoa.
That criminal shit. Yours telling me criminal shit. Now, I'd call
No,
that,
no,
you
no,
know,
no. They
libel
come,
or slander or
yeah,
something.
they slander. Yeah, they come to you and they say this is a non-crime. We have been a non-crime has been reported to us, and
Oh,
we've
I
come
remember you.
round
Yeah.
basically. Yeah, we've come around to report it to you, and if it's bad enough, they will take you away. There's been people that have got in a lot of trouble for it. Someone sued the government recently and won, though. It was like a fucking historic thing. It's called wrong think. You're thinking wrong.
Well, in my opinion, there's no such thing. Whether I agree with what you think or not, there's no such
Exactly,
thing
that's
as
what I
wrong
believe.
think.
I'm wrong about so many things. I know that. I don't feel like I'm wrong. I just know that I am.
What's
I
old
know how people are.
that old Dr. Peterson said, you know, and
Oh my god, that was really bad.
knocking out the bird's nest. You know, in order to think, you know, you got to be willing to offend. You know, if you're thinking freely.
Well, I want to be
Kinda.
wrong because
Patch.
it will better me. I want to have a conversation and discover I'm wrong about something.
Well, being right don't teach you a damn thing.
Exactly, but it's just that it brings us back about learning from your past, isn't it? Your history. Like everything I've learned is because it's overwritten me being wrong or my assumptions about things. So if you can't air your opinion now, you're meant to learn.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna get that old Prince Andrew or not.
Oh no, you won't get him. You can't.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
They just can't. The main thing with the royal family is face more than anything. They even kill each other over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the news has had their teeth in there a little bit, but I don't think
What it is he's royalty.
Yeah.
They cannot afford to do it for that to happen. I mean, they killed off Diana, didn't they? Because she exposed.
Yeah, she's fucking that dude on that boat and shit, and got pictures of her.
Yeah. She was sleeping with her security guard.
Yeah. Well,
They
that
were
other
in love and
dude,
everything.
after they split up too.
Yeah. Can't remember his name.
I can't either, but
Yeah, she got killed off as well. And the same reason Epstein did. People too powerful for too long, too much to lose. You best fucking hide.
see, the only problem with Andrew is I ain't paid much attention to it too much.
He's autistic, isn't he?
Well, you know, I was gonna say I think that fucking dude might just. I'm not taking up for him. I just think he might have been in a play. I know I should be careful what I'm saying, but he's kind of stupid. It seems like. I mean, Fergie was obviously, you know what I mean. You know, he's just an idiot. I think.
The royalties inbred, didn't they? For the longest time, they wouldn't marry outside of. They wouldn't marry outside of royalty, and there was no royalty. We were running out.
Yeah.
So our royal family is German. You had to marry into the German royalty just to keep it going, so they didn't fucking end up with 3 heads.
Yeah. Yeah, it was going to get too inbred.
And then that links me into the links with the Nazis that that the royal family have got. That Prince Charles, do you know Prince Charles, Prince George, Prince Charles. I don't know one of them. I don't really keep track of them. But
no,
yeah, he
Philip.
was a known Nazi sympathizer. Yeah, Philip. Yeah, that's one. He was a known Nazi sympathizer, and he was talking with Hitler at the time of this all happening. There's another little fact that people don't know as well about the war, that Hitler asked every single country to take the Jews, and every single country said no. England said, no, we're not going to take any more, we already have 1 million in London. That was their reason. And then, I'm not justifying what he does, or what he done was fucking horrendous.
Oh yeah.
But that's why he was left with no choice. Well, he was left with a choice. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's the choice he thought he had left. But I only found that out not long ago, and it didn't change everything, but it does make you think, well, wait a second, what was our fucking part in this before it kicked off? Nobody ever talks about before.
Mm-mm. No, that's the problem with every story I ever hear. You know, every time you hear a story, there's a hero and a villain, and it makes for a good story, but I just don't buy it. I mean, I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy. You know, I'm not saying anything, or the next guy. What I'm saying is, you know, whenever anybody tells me a story and it's 100% somebody's a hero and 100% a villain. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
I just find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe because that's just not the way the world works. That's not the way people work. Nobody's perfect.
Well, that's why I brought up that the fact that he asked everyone to solve the problem and just take these people away, and everyone said no, and I think that makes us a fucking accessory to it. Because nowadays we're letting people in just because they're in danger in their country. So what is our excuse then? And why aren't we feeling bad about it? Why are we making him look so bad and then not reflecting on ourselves in the same way?
He's the villain. That's the way the story goes, you know. It's been in literature from, you know, it's fiction. Well, I mean, everybody knows she's a crook. Fucked up
Well,
hatch.
it's fucked up. It's the same thing as the UK though with the rape thing, the cover up. They were literally saying, "Shut up and let your daughters get abused." And because they won't give us the information, the report, they're letting it continue as well, facilitating it. It's like lining someone up who with a gun in it. It's like you're not quite lined up with that person, and you move them over a couple of feet, and then said, "Now fire." They're still killing the person, but you fucking aimed them.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you talk about Philip and with the Nazis and shit. You got to think, the dude's what? He'd have been fucking basically a teenager dealing with big shots in the Nazi party at the time, right?
Yeah.
And they were doing big things at the time, and I'm not talking about the killing of the Jews. I mean, they had a war machine. They were fucking working on shit. I mean, what the fuck was he supposed to do? Act like a goddamn... I mean, I don't know. It just seems like nowadays, when you hold anything to today's standards from the past, especially that long ago, 80 years ago, I mean, I think it just sounds ignorant, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, do you know why? Do you even know why the Nazis didn't at first? They turned against the Jews.
Oh, I'm
It
going
was
to go with the
because
eugenics program. I mean,
no, obviously, but no, that's the propaganda. That's how they justified it to the 80% that weren't into what was happening. They were like, well, look at them, they're not human. Well, they'd starve them, and then they'd take pictures of them, and they go, look, they're not the same species. The propaganda of it. But it was in the First World War. The Jewish people did nothing to help them, and they were starving and hungry. And the Jewish people basically consolidated all the money, bought up all the property, and they hid away and did nothing. And they never forgot them for it. And that's the reason why they went and literally passed a law and they moved Jews out and Germans in, because they were trying to fix the problem. But that's just a part of that never gets talked about as well. Again, not justifying it, I'm just saying that was what they used to justify everything that happened next. It's not fucking right. And then that brings us to the modern day, and it's still going on with the Jewish people. People are still saying the same thing, that the Jewish people are doing the same thing, which is fucking just... How can you not learn a lesson in the space of 40? It's only been 40 years. What's wrong with you?
Well, like I say, it goes back to generalizations. Some are right, some are wrong,
I wish people would just fucking learn from their mistakes.
Hell, they can't do it. Well, that's the thing. They're either trying too hard to learn from past mistakes, mistakes they didn't make. I mean, hell, I didn't own no slaves. I didn't kill no Jews. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not that I don't understand what happened, but, I'm not going to feel guilty for something I didn't do.
See, the thing is, like, I look at it kind of like, but I look at it in a different way as well. It's like, if we hadn't had slaves, then we wouldn't have learned that it's not bad. It's bad to have slaves, and we would be doing it now, wouldn't we? If we didn't have that history, then what would they be saying that the problem is? We need it there. We need to have done it to learn from it.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
not saying you should do bad things to learn, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah. I know what you're saying.
History will repeat itself. And you've also got to acknowledge that every single civilization that is still alive now, the only reason why they are alive is because they raped and pillaged and like killed their way to success.
Well,
Every
you know,
single one.
Mongolia did it. I mean, that was their whole goal, wasn't it? I mean, take over as much as
Yeah, didn't
possible
he
by any
killed,
means.
was it 40% of the population or
It killed
something?
more people than, well, you know, is responsible. You know, if you want to put a
Probably
blame on
more deaths
somebody.
than anyone, yeah, more than anyone, than all the wars put together today. 40% of the population of the world, he just fucking just ransacked and raped his way through, and he was happy to do so as well.
And I mean, before Germany came along in the 40s, I mean, it was Russia, Yugoslavia, Ukraine, all that, all the Slavic countries. They pretty much starved all those people to death, you know.
Yeah.
It was a lot worse than the Holocaust.
People, people are fucked up, man. We're really fucking messed up, isn't it, really? But again, go on, go on.
Oh, yeah, nice. Nice.
Now you're going to be doing what I did. The potato burning.
The potato burning.
I actually feel sorry for him in a way. Like, as he is now, because he's not compass, I see him as a child and he's protecting kind of thing. He's getting he's like a puppet, isn't he? And I know that what they're doing is because they got fucking, is it genetic treatments like fucking stem cells and stuff like that they'll be giving him to try and keep his fucking mental health in order. Why you see him, he only gets moments of clarity, so I reckon they're giving him a drug, tablet, injection, whatever, and it's giving him that moment of clarity, and then that's why you see him in the interviews, he starts getting all foggy. That's my personal opinion, anyway. Because they've got access to drugs that you haven't, and you've never even heard of.
You talking about
Like I
Biden
said,
or Bernie?
Biden.
Yeah. That they fucked him like he did, you know. It goes to the point of what I'm talking about. You're just getting the same all the time.
Yeah, he's a career politician. He's been around long enough to change things if needs be. Right, I'm wondering if I can take you with me while I'm walking the logs with the app.
I don't know about the app. The headphones probably won't go far. Nah, but like old Bernie, if Hatch is still in there, he knows a little bit about politics, and I'm pretty much on Hatch's side and everything here. But I mean, even if, well, number one, if Bernie would ever got elected, he would have never got anything done because, I mean, he just wouldn't have. Because he has been in politics a long time, but you know, just all of his stuff was. I don't want to call it progressive, and I don't want to call it extreme. It was just too much.
Oh, so you can't talk to people on the apps, and that's a shame. Have you got Streamlabs? Streamlabs? You know where you put the link in the description. And you can use your mobile phone to talk.
Me? Nah, I don't. Nah, I don't have it.
I suppose you're using your PlayStation. You need a computer. Right, so what I'm going to do, you can have a little play about. I will come round and have another round. Sort of, I'm going to take the dogs out quickly.
Alright. Hatchet, what are you talking about? You jumping into talking chat? Because it's open if you want to.
Yeah, send me a friend's request and what's yours? PSN dot. I'll find out. I'll put it in for you if it's easy. It's just Dr. Subtone, isn't it? It's Dr. Subtone, but one word and each word has a capital in it. So D, S and the T is capital and the rest is lowercase.
Who you talking to? Hatchet?
Yeah, is he your friend?
Yeah, I've got him. Yeah, I've got him.
Alright. It's because he asked me.
Or I
What's
thought he
your,
did.
PSN? Hatchet. No, Hatchet.
I don't want to say his other name, but I'm pretty sure I've got him.
Oh yeah, I remember now. Last stream, you were saying that that you got them things that you sent or something, and you went out shopping. So it's like you know each other in real life or something. Do you? Doc,
What?
do you know him in real life? Like off of here.
No, like, I mean, we don't go to each other's houses and shit or nothing. Yeah.
I've got.
Yeah, it's Bad Clam.
Bad Clam.
Yeah, that's his PSN.
I love it.
Well, jump in here for a minute. Hatch. Like I say, it's public. So you should be able to just join it.
Bad Clam. I've fucking come across a couple of them. Right, I'll be back.
Copy that. Yeah, I do, because I think you were bringing up some good points, but it's kind of hard to go back and forth when you're not a... I truly don't give a shit. I wish you got in a while ago. Hell, I had me a... I got me another one right here. Having me a drink. Well, I mean, this is the greatest country there is. But the one thing I do gotta say, that's why I wish you was in here, is like some of the shit we were talking about. I love this country too. You know why? Because I know it's the greatest country there is. I mean, there's good stuff as far as scenery and everything goes about other countries, but you know, we're the closest to freedom that there is. I mean, there's a few things, and people are trying to set us back, though. That's the part that disappoints me. Like I was saying earlier, I mean, it's a damn shame when, you know, people want to hate so much. Well, I mean, they're doing. I mean, it's like they don't even know what fascism is or anything else. I mean, it's like they're just. You hear this shit coming out of our main news sources, or what used to be, talking this ignorant bullshit. And that's why I say I just can't subscribe to it. And I mean, that's what more people are going to have to do, you know. I mean, I'm not a person that gets out there and likes to, you know, I ain't going to march in the streets or nothing. But, you know, if I'm going to get backed up in the corner or anything else, shit's going to get done. You know, I ain't going to. Well, see, that's the thing. We might be in the last generation. Me and I know Green ain't from this country, but you know, I guess everybody's different. I say a generation's about 33 years, and you know, if you're any younger than that, I mean, I'm not kicking you out of the thought process, but if we ain't the last one, we're damn close, and that's I mean, based on what you hear, anyway, you know, coming out of. I don't know. I truly believe. I hear a lot of shit on TV, but when I talk to the everyday, it was like I was talking about earlier. You know, talking about people say things that a lot of people get uptight over, but in reality, they're just talking to be free because they're allowed to do that. You know, they say things, you know. Like I say, I love to use all the gay and the faggot and so you know, queers and gay boys and all that shit. You know, I don't hate nobody like that. Like I said, hell, I growed up with plenty of gay boys, for real. I don't hate them. But they like to fuck with me just as much as I'll fuck with them. So I mean, it's all fair, I think. You know, and I don't think I need some little twat who's, you know, 15 or 20. I ain't never worked a day of their fucking life. Their mama pays them to go to school and shit, and their daddy does, to tell me how to talk. Because, you know, last time I checked, this is America, motherfucker. No, you damn right. But see, here's the thing, Hatch. It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier with the kids and you know, as far as being a parent, kids, not just kids nowadays. You keep your mouth shut and you keep your hands in your pockets till you gotta open it, and you gotta take them out, you know. And I think a lot of people's doing that right now because they're just letting the kids have their temper tantrum. I mean, that's what I've been doing. I'll let them talk, let them get it out of their system. They'll learn. They'll learn. Well, if adults, and by adults I mean people who are in politics and shit, allow this shit, you know, they're like, oh, you want free college? Okay. Well, what's going to happen? That's why I say what's going to happen to the next generation. Well, the motherfuckers don't want to work now when they're able-bodied more than they've ever been. I mean, they damn sure ain't going to work in the future to pay for the next generation. So then, where's that leave us, you know? Well, I agree it's a land of dreams, but some people are asking for dreams. I mean, hell, it's a dream of mine. Hell, I want to have an orgy with all the late 90s to early 2000s Victoria's Secret models. You know, number one, it'd probably be kind of gross right now. Number two, it's not going to happen. Well, shit. Well, no, you're not lying. You didn't say she can, you know, succeed. You said you could chase. And see, that's the difference. You can chase any dream you want in America. Now, whether it's going to come to light for you, that's a different story. And, I mean, you ain't got to make that distinction because you already did. You said it pretty simple. You can chase any dream. And you can't. Just like you can say anything. You can say anything here in America. Even though they're trying to stop that. That don't make it right. And don't make it wrong. Well, I mean, it's really not. A dream anymore. I mean, you know, we're talking about dreams, you know. You know. It was more just kind of a metaphor. I did. Well, I'll tell you now. I still think they're hot. You know, hot in the way of like a Ferrari F40 is like I really love a F40, but I know it's not really that fun. I mean, it would be fun. It would be fun. I shouldn't have said that. That was the wrong way. And I know it's not practical. I didn't mean that either. But, you know, it's just a car I really loved. You know, and that, you know, Adriana Lima, Miranda Kerr, and Alexandra Ambrosia. Back in them days, all those bitches, oh, with their dark hair and their Slavic fucking can't hardly talk English, speak English. You know, yeah, boy. I had a thing for them. Hell, I still do. I wouldn't kick them out of bed for eating crackers. Well, shit, man. Talking about that, that's fucking problem people's got. I mean, there ain't no way you're ever going to be a leader, a mentor, somebody to look up to if you ain't never failed. You know why? Because that's fantasy. I mean, as I say, you know, I'm not a Bible man by no means, or a religious man. But a friend of mine, his daddy was a minister. He used to always say that there's no man righteous. And I agree with that. I mean, it ain't gonna matter. I mean, just look at it. I mean, we've seen it come out time and time again. I mean, the motherfucker might win it. I mean, Darryl Strawberry, think about him. And he's fucking coked out of his gourd all the time, you know? Talking about baseball, you know? And on and on and on and on down the line. I mean, hell, I'm proud I don't want to fuck women in the ass, you know? Or do weird shit to them, you know? I mean, there's shit out in this world that makes me go, what the fuck is going on with people, you know? I mean, to each their own. It's like I say, it's supposed to be living in a free country, but I mean, hell, look at Epstein. He had billions of fucking dollars raping little girls. Well, hell, fire. I believe I'd rather be poor and fuck a 35-year-old who smoked for 10 years, you know? That's just me. Call me old-fashioned. Yeah, a good man. I don't know there's such a thing. Maybe decent. Don't know how good I am. I guess it's all relative. Like I was talking to Green there the other night, you know, what would you do in this situation? Well, it's like I say, whether it be war or whatever it is, I mean, my kids used to talk about going in the military, and there'd been a lot of family in there. You know, like I say, you might go to war. Can you take another man's life? And I don't mean shooting him from 20 yards. But it goes both ways. I mean, if you see a motherfucker on fire that didn't deserve to be, are you willing to jump on him and put him out? Weird shit, though. Tell you that. Shit, man. I don't know why the fuck you don't just jump in this bitch. I thought it was open. Hell, I'll turn the sound off. Nobody hear you. If that's what you're worried about. Oh, fuck. far as enlisting goes, you talking about the military? Yeah, most people ain't gonna have to worry about seeing no combat anymore, anyhow. That's another thing that's sad about what's going on, you know. Like I say, that's another thing that's something to green about. Well, a lot of people, you know, GI Bill and all that, and get a lot of good benefits, man. I mean, hell, I went and took the ASVAB and all that shit. I don't know, it goes back to the 40s thing. And again, it's a different kind of war now. You know, it ain't red versus green or however you want to look at it. But then again, on the other hand, that's what makes you want to go fight one even more. It's like, you're too pussy to even stand for a side. You know, makes you want to fight even more. Somebody won't even stand that. At least you got some respect for a man to show his damn, you know. Well, I sure shit do. Like I say, man, put on the colors and fight. Even though I may hate what he stands for, at least he ain't hiding it. It's better than some fucker trying to act like some pathetic little, just regular civilian dude and, you know, strapping a goddamn bomb underneath his fucking coat or something. I've hit a few balls there till it gets back. Yeah, it's funny about England, man. Somebody talks about walking the dog. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Which that's another beauty part about America, I guess. You don't have to walk your dog here. Your dog walks itself. It runs around, and when it gets ready to come in, it does. Yo, Tommy, what's up? Shit, yeah, I believe if I had to walk a dog, I wouldn't have one. Especially them big ones. That's, I don't really care if people do what they want to. I'm sure they take good care of them. I just got one of them big dogs. They will be able to go fuck around and shit. Only problem I found with dogs in the country is they like to fuck with skunks. Weird as shit putting in a stadium. Man, my toe slipped right there. It's having it paid off. Oh, I dig it, man. Leveled up while he's taking them. So I don't know. Hell, shit, you level up, it ain't nothing but aesthetics, you know. You really don't get nothing to make you. Even though this driver feels like it just hammers them.
Oh, man.
Are you back?
Yeah.
Alright. Let me finish this hole real quick. I gotta putt one more time.
Oh, yeah. I'll crack on. I've got loads of gaming that I do in here. Kicked me out.
Trying to get Hatchet joined in here with us.
Well, actually play. It'd be good to have 3 people, like, have a little bit of a break in between the holes kind of thing.
I sent him a party. I told him it was open. You send it. Does he send you a friend request yet? Go ahead and fucking invite him too. I think he don't want to be heard on the stream. I told him I'd turn our sound off. That's what.
Yeah, this is the only stream. Well, this is the first time I ever had my voice on stream. I've muted it as well, so I can't hear myself. Does that sound common as muck? As my mum would say. Oh, brilliant. When I feed my snakes, they decide to drop one to make room. It's like a, I don't know, metallic-y smell. Kill my enlistment chances. I've got into the army, but I didn't go in for reasons.
What'd you say?
I said I got into the army, but I didn't go in for reasons. Mostly because I don't have no teeth. And they said I got all the way to the end of it. Obviously there was other reasons I was thinking about as well, but they said that if you've got bad teeth, then you shouldn't join, because if you need like emergency dental practice, then you're basically kicked out because they haven't got time to catch you up with everyone else. So I was like, okay. Doesn't mean I'm not going to go in at some point, though. I think it's a good experience to always have something like that. Yeah, I don't think he's accepted. No, he hasn't accepted my friend request.
I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick.
I think Obama's got some charges coming his way, but they can't say it now because it's a surprise for the election. Like all this information that's coming out now, they knew about this, and they're just slowly letting it out because they know if they let it out now, by the time the election comes, news gets forgotten about very quickly when the news organisations are run by left-wing people, unless it's about Trump. So he's going to wait until right before the election and then he's going to drop it. Watch.
Alright, did you not get an invite to jump in this thing?
No.
Alright. thought it automatically sent it.
Yeah, I was talking to you, Hatchet. Let's try this again. I figured I'd use sign language to answer this question.
It should be good
Why
to go.
doesn't it? All he needs to do is put his voice to private, so that it's only us that can hear him. Well, it'd already be on that automatically, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he can just, if he's in the party, he can just go to party screen, party settings, and it says allow voice to be shared, and it'll have options. Always allow, allow for this party, do not allow. And you can just pick do not allow, you won't be coming through.
It's up, down, down, left, right, left. Yeah, I remember them days.
You might as well
I
jump in
remember
here, Hatchet. Like I said, you ain't got to share your voice.
Next start.
You still ain't shit. I'm fucking.
Grown Ups. The film. Grown Ups. Yeah, it's Grown Ups, a film with Adam Sandler in it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Got that little blonde man lady in it as well. I don't reckon he doesn't want to talk because he sounds like that Canadian that was talking to the women.
Who, Hatchet?
It's like, yeah, it's like, hello ladies.
Nah, I thought Hatchet sounded about like I sound.
I'm only messing now. I don't know you spoke to me before.
He ain't talked to me in a while. He's been snubbing me for about, well, in person or, you know, in talk, he snubbed me for a while.
Oh, that's maybe you want to watch that film now. Hose teasers.
There he is. Still don't hear it all.
Stink, man. So is he similar to me then, Doc, when it comes to... I wouldn't call it being shy. Not shy, shy's not the word.
Well, I look at it as, like me...
Overthinking.
Well, overthinking, but when I'm speaking on here, I look at it as anonymity.
Yeah, I know. Everyone says that it's a thing. They don't want their local people knowing that they're on YouTube or watching it, but they're happy with everyone else.
Well, no, because it gets weird. Because obviously, if you got along with your neighbor in that way,
He's muted.
yeah, I mean, you would be you'd be hanging out with them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Have you sent him a request in game or through?
Hold on a minute. Let me look at what his status is. You might just have to leave and come back in it. Like leave the party and then join it back. Or I'll start a new one. Yeah, and then just join back in.
It did the same to me when I joined it.
Now you talking about fucking like your local people. So fucking weird how people are.
Still can't hear him.
Did he join back yet? Alright, now I see him popping up. I don't hear him. Hey, check one. Tap your mic and shit, man. Make sure you're unmuted on yourself. Alright, I'll send y'all one. Alright. Alright, I'll send y'all a party chat. Getting the shit. Fuck, he ain't online, is he? God damn it. Alright, can you hear me now? I just left the party and tried to start a new one. Oh, maybe that's what it was. Maybe you'll have to send it. You friends with him yet? There he
You're
is.
reading that. I'm a fucking asshole. You know that. I only got like 30 minutes stock still. You know?
Wow, where you going?
I got work, man. I gotta start driving and trucking. You know? Gotta get some sleep. It's my own fault. It's my own goddamn fault.
know what you
I
mean.
don't blame nobody. But, you know.
Hey, what you gonna do?
No, man. I'm Fry from Futurama. Think of that. I love Fry. He's my hero. Fry? You know who Fry is, right? I'm Fry. Yeah. But no, I drive a truck. I drive a real truck, man. Like, I just had a blowout at 60 miles that ripped, like, my wheel well out of my truck. So, yeah, I drive a truck. But I identify myself with Fry from Futurama. Yeah, well. I just, I'm simple. Like him, you know? Yeah, I woke up in the wrong place, okay? That too. You know? I woke up in retardville, you know? Where a bunch of people are retards. They can't get along and they can't do anything. It's a bunch of fucking retards. The whole world's a bunch of fucking retards. You see that. I watched your comments. You know what I'm talking about. The whole world's a bunch of fucking retards that can't get along. So yeah, I woke up in the wrong fucking place.
Well, that's
with a
on the
bunch of
show.
fucking retards.
You know why? I mean, it's like, how many polls have you took? How many interviews have you gave? How many social media you see what I'm saying?
Alright, what are you talking about? Spit that again. Spit that.
I'm saying, how many polls have you taken?
What kind of polls you talking about?
Any
Just living
kind.
life?
A political poll.
Well, YouTube says I have to take polls every day. YouTube says I have to fucking answer this question, that question, that question. I mean, that's YouTube. That's Google. I mean, Google's sucking your information every fucking day. They're taking your fucking sperm out of your fucking sack every day.
I wish that was happening. That's one app I don't got.
It is happening. It is happening. Yeah, people like Nancy the Pig Pelosi fucking sitting there praying that she could suck your sperm from your scrotum.
Nah, not her. I wouldn't let her.
Oh, that vampire bitch. Oh, totally. I mean, what? I don't know. I'm counting my minutes down. Cause I mean, I do have to get to work. So, but I want to run my fucking mouth. I'll run my fucking mouth. I love my fucking country. And this dude Green.
Well, you're muted.
I feel bad for this dude Green because his country's being taken over.
Sounds pretty bad, man.
The one great empire of the fucking world. You can't do anything, Green. You can't. Your government is ruining your fucking country. But nobody's going to stand by your side. I mean, I can run my mouth. You see me run my mouth. You know, I love my Irish heritage. All right. I have family still in Ireland. I can look back on history, and that's what I was trying to say earlier. Is England ever going to give me any retribution how you treated my family, my heritage? That's part of life, though, right? That's part of life. Your country conquered my ancestors' country, correct? Oh, I know exactly what I'm talking about. You think I'm scared to talk about what I'm talking about? So black people sell black people as slaves. Why should white people have to pay the retribution of that? From Africa, right? Oh, no, I'll bark up a fucking tree. You want me to bark up a fucking tree? If England's not going to pay me for what you did to my ancestors, then why the fuck should I have to pay anybody else?
Boy, you don't.
When I had nothing to do with it. When I had nothing to do with it. And my ancestors had nothing to do with it. Well, oh, I know. England made my ancestors slaves. That's what the potato famine is all about. Oh, I know all about that shit. I know all about that shit. Well, yeah. The English were horrible fucking people that ruined my fucking ancestry.
What the fuck? Come on now.
I wasn't even allowed to fish on my own land because of the English. Doc, sit down and shut the fuck up. Because I know what I'm talking about. I'm saying I know what I'm talking about. The English took away my Irish. We weren't even allowed to fish because of the English. But can Green, can you and I sit here and have a conversation? We're having a conversation, aren't we? We're having
Sounds
a
little
debate,
one-sided.
Well, it is one-sided because he knows what his people did was wrong. You know. But Doc, we're still being civil, right? Green, we're still being civil, correct?
There's that old saying, if you don't know who the man in the room not being civil is, it's probably you.
No, we're being civil. Because
Nah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I'm asking the question because here in the States, you have all these people saying, we want money, we need money, you owe us this. I'm trying to prove a point here.
Well, no, I think you got everybody's on the same side here as far as that goes. Nobody's getting no money.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to prove a point here. You have all these people who are like, I have nothing to do with that shit in the past. Green has nothing to do with that in the past. That's why I'm trying to prove a point. I'm trying to prove a point. Here, right now, nobody owes anybody. We gotta move forward. I mean, I could harp every single minute of the day. I'd be like, you did this to the world. All I'm trying to do is just say, hey, nobody owes. This is 1,000 years in the past. You understand what I'm saying? This is 100 years in the future. Whatever. You understand what I'm trying to say. It's time to move forward and have a better tomorrow. It is stupid, and nobody owes anybody anything. If you can't move forward, then it's your own fault. I use it as a point just to prove. You have a beautiful country with a lot of beautiful buildings. I've been there. I've walked around your country. I've backpacked around your country. You have history. I've been there.
Yeah, but where do you live now?
It doesn't matter. What matters is I have the ability to get up and go travel. Because I choose that. I have an ability
But
to go
wouldn't
to
you rather
fucking
have your
Thailand
home
tomorrow
base
if I want.
in America?
I'm just saying. I have the ability to do anything I fucking want. And I've done that my whole life. I've done that my whole life. Even with a child. You know what I do? I put her on my shoulder, then we walk together. Her mother was a piece of shit, and I carry her with me. I carry my little girl with me wherever I go. That's it. That's her life, not my life. I had a child. It ain't my life no more. It's her life. It's her life. I lived a fucking awesome life. I traveled. I've been halfway around the fucking world, and I fucking lived a life. And people want to take that away from everybody else? That's your own fucking fault. It's not my fault. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying here, but the world's a big fucking place. If you can't seize your opportunities, that's on you, not me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand that.
I turned 27 when I was in Ireland. I walked around that whole fucking continent. Well, not continent. Well, continent's big, but you understand what I mean. That whole fucking country. Now you're all getting me fucking worked up. I don't like getting worked up.
I feel like we're kind of getting off on a bunch of different points all at the same time.
Where are you? All right, Doc. When you were 27, where the fuck were you?
Where the fuck was I? 27.
Green? Now you think about the same thing. When you're 27, where the fuck were you? Yeah, I was walking around your fucking country. I was walking around England, friggin' Ireland, Scotland, Wales, friggin' traveling by bus. I turned 27 there. I was halfway around the fucking world by 27. At 22,
Well,
I was in California.
But
That's from the East Coast from the United States.
But
I'm just saying.
Reparations part, though.
Yeah, it's all being shut down quick. You know? Like, everything's being shut down.
I mean,
if you ain't an elitist, you can't travel no more. Look at OSC.
Oh, yeah.
Right? She wants to fucking ruin all that shit. Who's gonna have the planes? It ain't you and me. I'm being reality here. I just asked. Where, Doc? You still haven't an answer. When you were 27, where were you?
In America, I guess. As far as I remember.
No. That doesn't count.
I mean, we're just jumping.
Old.
We're bouncing
I've been
around.
down to Florida and back up. I used to drive. I used to fucking run Greyhound. What I mean is, I traveled by bus.
Okay. All right, hold on.
I got on a bus and I traveled and I fucking went and saw stuff on a Greyhound, on a bus. I mean, I'm gonna run my mouth because I've done what I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm not denying that. But it started out, you were talking about England being a beautiful country, and I agreed with that. But
well, England is a beautiful country.
What I was saying was I would rather live in America. And I think Green was saying he would like to come here and live, and I was agreeing.
Oh no, totally.
I would rather live
I
here
agree
too,
with him too,
than live in England.
But there's architecture there. There's things you got to see there. There's beautiful buildings there. I'm sorry, Green, speak. I'm sorry. I mean, the London Bridge, the friggin'. I'm just saying, I walked around and ran. I was in King Square. I ran my fingers all over those buildings. This is what I'm trying to say. You have to experience it. I know you grew up there, so it doesn't matter to you in that way. So, yeah, come here. You touch the Statue of Liberty, right? You go to Mount Rushmore. You friggin'...
Touch the head of George Washington's dick.
No. That's just Doc. He's got a fetish for that. So, but what I'm trying to say, buildings.
It's America, baby.
How can you deny England and London?
I didn't.
One of the oldest cities in the world. I mean, they just tore down statues of Winston Churchill. That's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up. I mean, I might be from the States, but I respect Winston Churchill. And you just said it.
That's what I was telling you before.
You just said it. You both just said it. The world was in turmoil. He stood up and he said some great fucking sayings. Am I an asshole?
What?
Because I believe in what was said? Oh, well, no. Well, we have the fuck. I mean, what? You want Hitler to run the world?
No.
Because I see that right now.
No,
I
don't.
see. I
Don't
mean,
put us in a box. Don't put us in no box, man.
I'm just saying. What? Communism? Socialism? I mean, what? We want Hitler? I mean, we want Putin? You know, Xi Jinping? It's communism. That's communism. That's socialism. That's like taking away every fucking. Well, you got Bernie Sanders. Right? Bernie Sanders. Oh, billionaires. Well, he was screaming millionaires 2 years ago, and then he became a millionaire. He changed his fucking tune pretty fucking quick. Once
Well, like I
he
say,
became
it's
a
all for
millionaire.
show. They don't believe the shit's coming out of their mouth.
What I'm trying to say, what gives anybody right? Big corporations, yeah, they're horrible, right? They're horrible people. We all know that. But what gives anybody's right to say, you got to give your wealth to that person? Nobody. Nobody has. In the United States, nobody has that right to say that. Get up and make your future. That's the United States. That's the USA. That's the United States of America. I ain't American. I'm a United States citizen. I'm from the United States. And people forget that. You say
Nobody forgot.
America? When you say America, you're lumping Canada in, you're lumping South America in.
That's North America.
Oh, no. People are fucking ignorant and they just say fucking America. America's it's both North and South and Central. I don't know if you see what I'm trying to say here. My point that I'm trying to get.
America.
I'm a United States citizen. I'm from the USA. United States of America. That's a continent. That's the United States of America.
No,
it's this little thing that's you could draw your little fucking line around it. I'm from the United States of America. I ain't American. I'm a United States citizen. I'll stand by that 100%.
I'm from Bangladesh.
Oh, there you go.
Originally.
I see things green. I see things different. I speak of things different. Everybody has their own right to speak they want in this country. I'm a United States citizen. I was born here. I love my country. And I'll stand up for it. And I'll stand up all the freedoms of everybody. I don't care what your color is. I don't care what you believe in.
Yeah, but it sounds like
I'll
you're trying to
stand
have
up
an
for you.
argument with two people who agree 100% with what you're saying, though.
I'm not having an argument. I was having a debate. There's a big difference there.
All right, what are we debating? Because I agree with you.
Well, Green, you still there? I mean, I was also trying to reach across and be like, why should anybody have to pay any retribute to anybody?
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody should, because
I mean,
me
I
and
was
you
talking to
and Green
Green.
didn't do
He's from
anything.
England. Well, that's what I'm trying to reach across. Why should anybody owe anybody anything that happened 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago, 10 years ago? Well, 10 years ago is a little more acceptable, but you kind of get what I mean. And I know you both understand what I'm saying. I believe in a parlay. I know what parlay means. But you can't read neg on a parlay. go look up the word renege. I'm not being racist here. It's a word.
Yeah, we know it. Yeah, we're not ignorant either. We know. Yeah. Or I do.
I'm just
I'll
saying
speak for
because there's
myself
other
here.
people that might chime in and be like, "Yo, that's racist." No, that's a real word. Renege. I'm not reneging on a parlay. What I'm trying to say, and I'm trying to prove a point to, can I hold you green to what your ancestors did to my ancestors?
I don't think you can. That's just my opinion.
But I know you understand what I'm saying. And it hurts. It really hurts real bad because, I mean, I can't sue the fucking Queen of England. There you go. You just, yes, correct. You gotta move on. You gotta move forward. You gotta have a better tomorrow. I just wanted to prove a point here. Because here in the States, you have these retards that are like, we need, no, it's all your fault. Your white privilege, it's all your fault. Give me your money. This is a bunch of bullshit. And that's what I was trying to put. That's what I was trying to get across. If I can't sue the Queen of England, then why the fuck should I have to pay these people? I had nothing to do with that. You had nothing to do with that. Well, the English did start my fucking ancestors.
Which one?
Again, there you go. Which one? But no. But
Yeah, I know what you
green. It's still there. Slavery is still a fact, and it happens every day. They are. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, man. But, you know what? You know, you're white, right? You're Caucasian? Yeah, so your word doesn't mean shit.
I'm Caucasian.
Your word don't mean shit. Doc's word doesn't mean shit. Well, I don't know. Doc, are you Caucasian? Because I am. My word don't mean shit. His word don't mean shit. Guess because of the color of our skin.
Well, that's where me and you're going to have to disagree.
What, are you special? Are you like
Well,
an
no,
alien?
I'm not
You from
racist.
X-Files or something, Doc? Are you like X-Files? You're a hybrid? You're a hybrid clown fuck?
No, I'm actually not a racist.
No,
As far as
I
I'm
was
concerned, your
just talking
opinion
about.
and his opinion.
What about it? I
It's
know
all
what
the
he's
same to
speaking
me.
is the truth. I know what he's speaking is the truth because it happens every day.
What I'm saying
It happens
is,
every day.
I don't know
It's
why
like
you're
Joe
subscribing
Biden
to that
touching little
bullshit.
girls. That happens every day. That dude gets to molest little girls and gets away with it on fucking TV. Yeah, that's disgusting. I have more respect for a president that snorts cocaine off the fucking Oval Office desk than touching little girls.
Or do you believe he's all there?
I'm just saying, if Joe Biden could touch and molest little girls, I got a big problem with that. And he's supposed to be our next president, supposedly. Got a big problem with that.
I mean, I don't
Child
like it either.
molestation. I'm sorry. I will stand up every day and fight tooth and nail. I don't care if I die tomorrow. I will stand up and fight for the children. It's our job as adults to stand up and fight for the children. So they
All right,
have
well,
a
I
better
think
tomorrow.
he's not all there in the head.
Whether you have children or not, it's still your job to protect the children. Well, your whole country doesn't even do anything about those grooming groups. Those child molesting groups, they don't even do anything about it. Trust me, I'm up on that news. Your whole country doesn't do anything about it. They deny it. Yeah, oh yeah, I know. I'm up. I watch the Gone. I read into my news every day.
That's probably why you're so hot under the collar,
Actually,
man.
what? I'm hot around the collar because I know the truth.
Well, no, you're accepting it as
And
truth.
Robbie Collins. Oh no, I'm bouncing here. Green was talking about Robbie Collins. Is that who you're talking about? Does he have a YouTube channel? He got censored, correct? He got censored by Google, right?
Shit.
Oh, but it's okay for freaking Twitter and Jack Dorsey. Isn't that the guy that owns Twitter, Jack Dorsey?
He used
To
to
sit there and say, go over to the fucking White House and shoot it up. It's okay for Twitter to pronounce hate crimes. No, that just happened today. Where, like, Jack Dorsey promotes that shit. Sits there and says, hey, you can all group up here, go shoot up the White House. That just happened today. Just happened today, and that's Twitter. That's Twitter. And Jack Dorsey promotes that shit. That's fucked up, Doc. That's fucked up. You know that's fucked up.
Well, what do you think's going to happen to people listening to what he says?
They're doing it. They're doing it right now.
They're shooting up the
White House. They just showed up and started shooting up the White House. But you think NBC, you think ABC, you think all those left-wing networks are going to cover it? No, they're going to frame it something totally different. You know that, Doc. You know that. Come on. Wake the fuck up. Come on.
I'm here. I'm awake.
You know what I'm saying is true. And this is what's fucked up in this country, Green. This is what's fucked up here. You have the whole fucking left side. You have the Democratic Party that's racist. Fucking sitting there letting cities burn down left and right tomorrow. It's happening. It happens. It's been happening for fucking months now. I'm here. I live here. Trust me, I know the fucking truth. But tomorrow? What, lobster? I know how to catch lobster. What, you want to park your car in a garage? Trust me, I can say a bunch of... I'm from the East Coast. I'm from the Atlantic side. I'm from the East Coast. So I say different words. All I'm trying to say is this shit's happening every fucking day. And the left, the Democrats, they ain't doing fucking nothing about it. They're allowing fucking people's businesses to be burnt down. Antifa is a fucking hate group, and nobody's doing it. All these blue wing fucking cities, these leftists, they ain't doing nothing about it. They're just letting it happen. So, you come here to the United States, you build a business, and these fucking shitbags are gonna ruin your fucking store. That's what's gonna happen. And these faggots ain't gonna do nothing to protect you. So why do you even want to come here? At that point, when you're gonna pay them. You're gonna pay Antifa to protect you. That's called fucking the mafia. Let's rewind the time to 1920. When the mafia ran this fucking country.
Yeah, I mean, we can rewind the time to right fucking now. And I can tell you right now, there ain't nobody running my shit no fucking
happening.
where.
Antifa is being the strong arm, and they're going to be like, pay us, or we're going to burn your fucking shop down.
Well, they ain't come to the right place yet. That's the problem. They're just
people laugh. I mean, Green's laughing right now, but it's true, Doc. It's true. It's happening.
It's not happening.
It's happening. It's called extortion. And they're winning right now. Oh, Antifa walked into the wrong neighborhood the other night, and everybody showed up with firearms. They're like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Guess what happened? Guess what happened? They got hit in the head with a bunch of baseball bats, and they were like, "Get the fuck out of our neighborhood! Fuck you, you fucking fascist pigs, you fucking Nazis! Get the fuck out of here!" Nobody wants their fucking type. Nobody cares about their cause, because their cause is wrong. They're fascist pigs. They're fucking racist. Antifa is a fucking racist neo-Nazi group. They're a terrorist organization.
I mean, let me ask you this. Is it happening where you live?
It hasn't happened here yet, but then I live in a state that has 3.5 million firearms.
Well, that's
Now
all
think
I'm
of that,
saying.
Doc. Think of that. Think of that. I live in a state that firearms double the population.
I live in a county.
My whole state, 3.5 million firearms.
Your whole state? The
Yeah,
county
my
I
whole
live
state.
in's probably got 3 million firearms in it.
I mean, wait, your whole county has 3 million firearms? Is that what you just said?
That would probably not
You
be
live
an
in a big
exaggeration.
state, man. You live in a big... No, I'm doing the math. I'm doing the math. The average person owns 3 firearms here where I
The
live.
average person
That's
here owns
3.5
about
million.
400. And I'm not joking.
The
average
average
person where I
person
live, yep,
owns 400 firearms?
I'm not exaggerating at all.
400. That's a lot of numbers. No, I'm being straight. I own over 3 firearms myself.
It depends on how old you are. If you're over 50,
But
you
you're
own
saying
probably
400.
about 400.
You said 400.
It's a retirement.
You said 400.
Yeah, and I'm saying
said
it again.
400.
400. How many times I need to say it before you understand it? 400. 400.
I know what 400 means.
All right,
That's
it's
a
a
lot
retirement
of firearms
plan.
per person.
You know what never loses money? A fucking gun. It's worth more than gold.
It's a
It
firearm.
always goes up in
I
value.
hate that fucking word. Only leftists use those words. It's a firearm. All I'm trying to say is the average person
All
where
I'm
I
trying to
live-
say is bring it the fuck on. Bring it the fuck
That's
on.
what I'm trying to say too. The average person in my state where I live owns 3 firearms. That's 3.5 million firearms in my state. And I own more than 3.
I mean, I'm not worried about it. Bring it. Let the motherfuckers come in here.
I also live on a dead-end street. It's kind of like a block. You come down this way, you're locked in, and everybody's gonna fucking come out of their house, and you're fucked. Nobody wants. This is our neighborhood. It's an Irish Italian neighborhood.
I mean, I like to say,
Been
man,
that
I
way
wouldn't
for a
worry about
long time. I ain't worried about it, but because in the end, there's also a river there where you dump a bunch of bodies in, and a wood chipper.
it. I ain't gonna dump nobody.
Might take some time. It might take some time. But those fish are gonna be eating it.
I got no trespassing signs up. You come on my land threatening me, you're gonna be face down. Well, you won't be face down because I'm gonna shoot you right when you're coming at me. But I ain't worried
I don't
about
want
it, man.
that shit. I'm gonna be honest with both of you. I don't want that violence. I don't want it.
I don't want it either. But I mean, you seem pretty riled up about it.
Well, I believe in my country. I love my country, and I welcome people like Green to come to this country and have their dream.
I do too.
My ancestors came, my great-grandparents in 1900 came to this country to flee all that shit, to have a better life for their children. I'm only like 4th generation here. Does that make me a retard? Does that reject me from my beliefs? I'm asking you both. Like, my great-grandparents came here. My grandparents were born here. Then my parents, and then me. So I'm 4th generation here. Does that like reject me from any of the anything? You're getting it, Green. You're getting it. I mean, You know, where's it start and where's it stop? You know, like, if I go look at my mother's side of the family, that was like 100 years earlier, where I have Native American blood in me. So, the indigenous people, that's part of my bloodline too. I just focus on one part. I kind of leave the other part out, you know. But
Oh, what a shot. What a fucking shot.
who got a hole in one?
It couldn't have been a hole in one. It's a 650
Wait,
yard.
who's? Wait, who just did that? Who just did that? What?
Yeah.
Green, that was you that just did that shot? That rolled on the green? Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty badass.
we never mean to do anything, right? That's how babies are born. We never meant to do anything. What I'm trying to say, you just rolled that ball into the hole. I just saw that. That was good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's 4 a.m. here. But that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Like the next day. Well, what day is it? Is it Tuesday?
Well, no, it's 4 a.m. here. 9 a.m.
That's what I
there.
just said. It's 4 a.m.
That's the same day.
No. England's like a day ahead of us, if I remember correctly. You're like...
Yeah.
I thought it was more than that. East Coast. Doc's from the East Coast. I know he's from the East Coast. I just know when you fly back this way, it feels like blue is a whole day. You know? Like... Either... Green, it was awesome chatting with you, man. I mean, man, you got some good ideas. You got a good fucking mind on your shoulders. So I can't even talk anymore. I drank like 27 beers, so yeah.
I was more like riled up.
That's because you, Doc. You got me all wild up. I should be fucking more polite.
Going for another one? What the fuck? Oh shit, look, that went in.
Doc got me all wild up talking about this shit. I think people in their hearts need to get it talked out about. To sit down and have a fucking decent conversation and debate. Blue-haired fucking chicks can't talk. Blue-haired fucking faggot guys can't talk either. All they do is scream at each other. And all they do is scream at everybody else. They don't know how to sit down and talk. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I was just looking at those blue-haired freaks that can't talk. I mean, if you want to say I mean... I know what you're saying. I see it all the time on, like, comments. Well, it's because they can't chat. They can't sit down and talk and have a conversation. We're having a conversation, aren't we? We're debating. We're having a conversation. We're discussing things. Those retards can't do that. And they know they can't do that because they're fucking retards. And by the way, retard's like my favorite word. So, I will never go after anybody that's mentally challenged and say that.
Well, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't know.
Doc, that's bad. That's bad, Doc. Bad. Yeah, it is naughty. Doc's retarded. I just like to say retard. Retard.
Retard.
I like to say it. Asshole, fuck, retard, cunt, bitch. I don't care. I don't have no. Why should I have to worry about other people's feelings? They don't worry about my feelings.
I don't know. Maybe they do.
Now do they?
Well, I don't know.
What, those blue-haired fucking
there.
purple freaks? They don't worry about your feelings
well,
now, do
I'm
they?
not worried about them.
They're
That's
fucking
what I'm
retards.
trying to
Those
get through
purple-haired,
to you.
blue-haired freaks? They're fucking retards.
You're worried about a bunch of
Doc.
people.
I ain't worried about shit.
What
I worry about is taking care of my daughter. What I worry about is taking care about her, because I'm a single parent.
Well,
That's what I worry about every day of my life. I'm being honest with you. That's it. Who's going to take care of her?
I'm not calling you a liar.
Who's going to take care of her? What, her mother that had 2 abortions already? Her fucking crazy fucking grandmother that's a Jesus freak?
No, the state, somebody. That's one thing you never got to worry about in America. If you got kids, somebody will take care of them.
The state should never be involved. The state should never be involved.
Well, I agree with that.
The only people that get the state involved is the fucking horrible fucking mother that already had 2 abortions. That's it. Would I get the state involved? Doc, think. All like the handful of conversations we had. You think I'd get the state involved?
No,
her
I
fucking
don't.
cunt mother would. And that's what the enabling of fucking shit.
No,
does
you
in
said
this country.
who's going to take care of her like this is prehistoric fucking times and nobody exists.
It leads into it all. Now do the circle. Do the circle. Okay? It leads into it. It's a giant fucking circle. You, Doc, do you think the state will give you any fucking money? No,
I don't want no money from
them. No, there you go. There you go. But if you needed some help, do you think the state would fucking give you any money?
They wouldn't give me none. They would give the kids some.
And where do you think they're going to give that money to? Beside the kids. Beside the children. They're going to give it to the fucking mother. They ain't going to give it to you.
Well,
That's
I
reality.
never asked for it.
Well, it doesn't matter. If you needed assistance, that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think you're missing the point I'm trying to say. This is not caveman times.
I think we're like on the same page, and we both understand what we're saying. It's just a little dip here and dab there. You know what I'm saying?
More than likely, we live in a first world country.
We live in one of the best
my
countries
kids are
in the
grown,
world.
so I don't even really have a dog in this race. Mine are grown. But one thing I can guarantee you is, if it's just you and your kid, she won't do without whether you provide for her or not. I can guarantee you that. You understand what I'm saying?
All right, Doc. I've talked to you for a while now. You think I'm a horrible fucking person?
No, you're completely taking what I said out of context.
No. I'm just
100%.
asking straight up. Your own opinion. Your own opinion. You think I'm a horrible fucking person?
No, what I'm
You
telling
think I'm a
you
deadbeat?
is...
No. I'm asking straight up, just from the time that we've spent here online talking to each other.
Well, I'm going to repeat myself again and say, no, I do not. Can I say it any clearer than that?
All right, good.
What I'm trying to tell you is, you two are not the only people that exist on this planet, even though it seems that way. And I can understand coming from... And your kid's mother died. Do you think that kid's going to be thrown out into the fucking wilderness?
Yep, she would be.
All right, well.
Because people are disgusting and horrible. And that's why I believe that. Look at what's happening right now. People burn down cities. They're horrible fucking people. Yeah, so what? You think I have a right to not to believe that? People are horrible fucking people. There ain't no righteousness in this fucking world because people are horrible fucking people.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that, but not everybody is.
I'm saying, okay, I agree with you. Not everybody is, but that's the silent majority. I'd rather stay silent than be those fucking people burning down buildings that pretend they're something they aren't. Because they're definitely pretending they're something they aren't.
Well, they don't know what they are.
Agreed.
They're trying to be something. That's their problem.
What, burning down buildings and fucking wrecking things?
I'm not
That's being
justifying.
something?
I'm not justifying what they're doing. I'm just telling you why I think they're doing it. They think they're standing up for something.
So
because
the
they're
minute
ignorant.
somebody stands up and defends on their fucking property and they shoot them, that person has to go to prison because they were defending their property?
Well, it depends on where you're
That's
at.
fucked up, man. That's fucked
I
up,
agree,
too.
it's fucked up, but it depends on where you're
You
at.
can't defend your own property because Democrats say they're racist pieces of shit and
Well, I
that
mean,
whole
I
party should be
will.
eradicated.
I mean,
You
I
know,
will.
You aren't. Obama said you can't even defend yourself, and
Well,
he was
I
president.
mean, I
Obama
don't-
says you can't even defend yourself. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. You can't even defend yourself. We live in the United States. We live in the United States. We have a right to defend our property. And when the law comes down and says you can't defend your property, that's fucked up, man.
Man, why are you coming
That's
in all
fucked
hot on
up.
us? Don't be so hot
No,
on
no,
us.
no. I'm not hot on you. I'm speaking my mind. That's fucked up, dude. People are allowed to burn down your shop, but you can't defend it? That's fucked up.
Well, I
That's
mean, let me
fucked
ask you
up.
this. Are you going to let somebody come burn your shit down and stand there and watch them? Because I sure
No.
shit ain't.
No.
All
And
right.
when the
well,
police
there you
come up
go.
and try to arrest me, I'm going to shoot the police in the fucking face for not taking them down. They should have stopped that before it ever happened. Oh, no, they're going to take you down before they take the whole crowd down because it's easier to take you down. And they're going to charge you instead of charging them burning your fucking house down. Now you lost your house. Now you lost your house. Your children could have died in that fucking house. And the police, well, you should have shot them in the fucking face.
Oh, hold on a minute now. Let somebody else speak here. I thought we was having a conversation.
Oh, all right, fair. I'll sit down. I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
I mean, you going to put up with it? Hatch?
I can't put up with it. But I live in a state that's different. I live in the live free or die state.
Well, that's I ought to say it.
You fuck my house, I'm gonna kill you. I don't care who the fuck you are. You don't fuck with my family.
I mean, I
Fuck
won't
my
kill you unless
property.
I have to. I don't want
You think I would ever step foot on your property? You
Oh,
think I'd
shit.
ever put you in danger?
I seen that. Say what, Hatch?
I'm just saying, you think I would ever intrude on either of yours property?
Other what?
Intrude on either of yours property?
Nah.
Anywhere in the world, do you think I'd impose myself on your property? I mean, I might accidentally step, okay, you own 120 acres and I didn't know you owned this little quarter, like, next to the fence. That's beside the point.
Oh, yeah, semantics. I mean, we won't get into that part of it. I know what you're saying there. But, I mean, if somebody's actually coming in on your shit, fuck
I mean,
the
look at
rules.
those people in, what was that fucking state? Where, like, Antifa broke through their gate and went on their fucking property and they came out with firearms and now they're being charged?
Yeah, but it was in, the state was Missouri, but the city was St. Louis.
I'll look it back up. But those people, where the DA is corrupt, they broke into a private community. Antifa broke into a private community.
Oh, I know. Those people will be rich off the state before long. I mean, it'll be a while, but they'll be rich. They're well within their
You understand what I'm
constitutional
saying, though?
right. I do. I understand exactly 100% what you're saying, and I know the
What
law.
gives
and they-
anybody right to go on somebody else's property?
What's that, Green? Yep.
What, retards? That don't believe in anything else but their own selfishness? No, I'm talking about the people that walked on their property. What, selfishness and retardedness? Because they're selfish and they can't think about anybody else.
Well,
Those people, like you said, 20 years of their life, and you got a bunch of fucking pigs that tried to ruin their fucking 20 years of work.
Well, I mean, there ain't a damn one of them that come in there that ever worked for a thing in their life. You know, that's the thing. They've never earned anything. I mean, if you ever earn anything, you understand the value of a dollar and you have respect for somebody's shit. I mean, it's the same reason if you go to somebody's house and you knock over a drink, you feel like a piece of shit because you know they worked for that goddamn house and you don't want to fuck their shit up.
You don't even want to spill your own beer there. I understand what you're saying. You knock your beer over, you're just like, fuck, I just made a mess of their house. I understand what you're saying. You know?
But see, people like that come in there like, you know, they ain't never worked for nothing. They don't understand what it took to get there.
My brother told me it best back in my day. Alright? I'm a skater. I've skated my whole life, skateboard wise. You get a skateboard as a gift.
Fuck,
that means a lot.
Roller skates, man.
You know what I'm saying?
I thought you worked at the
what I'm trying to say is you get that skateboard as a gift. Like the deck. Just the board itself, that costs $65. But the minute, and like he always told me, he's like, the one thing I noticed, Hatchet, when you bought that out of your own money, that board lasts you a lot longer than the one you got as a birthday gift.
Easy come, easy go, right?
I mean, yeah, I worked hard. I worked hard for the decks, you know, to skate. I bought my pro models. I fucking skated so I could get a fucking earn a name in the fucking skateboard industry, you know, like shop wise. Somebody throws me a free deck. That free deck was more worth it to me than me working to buy one. I'm not sure if that makes sense. That 1 or 2 free decks that I got from that shop, that means like I skated my heart and soul out, and that shop recognized me. Gave me a free fucking skateboard. You know? It's a heart and soul thing. No, I understand that. This birthday gift still working, and then getting sponsored. Can you see what I'm trying to say there? Like a birthday gift, you cherish that birthday gift. You cherish how hard you worked for the next part of it, where you bought it out of your own money.
Well, hold on, man. What you were talking about, Hatch, was technically still earning something.
No, you're correct. Oh, I was definitely earning something. One was just a birthday gift, but the other 2 stages was earning something. Like I'm not. I understand what Green is saying. I just choose to see it in a different aspect. Does that make sense? Or
I may have misunderstood
totally
what
like
Green said that.
Am I being retarded? Am I being retarded?
You were saying you skated your ass off, and then a shop and shit. Long story short, hooked you up.
It's the value. It's the value. Is what I was trying to get to. It's the value of how you came about what you had. The value. Because what's monetary value? What's money? Anybody can make money. It's there every day. You just have to choose to make it. But when you work real hard you get a different aspect of that value. Am I Green? Seriously? Am I being a retard? Am I seeing it wrong? Seeing it? Am I seeing it wrong in my head, my heart, my soul? Am I seeing it wrong? That's fair enough. That's fair enough, mate. All right. I just.
Yeah, because you said it right. You was explaining it right to start with, and then when you started out, I was like, I got you.
I just.
Oh, not that it fucking they got kicked out or something.
I don't know. No, I ain't gonna say no. I ain't gonna say. Now I feel like a retard. Man, I'm pretty seasoned. I'm Irish Italian, so I'm pretty good in my blood. So I couldn't believe I could even race with Doc the other night. I was so fucking drunk. I don't even know how I stayed on the track.
I'm gonna back out of this round so I can pick you up.
Doc's a good guy, man. He doesn't want to be portrayed that way, but he's a good guy. Yeah, he's got a lot of heart.
Shit.
I know he does. He deals with my shit. He's got a lot of heart. He don't want to say it, but he does.
No, he's, we was talking about, he was beat me in golf there that round. For a change.
Right now. It's a fucked up year, isn't it? It's a fucked up year. We got to look towards the sun and smile, because tomorrow will be a better day. Well, that's what keeps your heart chipping. Yeah, man. You gotta be positive. You gotta be open. You gotta be positive. Tomorrow will be a better day than today. You gotta keep moving forward. You gotta keep going. No, if you lie down in the mud, who's gonna pick you up? You can't pick you up. Nobody can pick you up but yourself. Yeah? Doc?
Yep. Huh?
Well, you're speaking up. I thought you had something to say.
I was just quoting some Wilson Phillips, You gotta break free from the chain.
What, you gonna sing?
Nah.
You gonna spit some lines? Wilson and Phillips? I know who Wilson and Phillips is. If you get it, I grew up during that time frame. What, you want to sing some Aussie?
You're going hardcore right for the get-go, man. You got.
He ain't no fucking hardcore. He's fucking rock and roll. He ain't no metal. Black Sabbath in the 70s, sure. Ozzy in the 80s, he's rock and roll. You want to go with Lemmy from Motorhead? We could do that too. I'm just saying, we all got to look at the sun rising, man. If we focus on yesterday, Yesterday will never happen again. You all know that. Come on, that's reality. Yesterday will never happen. It's already gone. Tomorrow's a new beginning.
Well, don't forget the past or you're doomed to repeat it. There's all sorts of cliches and shit we could all spit off here. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, I don't forget the history. I hold that in my heart. I ain't fucking the leftist fucking coat over there, okay?
I don't think you are. And I don't think a lot of people are.
I think a lot of people are lost.
You're going to have to quit
They don't
listening
know
to the
what to
mainstream
believe.
media news, man. It's pissing you off, I can tell.
I don't listen to me. I don't have cable TV. I haven't had cable TV in 5 years.
Where are you hearing all this stuff, man?
I choose to read my news sources. I choose to read what I want to read. I find what I call the truth. I mean, we were talking about X-Files, right? And Twin Peaks. That's what I'm reading. X-Files and Twin Peaks. So I know where I'm sitting.
All I'm
As far
saying
as that-
is, Hatch, hear me out on this.
I'll be quiet.
All this crazy shit is happening. You're right. But all you got to worry about is it happening where you're at. Because, see, guess what? I ain't the savior of the world. You know, I ain't the savior of the state. But it's pretty simple. You just keep it from happening where you're at. And that's really all you got to do.
Green, let him go, Green, let him go. Stop,
Oh,
stop, let him go.
He was saying something. What?
No, Doc, keep going.
No, I mean, that was it. That's what I'm saying.
Ah, Green, you broke his thought up. You broke his thought up. He was on a roll.
Yeah.
No, it's called the quietness for a lit. It's called like the and then keep talking. You understand what I'm saying? Doc had a lot to say. I know he does. The talking stick hasn't passed hands, is what I'm trying to say. Doc was still talking, but the talking stick hadn't passed hands. Sorry, I the talking stick.
Talking stick never left your hands. What are you talking about, man?
Well, it did. It left my hands to your hands, and you were talking. And
But you never let go of
quiet.
it. You jerked it back out.
Oh
of my
no,
hands.
I
That's
let.
what happened.
No, I let go of you like gently, right into your hand. Sometimes it's a giant circle, and I'm not talking a jerk circle. I'm just sometimes it's a giant circle where everybody talks, and well, I mean, I've traveled a lot in my life. I've been to here and there and met a lot of people in my life. You know, it's just one of those things where you try to take everything in.
It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you're trying to put stuff out
sometimes
there.
you just
See how
gotta
you're
be
talking
quiet.
over me right now when I'm talking?
Who's talking over you? I'm not.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not talking over you.
For a man who
You were
speaks to
just
be
talking.
well traveled, it doesn't seem like you know how to learn much. You know, you learn more from listening than you do from talking. You ever hear that?
But how am I talking over you when I let you speak? Yeah, you just said I was talking over you, Doc, and I wasn't. I was being quiet. I mean, yeah, sure, I can get a bunch of beers in me and I can be loud. But, yeah, I wasn't talking over you, Doc. I was giving you your time to speak.
You're right. I was being too slow.
You're a good person, Doc. I know you are. You got a big heart. Green, you got a big heart too, and I know you do. You don't try. You just natural. I wouldn't talk to you if you weren't natural. You got a big heart. I know you do. I mean, well, it's like laying down in the mud. It's like laying in the mud. Who's gonna pull you out of the mud? Who's gonna pull you out of the mud? You might get one chance to be pulled out of the mud by somebody walking by. Correct? You think a second person's gonna pull you out of the mud when you fall back down in it? If you do, that's a lucky fucking chance. That's a fucking lucky chance.
So, why did the first person give up, though? Why did the first person give up on you, though? What happened in that analogy?
No, they're hoping they were gonna get paid. You know? You're laying there crying, all whining and fucking being wretchful, thinking to yourself, like, poor me, nobody loves me. And then some dude comes by, slaps you, or chick slaps you on the back and says, let me help you out of here. So they help you out of there. You think that's ever going to happen again for a second time? Never going to fucking happen. If it does, you're lucky. You are fucking golden. You know? I'm not sure. I mean, either of you ever been that down and out? I'm being serious with you.
Well, hold on. Oh, shit. All right. You lost me on the whole thing there.
It's all good, man. It's all good. I know what I'm talking about because I've been there. I've been in the fucking pit of despair. I've been there fucking laying there fucking hating life and fucking destroying myself. And who's going to save you? Who's going to save you?
So the
Who's going
mud
to save you?
is the metaphor for... Okay, now I think I'm with you.
Well, it took you that long to figure it out?
Well, I mean, you were saying all this...
Holy shit.
And you're like,
it
a
took
second
you that
person's
long?
going to come pick you out of it. It's like, well, if you don't stay...
Well,
I mean, did
if
you not
you
learn your
get-
lesson the first time you got in the mud?
What I'm trying to say, if a second person comes along and helps you out, you goddamn fucking lucky. And that second person rarely comes along. I mean, we're all talking about everything.
But, I mean,
right
you
now.
didn't
It's
want
a
to get
giant
out of the
fucking
mud
circle.
in the first place, though.
Oh, trust me, I'd lay there, and I've laid there, and I've laid there.
Okay,
But that was
now
my
I
own
got you.
pittiness. That's my own pittiness. I don't need nobody to save me. Been there, done that. I saved myself so many fucking times, and I've fallen in that hole so many fucking times because I'm an asshole and a retard. I can admit that. How many people can admit how they've been defeated? Not too many, I bet. They blame it on everybody else. It's all their fault. Everybody. It's their fault because I suck. No. You suck because it's your own fucking fault. That's it. You suck because it's your own fucking fault. Because you don't believe in yourself. I'm only speaking the truth. What do I owe anybody else? I don't know nobody in this fucking world a goddamn thing except my daughter. That's it. And the only thing I'm owed is a fucking paycheck at the end of every fucking week.
Well, yeah, but I mean, being so crass ain't going to make the world a better place.
But nor is being Nancy Pelosi that's trying to put gun control bills in the stimulus package.
Well, I do think that's ignorant, but, you know. But like I say, you know.
Or all those people
Fine.
burning down buildings. What the fuck? I don't owe them fucking people anything. They can't get up and go to work. They're burning down fucking my building. They're burning down my business. Fuck them. I shoot them in the fucking face. And then I'm gonna go to prison because they burnt down my fucking building and I can't defend it? Fuck them. Fuck them fucking Antifa fucks.
Well, you don't go right to shooting them in the face.
Well, they don't have a right to burn down my fucking building now, do they?
Well, I mean, you ain't got a right to shoot them in the face because they tried to.
Well, they don't have a right to throw a Molotov cocktail in my fucking building now, do they?
Well, no, but that don't mean shoot them in the face. Go out there and whip the fucking ass.
No, I'm gonna shoot them. They threw a fucking firebomb in my fucking building.
I mean, you know.
It's called defense. It's called doctrine law. It's called castle law. That's called fucking defending my own property. And they threw a fucking firebomb in my fucking building. Yeah, I have a right to shoot them in the fucking face. My child was in there. So what? They get away to throw a firebomb and kill my fucking child, but I can't defend myself?
Well, now if the kids...
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? You standing up for Antifa, Doc? You standing up for Antifa? Nah, they deserve a closed casket, so they can't have an open fucking casket funeral. They killed my fucking child. They threw a firebomb in my fucking workplace. Killed my child.
Well, I can tell you right now, real quick, I know where you're going.
If you're going to stand up for Antifa, if you stand up for Antifa, dude, that's fucked up.
I'm not. Jesus Christ, I'm not. What I'm trying to tell you is here, if somebody kills my child, I'm not going to let them off by shooting them in the goddamn face and killing them dead on the spot. I'm just not that kind of guy. They're going to suffer for a while. You know what I'm saying?
What, you going to drag them down in a meat factory and slowly cut them up?
Well, I mean, because first off, if anybody's crazy
I mean, actually,
Antifa,
anybody that's part of Antifa deserves that. I'm going to stand by your side. Anybody part of Antifa that deserves that. To be slowly fucking butchered. Like the fucking pieces of shit they are. So... What, pig farm? You want a pig farm? Come on, we all love fucking snatch. Come on, I ain't stupid. After all, I'm fucking Irish Italian. Trust me, I got some fucking... Point being is what gives them the right to burn down people's shops?
Nothing.
And ruin people's livelihoods. What gives Antifa the right to do anything? What, racist?
That's a better answer. That's a better answer.
Racist? Democrats? The racists? That their whole party should be obliterated because they're racist? They're fascists and they're friggin'... No, they weren't. No, they weren't. You got your history wrong there. You got your history. Democrats are racist. They wanted slavery. They wanted everything. And it was the Union that rode out and destroyed the South. I mean, Doc, you're from the South, aren't you? They didn't want to end slavery. No, Democrats didn't. I mean, look at Biden right now. He's a fucking racist piece of shit. Nancy Pelosi's a racist piece of shit. And that's your white privilege here in the States.
Hey, 10 years ago...
Those people.
Let me tell you guys a quick story, if you don't mind. 10 years
ago...
All right,
speak up.
There used to be this word that got slung around and got thrown at everybody all the time, especially women. And it was called hot.
Hot?
It was called hot. That girl's hot. That chick's hot. That bitch is hot. Overused. Hardly ever rarely applied. And I think that's what's going on today. And I don't give a shit what side of the political thing. I'll be honest with you. If you're picking one side of the political thing, you're exactly what's wrong with what's going on now. Because
I've been a fence sitter my whole life.
Obviously right now, there's some bad shit going on one side of it. But it's still the whole system. The whole thing's fucked up over here. And I mean,
I agree with you, Doc.
To pick a side,
it's totally fucked up.
I think it's probably not the brightest idea.
Nah, being a fence sitter. Being a fence sitter? Why can't you take one side and they got a good idea, and you're on the other side? You got a good idea. Why can't we have a great idea? Oh wait, because
Well, what
Trump
do you mean
coined-
we? That's
Great.
exactly what I'm talking about. All this tribalism bullshit.
We the people that sit on the fence, will want a better tomorrow. We, the people that sit, we are the people. We, the people, make this country, not the fucking government. We, the people. That's what our
Well, that was
Constitution
lost
means.
a long time ago.
We, the people. Well, no. People are scared to stand up and say, we, the people. We make everything happen. That's what our Constitution is. You got people like Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden that want to ruin our Constitution. They want to take everything from us. I hope they do. I hope they burn our Constitution. I hope Nancy Pelosi burns our Constitution.
I don't think you
guess
should
what
blame
happens
it
then?
on...
Guess what happens then? Guess what happens then? I don't bow to anybody when that gets burned. We're a free world. We're a free country at that point. We get to start over. I hope that cunt burns our Constitution.
you don't...
I really do. I hope the Democrats ruin our Constitution so fucking bad so I can laugh in their face and point a gun and pull the trigger.
Well, I mean, this ain't something you start over. This ain't getting us... It is what it is, and they're taking it... You know, this shit started back in the 70s, man. So they ain't...
It started...
Late 60s.
It started... I'm just gonna tell you, I hope they burn that shit. I really do. Because what? Now you have Nancy Pelosi has her own PMC. She has her own private military complex service. Sorry, they aren't police officers. I don't battle those people. Shoot them in the fucking face too. I have more respect for police officers that they wanted to fund. Dude, I don't respect. You ain't a police officer. I don't give a fuck. Don't touch me. I'll shoot you. Fuck you. Stay the fuck away from me. Don't touch me. What gives you the right to touch me? You ain't a police officer.
Oh, I don't think that should give you the right.
Well, what gives anybody the right to touch me in this country? Nobody has a right to touch me. Nobody has a right to put their hands on me whatsoever in this country. In the United States of America, nobody has a right to put their hands on me. Unless you're a law enforcement. Sorry, private security guard. Get the fuck away from me. You ain't a law enforcement. Get the fuck away from me. Don't touch me. I'll sue the fuck out of you or I'll shoot you. What gives anybody right to touch me? Nobody has a right to touch me. Welcome to the United States of America.
Somebody touched you funny when you was little, didn't they?
Actually, nobody ever touched me. I know a lot of people, for some reason, told me about how they were molested by 5-star generals and fucking priests. For some reason, people talk to me about that stuff. And I don't know why. I never understood it. No, Green, that's true. It's true. I never understood why people confided me in that. Oh, I know a handful. I've met a lot of people my whole life. They're like, this dude fucking touched me. That chick touched me. I'm not lying. You think I make this shit up?
Yep.
I feel like I'm having deja vu. Fuck. It's fucked. Yeah, you know what deja vu is? Nah, I experienced deja vu a lot.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you definitely dream about it. I mean, you dream about it, and then it happens in reality. What the fuck, you two? What the fuck, man?
And now, see, now hold on a minute. Now, y'all talking about two different things. You're talking about prophetic
No, we're talking about
dreams,
deja vu. We
and you're
were
talking
talking
about
about deja vu.
what do you know the difference?
And deja vu happens in your dreams, and it happens in reality.
No, no, it does not. Deja vu is the thought
Yes, it
that
does.
something's already happened. Prophetic dreams is the fact you have a dream and then it seems to play out in reality. See what I'm talking about?
Well, all right, fine, Doc. It's playing out in reality right now. Because I dreamt this. I dreamt this maybe a month or two ago.
Oh yeah. Oh, that could have been a nice one.
Hmm. Nah, it's a good conversation. It's a good conversation. Yeah. I mean, it's like conversation, debating, and friggin' everything else on the smorgasbord, giant smorgasbord of just talking. You know.
Oh yeah.
What? I don't know. I'm here. I'm just kind of like. N- no, I'm not. I'm not. I mean, I could turn the volume up on YouTube, but that just counteracts everything. Nah, I just was kind of reflecting on the deja vu I just had. But see, that's the thing. You can't play every scenario deja vu out because the particular part of the conversation I had was deja vu, and that could have happened a month ago. It could have happened a year ago.
What didn't happen? It was a
All,
thought that already had happened. That's the thing.
but it was deja vu that I dreamt before it happened. I can't pinpoint the time frame. I know it happened because it was there, and I always get the same experience when deja vu happens. I start to spin, and I start to have a fucking thing in my head that's like fucking, I've been there, I've done it. It's,
Yeah.
I can't, it could have been 2 years ago, man. It could have been 2 years ago. The point is, that deja vu just happened. You were the catalyst. You were the catalyst, Green. Do you understand what I mean about that? How could I predict that deja vu? I mean, I'd love to eat some mesc. I've never had mesc in my life. I've chased that drug my whole fucking life. You know, I've never had mescaline. I love it. How do I know I love it when I never had it? But you understand what I'm saying?
Well, by this logic, deja vu, right?
Well, you know, the past, present, it's no, deja vu is entirely. Doc doesn't take it serious. Doc ain't taking this serious. He ain't taking this serious.
I'm taking it completely serious. I'm trying to be honest with you. Yeah, it's.
What I'm trying to just say, there was that minute, that second, where I had deja vu when you were golfing and we were talking. And it spun my head. I got dizzy. But I'm not playing. I'm not playing. And it's the same fucking thing that I'm talking about. We were talking about the same fucking subjects. Sitting here where I am right now, watching the same fucking screen while you two golf. I mean, can I pick everything out? No, I can't pick that out, but the once my head spins, it always happens the same fucking way. Well, now I forget that too, but I know the feeling. We've moved on from that subject. We've moved on further, but it's the deja vu feeling. And if you experience deja vu, then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, well, maybe you have a different experience from what I have. I mean, you said you experienced deja vu. I don't know how it happens to you, but I mean, for me, I start seeing something and I was like, I dreamt about it. This is it. This is a consciousness, and everything starts to swirl for like 3 seconds. It's happened that same way ever since I can remember. It's always been that same way.
I mean, isn't it more likely you've watched a stream of us playing golf before and then that struck you?
Nah, man, I remember skateboarding in a parking lot. I ran into somebody, and as I snapped on my tail, my skateboard, and it kicked up in my hand, all of a sudden, that person showed up. And we were looking at each other, and I started swirling. Same thing.
Swelling.
And that was years ago. I mean, I could pick out certain things here and there of deja vu that's happened to me. You know?
Well, I mean, I took a shit yesterday. If I take a shit today, is that deja vu?
Did you dream about it?
No,
did you dream about
I
taking
know
that
it
shit?
happened. I didn't really strongly believe it
Did you
happen.
dream about it? You're sitting there sleeping in your bed, hugging your teddy bear. Oh, Teddy, I'm gonna take a shit. Oh, goddamn. Doc, you squeezing that teddy bear nice and tight.
I'm just saying.
And then all of a sudden tomorrow you hop on the toilet and you take a shit, and Teddy like starts walking into the room.
That's
and you're
different.
like, I had this dream Teddy was gonna walk in here while I was taking a shit.
That means I'm schizophrenic.
At least you got a good sense of humor, dog.
I'm just
nah, I
saying, deja
understand.
vu can seem like a very powerful thing till you can wrap your mind around it.
I mean, if you have it and you've experienced it, then you know what I'm
I
talking
have
about.
had it and experienced it from a very early
Shits don't
age.
taking a shit on a toilet doesn't count unless
I
you have
know
the
it doesn't
monstrous
count.
shit
I'm trying to
that you
make
dreamed
a.
about fucking months earlier, or a
Well,
year earlier.
if I could explain it, then it's lost.
It's not lost. It's not lost. If you really want to talk about it, you're gonna talk about it. Yeah. Again, like, why do people talk to me how like I met somebody, I know him like 2 days, and he told me how he was molested by a 5-star general.
Yeah, I mean, at least you got something to brag about.
You guys can joke about that, but why would anybody tell me that?
I was
And they
only
were
half
like, if you ever
joking.
talk about it, your father's going to be in prison. Like, I'm telling you something that I swear never. In 2 days, who tells you that shit? But this question, Green, this just never worked right in my head. Who tells you that shit?
I mean, either that.
No, I'm asking. I can ask you both. Who tells you that shit when you don't even know them for 2 days? Do I? Anybody that tells you that stuff, I don't doubt them. I don't doubt that person. Who makes that shit up?
I mean, is this a rhetorical question, or do you want an answer?
No, I'm being straight up with you. I also know another person that got molested by a priest. All right, who the fuck tells you that shit? Who the fuck am I to? Why do I have to have that on my shoulders? Who the fuck tells you that? But no, I got to carry it on my shoulders now, don't I? No. I mean, why would they share that with me if they knew I couldn't carry that burden on my shoulder? That's how I see things. That's how I see things. To have an ear, to have a shoulder, to carry that weight, knowing that they can be honest and truthful. No. But that's. I mean, hey, we're all sitting here talking, right? But I'm asking both of you, what the fuck? What makes me
Hey,
so special for people to tell me that? I don't ask though. No, keep going. I'll be quiet. I want to hear your answers. All right. I don't deny these people that those actions happen to. I believe. I believe them. I just still to this day I don't understand why people talk to me that way. I'm not a good person. I'm a horrible fucking person. I'm an asshole. Maybe it was time to share that with everybody because I met a bunch of good people. Well, either of you know me. I'm just, I never really understood why people share that. It's buried deep in people.
I don't know, maybe you
To
made a connection.
share something like that's like, it never sat well with me. It never sat well with me. When people share something that deep with me, it's like, I know you fucking 2 days. Why are you telling me that shit? I mean, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I just, I mean, what are you gonna say to the fucking priest that's touching you? What are you gonna say to the 5-star general that's touching you? What are you gonna say to that fucking guy over there that's molesting your dog? I mean, what are you fucking gonna say? And those people are the people that talk to me. I can't say anything because that just didn't happen. Well, I don't know anybody that beat somebody to death. I don't know somebody that shot somebody in the back of the head or broke their fucking neck. I don't know. I just, the only part I know is these people that talk to me. I'm just saying, nobody's ever told me that. What I just said, then that part of it, nobody's ever. It has to do with the other side of the coin that I was talking about. If somebody came to me and said, I beat somebody to death 10 years after it happened, you know, no, I'm talking to beating them to death or made them a fucking crippled, retard, broke their back, you know, gave them brain damage, you know, 10 years after it happened, you know, that's just, that's not the coin. The coin is, I'm just asking you both. Why do those people have to confine in me?
Case by case basis on that one.
But how can I change? I can't change who I am. Yeah, uh, yeah. You're right. You just had me answer my own question, Green. I still don't understand it in my own head. I don't think I ever will. I don't think I ever will. all I could do is listen. That's, nah, they just want my shoulder. I just thought I'd share that with both of you. You know. It's one of those things of, I don't understand why, I'll never understand why, but I guess that's a gift that I have to accept. Yeah, you know, you feel comfortable with people, and that's why you talk. You know, but that, you know, poke. No, fuck that. I don't even want to know that shit. It's just everybody just opens up, man. Everybody just opens up, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just a retard, and I don't understand. Like, that's what I'm asking. I don't understand why people just open up. You know. You know. I'm not a doctor. Why would I put my finger in somebody's asshole? Well, Doc's a doctor. I mean, he does rectal exams. He's a doctor. You're a good person, Green. I can tell that right now. Well, I knew that a couple hours ago. You're a good person. Hey, you ain't trying. It's just your nature. No, I can tell how you've been talking all night. I wouldn't talk. I wouldn't join this conversation if Doc wasn't a good person. Tell you that right now. I could watch the stream all night and just fucking type in chat. You know, it's like 5:30. Fuck. I'm on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fuck. I'm on my fucking 20th beer. Worked in like fucking 4 hours. I drive for a living. So, Liar Liar? Oh, that's a good movie. With Jim Carrey in it? Yeah. You know, my favorite movie is fucking Joe Dirt. Yeah, you never seen it? Come on, Joe Dirt. You never seen Joe Dirt with David Spade? It's after, like, freaking, you know, Chris Farley died. And David Spade had to go on his own. You never saw Joe Dirt? Oh, my God. Doc knows Joe Dirt. Doc, you know Joe Dirt, right? No, it's a movie. It's a full-blown movie. Doc, you still there, Doc?
Yeah.
Well, you know Joe Dirt.
Yeah.
like one of the best movies ever made.
It's pretty good. It's funny little.
I think Doc's embarrassed because it represents him a little bit. I mean, I embrace that movie. I love that movie, like all my heart. It's like the best movie in the world. I mean, I also love like Bruce Campbell. You know who Bruce Campbell is? Army of Darkness, Evil Dead. Bruce Campbell with the chainsaw on his hand. Campy humor. I mean, that's where campy humor came from. Was Bruce Campbell. Evil Dead. Army of Darkness. Army of Darkness. Come on. Like, I love B-rated films. B-rated films are the best films of all. You know? I grew up on Monty Python. I grew up on Faulty Towers. It is an acquired taste. That humor is acquired. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody gets the humor. You take Faulty Towers, you take Monty Python, and you put it with the Three Stooges, or you put it with the Marx Brothers. That's what I grew up on. I grew up on that comedy. Monty Python was gold. I mean, The Life of Brian, friggin', you know, The Holy Grail. Come on, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Oh. You know, yes. Click, 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 click. Yeah, because they didn't have enough money to, so they used the coconut shells. That's Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where they're searching, and then you have the Holy Grenade at Antioch, or Antioch. Not one, but two, but thrice. You got to throw it on thrice because, friggin', y'all blow. Yeah. And the little bunny rabbit that kills everybody. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I grew up on. Doc. Sounds like he's snoring. I think we bored him. Oh, man. Maybe, possibly. Man. See, you guys got the, like that different humor. Oh, no. It's being stripped away. It's being stripped away. What's his name? John Cleese? John Cleese? He spoke up, and the whole new generation is trying to destroy him. Doc, take your shot. I think he's passed out.
Alright, let's get it done.
Oh, there he is. He's like, oh, I just woke
Shit.
up. I'm Doc. Come on, Doc, take your shot.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, it's almost 6 in the morning. What the fuck? I gotta take a nap before work. Fuck. It's so good talking with you, Green. I said it's good talking to you. Doc's all passing out on the couch and shit.
Well, fuck, I'm supposed to go to work here in a little bit. I could actually go here in like 30 minutes.
What's a little bit? Like 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours?
It looks like it's going to be about 2 hours.
Oh, so you gotta go to work before I gotta go to work? You special?
I don't know. It's sad. I wouldn't call it that.
I gotta get on the road at like fucking 9 o'clock. I'm like 20 beers deep, man. I'm finished my last beer off right now. Yeah.
God damn.
Green doesn't even know what we're talking about. I get paid to sober up and drive a fucking truck. I play a lot of like friggin' I play a lot of everybody's golf. I don't play this game, I play everybody's golf. It's more of like a cartoon version of this. With like power shots. Well, it's hot. It's like the new version of Hot Shots from like PlayStation 1 and PS2. You know, it's like the newer version on PS4. So, Doc's passing out.
Yep. I can't go forever, guys.
At least finish a game, dude. At least finish a game. I passed out on the phone last night, so don't feel bad, dog.
Yeah, there a little while ago, I was like, damn, I'm going to have to just stay up till it's time to go to work. And then by the time it's time to go in, I'm like...
Well, what, 2 nights ago, you were, like, still streaming, and it was, like, 4 hours of you snoring.
I got a lot of views on that.
I know. Just you snoring. You guys got to finish this hole at least. I mean, come on. But Dog ain't finished it. He's gonna pass out. He's like sitting on the couch, being like, psh, psh, psh. That was a good stream. Well, you still got 9 holes. You got the back 9.
Fuck. There you go.
I see. Too much good stuff. We got a half beer to finish. And then
I just
sober up
stopped
while we
drinking there
drive down
about
the
an hour
road.
ago. I'm glad I didn't drink some beers.
What?
I was like, shit, I have to go to work for long.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, no, I'm 20 beers, dude. I'm working on 22.
I'm going through my whole one now. I ain't never gonna have it. 300 yards.
I smoke the weed, but I can't smoke the weed. So, random drug tests. Random drug tests. Out of like 5 years, I got 3 random drug tests, and that's only when I went back after I quit. So, I mean, I could probably smoke tomorrow, but I guarantee I'd be on the chopping block the next day. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to deal with that shit. The money's good. The money's good. So I just look at like my buddy Rick. Rick always told me, God bless his soul, you gotta sober up somewhere. And they pay me to sober up. That's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna give up my paycheck, because that means my daughter doesn't. It's all about my daughter, you know. Yeah, no, I mean, I love the weed. There's nothing wrong with the weed. Nah, it's too much. It's too much of a hassle. It's too much a hassle for me. Even the manager that I work for, like the guy I work for, his manager's like, "Oh, I'll get you pissed clean all the time." It's too much of a hassle. I just rather not do it. You know, gone fucking 5, 6 years without smoking. I think I can go a little bit more. So, oh, I agree. Alcohol is a lot worse. And I'm fucking pickled. Trust me. I'm,
I don't know who the hell's watching this shit still.